Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 401, Moving Side. Buggy hopes a clash will happen between his crew and the Marines. But he was expecting too much from a big group of cadets and their instructors. His mistake was he put them at the same levels as the Marines' great forces. When the Marine instructors see the Black Pearl coming, they immediately send an emergency signal to their cadets. The cadets need to return to their ships in 5 minutes, and anyone who can't make it will be left. That's the procedure taught to the cadets since their first day in the academy. "Have you notified the HQ?" asks the male head instructor with a worried tone. "Why yes, they told us to retreat immediately. It will take 3 hours even if they use everything they have. So Fleet Admiral Sengoku orders us to retreat as fast as possible," says the female officer with a scared tone. "What about the cadets?" asks the head instructor. "Most of them have returned, but the ones who are on the other side of the island haven't arrived yet. 96 cadets haven't returned," reports a male officer. "Damn. Tell them to go to the other side of the island, and we will pick them up," says the head instructor. "Yes," replies all the officers. The clown pirates just watch as the Marines are panicking and leaving. They already lost their interest when they saw the Marines panicking, so they let them leave. "Sigh, I thought there will be some high-ranking officers stationed here," says Cricket. "I think the high-rank officers only sent them here and have returned. They will only come at the end of the training to pick these guys. The only threat they ever thought was seeking, after all. No one expected a pirate crew would sail here calmly and found their training island," says Dion. "Well, now that they've left, we can explore this island freely. Let's go," says Buggy. The Marines can only watch as the Black Pearl moves toward the island. Many cadets are protesting and say they should fight the clown pirates instead of running away. The instructors hold their heads in frustration while seeing these arrogant youngsters. These cadets never fought pirates before, and they are also talented, so they are very full of themselves. They think that all pirates are the same and want to face the clown pirates. They think they are strong enough to defeat the greatest pirate crew right now. While the cadets are protesting, 10 massive Sea Kings suddenly appear from the sea around their ships. The Sea Kings look down at the Marines on the ships. No one needs to say it because they all understand the Sea Kings want to eat the Marines. The cadets who talked so loudly before are shutting their mouths tightly now. They all tremble in fear at the sight of these massive Sea Kings. They encountered some massive Sea Kings on their way here, but Zephyr was with them and he pushed back all the Sea Kings. Now, Zephyr is not here because he was called to test the graduating cadets. No one among the Marines here has the power to repel these Sea Kings now. Especially when 10 of them appeared at the same time. But suddenly someone shouts, "What is he going to do?" The other Marines look at where this shouting guy is looking at. He is looking at Buggy, who stands on Black Pearl's Valkyrie figure in the front while holding one of his swords. Buggy gets into a stance and swings his sword horizontally quite fast. Massive blue slashing energy comes out of his slash and flies toward the Marine ships. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, scaring the Marines. But the massive slash attack moves above the Marine ships and hits all the Sea Kings instead. Under the Marines' shocked eyes, the Sea Kings get cut cleanly by that one attack. The cut is so clean that it takes a moment for the Sea Kings' blood to erupt from their wounds. Their blood sprays and become rain that falls on the Marine ships. Every Marine is silent before their head instructor suddenly asks the cadets, "You still want to fight that?" The cadets can only shake their heads while still having their shocked expressions. They never saw this level of swordsmanship before, after all. Even the instructors never saw it, not to mention the cadets. "What a way to show off," says Cricket while smirking. "Damn, you should let me do it instead," says Enel jealously. "You would endanger those kids instead by purposely striking your lightning close to their ships," says Mantis. "That will teach them a good lesson," says Enel. "Enough, let's just explore the island," says Buggy while sheathing his sword. The clown pirates continue their way to the island and start exploring it. On another hand, the Marines are staying still in their positions because they are too stunned to do anything. But then the head instructor wakes them up and tells them to move because the blood will attract more seekings, so they need to leave immediately. As for the pirates, they explore the island as if it's just another day. When exploring, they can see why the Marines use this island to train their cadets. Aside from it being the only island they found in this part of Com Belt, it also has some beasts strong enough for the cadets. But these beasts are nothing but cute animals for the clowns. So there is no real strong creature here, and this island is also just a normal island. Basically, it's just a boring island aside from the fact that it's used to train Marine cadets. The crew leaves the island after exploring it for a day. There's nothing interesting there, so they leave fast. The Marine also doesn't send anyone to attack them, so they get bored immediately. They continue their exploration, and the next islands are more interesting than the Marine's island. These islands are unexplored, so there are a lot of interesting stuff. They are also uniquely shaped, have unique plants or animals, and even have strange weather changes. The clowns prefer these types of islands in their exploration because they can find new things. Their Com Belt exploration on the East Blue side finishes in a year. Then they immediately go to explore the South Blue side. They go there through Sabayati, but they only stop there to fill their supply. Their appearance on Sabayati alert many organizations because they've disappeared for a year and suddenly appear there. The Marine is also on high alert because no one knows what the clowns will do there with all celestial dragons who visit Sabayati archipelago. Luckily for the Marines, clown pirates don't do many things on Sabayati. They only fill their supply, meet Rayleigh and Shucky, then leave. But the Marine is still worried about clown pirates' next move because they know that clown pirates are exploring Com Belt before. The clowns go to the Com Belt on the South Blue side immediately after leaving Sabayati. They all are very excited because they know an island that they'll come across there, Amazon Lily, the Island of Maidens. The boys are the most excited because, well, they are boys. The first island they find isn't Amazon Lily though, it's an island full of blue color. Everything there is blue. The animals, plants, soil, rocks, and even dead leaves are blue there. It's similar to the white island they found in New World, but here, the animal blood is blue, so it's a fully blue island. That's an interesting island, but they hasten their exploration there. Aside from their wish to see Amazon Lily as fast as they can, they also don't want to spend their time on Com Belt for too long. So they plan to finish this side of Com Belt in half a year. Then after visiting 2 more islands they finally find Amazon Lily. They can see Kuja pirate's ship from afar, so they know it's Amazon Lily. The boys are very excited to see the women on Amazon Lily, especially the infamous Boa Hancock who has just become a warlord of the sea. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 402, Kuja. Amazon Lily, an empire located on Maiden Island in Com Belt. This is an empire of women, no man lives here, but most men want to come here even once. These women are members of the Kuja tribe, that's why their crew is named Kuja Pirates, and now Hancock is their empress and crew captain. The clown pirates arrive on Amazon Lily after sailing on Com Belt for a long time. Every man in the crew is excited, even the ones who already have spouses. Buggy is also excited because he was always curious about this place that banned men from entering it. As their ship gets closer, the Kuja tribe women finally see their ship. They get alerted and the guards send an emergency signal to the whole island. All Kuja warriors immediately go to their port to see what happened, including the Boa sisters. The ones who never left the island don't know anything about clown pirates, but the members of Kuja pirates surely know them. They are questioning why clown pirates come here and how the crew manages to cross Com Belt without any visible protection from seekings. They are Clown pirates? How could they come here? Asks a member of Kuja pirates with a rather scared tone. That's a foolish question. They have conquered Grand Line in a sense, so there won't be any place they can't visit. They themselves are enough protection against the Sea Kings, says Sandersonia. The Marine was in chaos months ago due to Clown Pirates' appearance on their training island in Calm Belt. It seems they are really exploring Calm Belt, says Marigold. Clown Pirates are a group of pirates who enjoy exploring islands and seas. If they come here, that means they want to explore this island, says Hancock with a serious expression. Even the haughty Hancock knows how dire this situation is. She is a warlord of the sea, after all. That group was made to counter the power of the emperors, and Clown Pirates are the ones who are seen as the biggest threat right now, especially after Buggy defeated Whitebeard in a duel. Exploring this island. A group of outsiders? And they are mostly men, says the Kuja women in surprise. Even if they are known to be the strongest pirate crew of this era, we can't let men set a foot on this island. We must fight them, says Hancock. The Kuja warriors nod and get ready for battle, but then Elder Nyan appears. Snake Princess, don't you think we should negotiate with them first? Asks Elder Nyan. Negotiate with men? Are you crazy, Nyan Ba? Asks Hancock rudely. No, it's you who are crazy. It will just be suicide if you decide to fight them right off the bat. Just their captain alone can destroy this island easily, not to mention if they attack us with full power. I heard they are very reasonable and don't like causing unnecessary problems. If they are, then every island they visit would have disappeared by now or be ruled by them. Just talking won't hurt, Snake Princess. You are an empress, so you need to think of your people's lives. We can prepare for war, but it's better to negotiate first, says Elder Nyan. Hancock seems displeased by Elder Nyan's words. She is a very prideful woman and doesn't afraid of anything. She is a conqueror haki user, so she won't accept standing below anyone. But then Marigold says, she is right, elder sister. Just talking will be fine. Sandersonia adds, at the very least, they are more reasonable than world government and marine. That last sentence calms Hancock a little and she finally agrees. But she still orders her people to get ready to fight anytime. They follow her order as the Kuja pirates get on their ship to approach Clown Pirates. Both crews get in contact soon and Buggy is sitting relaxedly on the railing as his ship is side by side with Kuja's ship. Hancock is standing at the front and her crew members are getting ready to fight anytime behind her. Yo, are you here to welcome us? Asks Buggy while smiling. Clown Lord Buggy, why are you here? Asks Hancock right off the bat. No chit-chat first? How boring. Well, I don't know if you know this, but we are exploring Calm Belt right now. We've finished the one on the East Blue side. Now we are exploring this part and reaching your island, says Buggy. So you want to explore Amazon Lily? Asks Hancock warily. Yeah, but I know your rules, so us men won't enter your island. That's why I want to ask if you can let our girls explore it while the men wait outside, says Buggy. The Kuja pirates are surprised to hear Buggy asks it first. Hancock is the most surprised, but she is still wary of them. What if I don't allow it? Asks Hancock. Then we will just go around the island to see from outside. We are not the kind of people who will do things as we like in people's land, says Buggy while smirking. But you attacked Beast's pirates on their base, says Hancock. Well, that's not their land, after all. That's our friend's land. So, how is it? Will you let our girls visit your place? Asks Buggy. What's in it for us? You want to visit our land but don't offer anything? Asks Hancock arrogantly, which makes Elder Nyan very worried. Buggy smirks and says, our offer? How about we will spare your lives? The Kuja pirates flinch, but then Buggy laughs, ha ha ha, I like your reactions. I won't talk that long if that's what I want to do. Alright, how about this? We will give you 2 ship cannons for that. Just 2? Do you think 2 cannons are enough for this? Asks Hancock angrily. Buggy just smirks and clicks his fingers as a signal. One of their small cannons suddenly comes out of a cannon hole in the front left. Maverick is controlling it and he shoots the cannon into the open sea. The cannonball flies very far before falling into the sea 6 kilometers from them and explodes. It causes a very big explosion with a shockwave that can be felt even from this distance. Maverick can shoot it even further, but Buggy told him to only shoot this far to make the impact more visible. Everyone in Kuja Pirates is surprised by this because they never saw a small cannon with such power and distance. They know clown pirates have the best weapons of all pirate crews, but they never thought their weapons would be this powerful. How is it, Snake Princess? Asks Buggy while smirking. Hancock bites her lower lips and thinks deeply for a while. Her crew is not that powerful yet, so they need better weapons. But her pride won't allow her to grant a man's wish. Buggy then says, "You won't be able to buy these cannons anywhere. Also, I need to tell you that technology is improving fast. World governments now have that old man to improve their technologies. He is the smartest man alive, so I'm sure he will be able to make weapons on par with ours or even stronger in a few years. We can cross the sea easily now because of a technology that surely will be known by that old man Vegapunk soon. Your little island won't be safe for too long, Hancock. When the Marine and world government decided to stop the warlord system, your little island will be the first target because it's the closest to Marineford. By agreeing to my request, you won't just get 2 cannons, but also a relationship. I don't sell my best weapons, I gave them to my friends," says Buggy. "Why are you offering so much?" asks Hancock. "That old couple on Sabayati asked me to do it and I was indebted to them, so I can't refuse," says Buggy. "Rayleigh and Shucky?" asks Elder Nyan in surprise. "Yeah, you can ask them if you don't believe it," says Buggy. Elder Nyan immediately asks someone to take their Denden Mushi to call Shucky. She picks up fast and the short hag asks about what Buggy said. Shucky confirms it, so Buggy doesn't lie to them. After talking among themselves for a while, Hancock finally agrees, albeit being very bitter about it. She is still grateful to Shucky and Rayleigh even if she acts like that. Besides, her crew needs to get stronger, so the cannons are needed. The clowns cheer happily as they move to Amazon Lily. While going there, Buggy throws a folded paper at Hancock. She catches it and her eyes shake when she reads the content. She looks at Buggy who only smirks with her shaken eyes. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 403, Waiting. The clown girls are allowed to enter Amazon Lily and now they are going around the Empire while being supervised by Hancock and Co. Meanwhile, the men are staying on their ship with disappointed eyes while looking at the port full of women who watch over them. "Sigh, we should just sneak in," says Brooke. "You can try if you want to die. Our Lord will kill you immediately," says Dion. "Yeah, he already has an agreement with his former vice-captain, and you know how he is. He won't violate any promise he made, especially if it's a promise with someone he respects so much," says Paulu. "I know, that's why I am complaining because that's the only thing I can do now. Besides, I don't want to end up like that," says Brooke while looking at Enel whose face is full of bruises and bumps while being chained with a sea stone chain on the main mast. Enel tried to sneak into Amazon Lily, but Buggy caught him. Buggy knew Enel would try to sneak in, so he has been waiting for it. Even though Enel turned into lightning and tried to flash into the island, Buggy could still catch him by slashing him into pieces in the air to stop him before beating and tying him up. Even the fastest among them is helpless against their overpowered captain, so no one else tried to do it. They will just get the same or even worse things than Enel. Their lives are worth more than just seeing an empire of women. By the way, what did you give that woman before? Asks Cricket curiously. You will know later, I can't reveal it unless the person in question doesn't agree to do it. I already told Mantis though because she can talk with Hancock now. Hancock will be more open with a woman than a man, so hopefully, she will agree. Shuki asked me to do this, after all, but I won't force it if the person herself doesn't agree, says Buggy. Fair enough. I'm quite curious, but I also don't like prying into someone's secret, says Cricket. Both of them then talk about their plan to take a break before exploring New World's Combelt parts. But then they hear a commotion from the side. They see their crewmates gathering and cheering on something, so they check what happens. Buggy and Cricket are quite surprised because they see competition is happening now. Maverick is having an archery competition with the Kuja women. The women were shooting at targets while watching the crew on the port to show that they can shoot the clowns anytime easily. But Maverick didn't know that and thought they were just having fun, so he wanted to join in. He shot an arrow from the ship and hit a target furthest from his position right in the center. The best thing was his arrow moved in a curve because the target position wasn't straight in front of him. Of course, the women were surprised because it was an incredible shot. But they have their pride as Kuja warriors, so they want to show that they are better. That's why they challenged Maverick to compete with them in archery. Maverick accepted it happily because he thought they wanted to play with him. They used many different types of shooting techniques and obstacles, but Maverick never missed. He can even shoot his arrow to move in a zigzag pattern to avoid a few poles that obstruct him from hitting the target. He has such unbelievable skills that defy logic and would only appear in tales. Maverick can even do the impossible challenge of shooting an arrow through rings. An arrow will wiggle around while flying, that's why shooting it through small rings was considered impossible, but he did it in one try. Skill-wise, he is already the winner because no one from the Kuja tribe can do what he does. He does all the challenges perfectly without missing them at all. Maverick always hit the bullseyes in one try and no one else can do that. However, when the game turns into an attack power contest, Maverick can't keep up. The Kuja warriors can infuse haki into their arrows and make their attacks more powerful. Of course, Maverick still can't do that, he doesn't even understand haki completely yet. The Kuja warriors are very proud of this and they keep making it into a game of power rather than archery skills. They expected Maverick to get dispirited, but he is getting even more excited instead. Now he wants to know how they can make their shot so powerful. Buggy then assists Maverick to show how the women can do it. He grabs Maverick's bow and Maverick makes a shot. The arrow flies fast and it hits the target boulder. All Kuja women and Maverick are surprised because the boulder gets destroyed in an instant while the Kuja women could only dent or crack it. I will teach you this power in the future, but you are not ready yet. So just polish your skills and improve your power until you are ready. Only you and Hatchin can't do it yet in the crew, but you will be able to do it in the future, don't worry. I will make you the best marksman in the world. A marksman who stands above everyone, Top Gun Maverick, says Buggy while grinning. Maverick doesn't really understand what Buggy means, but he believes it is a good thing because Buggy won't do anything bad to him. That's how much trust he has in Buggy, his first best friend who is also his savior. Luckily, he was found by Buggy and clown pirates, not other bastard pirates who would only use his innocent self because he would trust anything they said. The Kuja warriors immediately want to stop their game now. They are very shocked by what has just happened. These Kuja women are good haki users, so they know that to create such an impact using haki means that Buggy's haki must be extremely powerful. After their little game ends, Mantis and Seo return to the port. Of course, the Boa sisters and Elder Nyan are with them too. Buggy smirks because they return faster than he thought, so the Boa sisters must have made a decision. Where do you want to talk? Asks Buggy. My ship, I don't want to step a foot on your filthy ship, says Hancock arrogantly as usual. Filthy? But my ship looks much cleaner than yours. Our Hatchin here cleaned this baby 2 or 3 times a day and it's always sparkling because it's so clean, you know, says Buggy. Hancock looks at the black pearl and indeed it's very clean to the point that the wood reflects the light. But Hancock didn't talk about cleanliness. For her, the men are the filth. She just hates men that much and she tells Buggy about that. But won't my feet taint your ship? Asks Buggy to tease Hancock. He succeeds in making her pissed and she orders her crewmates to cover the floor with fabric so that Buggy's feet won't step on their ship directly. They will burn the fabric later because it's filthy. Buggy and his crewmates have a good laugh because of how hilarious it is. But anyway, they do that and now Buggy is in a closed room with the Boa sisters, Elder Nyan, Mantis, and Della. There's no one else inside and everyone else is ordered to stay away from the room because they will talk about a very secretive thing. Buggy knows Enel will hear this even from another island, but that doesn't matter. This topic won't interest Enel at all, after all, and it will just bore him. So Buggy doesn't bother to do anything to Enel. How did you know? Did Rayleigh and Shucky tell you? Asks Hancock with a shaky voice. No, I knew from a long time ago and I was the one who brought this topic to both of them. They only asked me to do something after knowing what I am capable of. About how I heard it, well, who do you think I am? Asks Buggy. TCH, fine. So how will you do this? Asks Hancock warily. Buggy chops his right hand into the cellular level and reshapes it into a sword. Then he smirks and says, I can do this on others too if I want, freely. Those damn marks on your backs, I can change them into anything you want, and no one will realize that. I can even change this whole room or even the island as I please. The Boa sisters and Elder Nyan's eyes widen to the max as they see Buggy chops things around them and shape them as he likes. This is a level of power that they have never thought of even in their wildest dream. This is the power of the new strongest man in the world. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 404, Remarking. Buggy's little show finally makes the Boa sisters agree to his proposal. They agree to reshape their back skin so that the marks of Celestial Dragon will disappear. Why don't you just remove the marks by taking off the skin that gets marked and make them gone? Asks Elder Nyan. That will be possible if they're just tattoos that stick on the skin. The problem is they are burnt marks and they are quite deep. If we just remove them, then the girls will lose a lot of portions of their backs. It will be harder to hide rather than reshape the marks into tattoos. Our doctor also said this method won't cause any damage, says Buggy. That makes sense. All right, I leave them to you, says Elder Nyan. Buggy nods and the first to be treated is their youngest, Marigold. She opens the back of her clothes while trembling because it reminds her of her past. Her older sisters also feel very bitter and they also tremble when they see Marigold's mark, Elder Nyan does too. However, Buggy, Mantis, and Della don't have any reaction whatsoever. They just look at it as if it's a normal thing, not something horrifying. Sandersonia realizes this, which makes them rather wary. Why don't you react after seeing that? Asks Sandersonia. Should we? Asks Buggy back, making Sandersonia speechless. Mantis sighs and explains in his stead, the answer is easy. It's because this is just a mark to us. We have seen it many times and our Lord here had reshaped many of them, that's why we don't react. You have done this before? Asks Elder Nyan in surprise. The Boa sisters are also surprised by this. Yes, our Lord has reshaped 2,582 claws of celestial dragons over the years, says Della, surprising the girls so much. No way. There's no way you could find that many escaped slaves in a few years even after Fisher Tiger's attack, says Hancock. That's where you are wrong, princess. There are that many and even more escaped slaves all over the world. Fisher Tiger was the most successful attacker, but he isn't the only one, says Buggy while grinning. They widen their eyes and Elder Nyan wants to ask, why you, don't tell me you. Buggy tells her to stop with a silencing sign, so she stops her question. They don't need to be that smart to understand what he meant. So they don't ask anything anymore and just start the procedure to remove their marks. But before they start, Della puts a piece of paper with a picture on it in front of Buggy. What is that? Asks Hancock. A picture of Gorgon's eye to match the story you made up, says Della. No, I know that, but why are you showing that? Asks Hancock. Well, our Lord here sucks at drawing, so he needs a guide to reshape the marks, says Della. The Boa sisters' eyes become dark and they look at Buggy who looks away guiltily. Drawing is just not my passion, says Buggy. Did you do this all the time? Asks Elder Nyan. No, usually he would just make simple pictures like a straight line on the spine or cross mark. The best he could make so far is a heart symbol, says Della. The boss sisters' expressions turn darker and Buggy sweats even more. Will this be all right? Asks Marigold. Don't worry, this will be fine. I'll make sure it works, says Mantis while bumping her fist into her palm. Buggy gulps his saliva and immediately tells the Boa sisters they will start. He starts right away and uses his power to chop off the marked areas on Marigold's back. Then he moves it above the picture and starts putting the chopped mark on it, following the pattern. Even with a guide, Buggy still has a hard time adjusting everything. He sweats profusely because he is being stared at by some scary eyes. Mantis will beat him up if he messes up, so he needs to succeed. After some long minutes, Buggy finally finishes reshaping Marigold's mark. Then he puts it on her back and adjusts her other back areas to match the new mark. When he's done, the traumatic mark has gone and what's left is an eye surrounded by some snakes, the Gorgon's eye. The Boa sisters are stunned and they can't say anything for a while. Buggy breaks the silence by telling Sandersonia to get ready. Della changes the picture into another Gorgon's eye but with different patterns. They can't make the three sisters have the same exact marks. The reason is the three sisters' power are different, so their marks need to be different. That's the said reason. The main reason is they just want to mess with Buggy who will have a harder time making three different patterns. Anyway, Buggy finishes Sandersonia's mark at about the same time as Marigold. But it takes longer to finish Hancock's mark because the picture is more complicated. Besides, Hancock keeps complaining when he works, so he can't concentrate. After he finished, the Boa sisters' slave marks were finally gone and become new marks. Now they can justify their story of being cursed by Gorgon because they really have Gorgon's eyes on their backs. Buggy made the new marks look flawless even with the pictures and Della's guidance, so no one will find out. Well, it's not like the sisters will reveal their marks to anyone. But changing the marks has lifted a lot of pain in their hearts, although the scars in their hearts can't be healed completely. At the very least, they won't need to worry about their marks anymore from now on. Alright then, let's get into business, says Buggy all of a sudden. The Boa sisters get alerted and Hancock angrily says, as I thought, you want something from us. TCH, all men are the same. Hancock gets ready to fight, but Buggy calmly says, whoa, calm down girls, I'm not picking a fight here. Besides, you won't stand a chance if we start to fight. Just listen to him first. I promise this deal won't harm you, says Mantis. All right, says Hancock immediately. Buggy is quite stunned seeing Hancock believes Mantis immediately. He doesn't know what they were talking about when they were going around Amazon Lily, but it seems Mantis received Hancock's trust already. Sigh, the thing that I want from you is information. I want you to be my informant. You are a warlord, so it will be easier for you to get information from the Marine and world government. At the very least, I want you to tell me anything you hear from them, like what happens when the warlords have a meeting with Marines, or when they call you for something. Well, anything, says Buggy. The Boa sisters calm down when they hear that because it's not a difficult thing to do. They just need to tell clown pirates anything the Marines told them. If you do that, then we will be allies and my crew will always be ready to help you. Of course, we can sell weapons to you, but everything will be hidden so that the Marines won't sniff it. Any weapon you buy will be customized and use different technologies than the ones we use or sell to fool the Marine and world government. We will do all of that if you can provide important information, says Buggy. So if we give you more information, we will get more benefits too? Asks Sander Sonia. Yeah, this is a business, after all, says Buggy while smirking. The Boa sisters look at each other for a while before looking at Elder Nyan. She nods to them and they also nod. All right, we'll take the deal. It's not that bad, after all, says Hancock. Good, we won't make direct contact from now on to keep our alliance a secret. I will give you a white denden mushi to secure your call, so always use it when contacting us. Also, always remember this. Your alliance with the Marines and world government will end sooner or later because pirates and justice can't stand side by side. So try to find their weaknesses as much as you can, says Buggy. I know that, says Hancock haughtily. Buggy just smirks and leaves the room with Mantis and Della because their business here has ended now. It's time to continue their Com Belt exploration. But now Buggy is excited to know what he will get from his new spies. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/capped mermain. Chapter 405, Fast Forward. The business with Kuja pirates has finished, so now the clown pirates continue their exploration. The boys are disappointed they couldn't do much on Amazon Lily, but they are still happy they could see Maiden Island with their own eyes. There aren't many men who have seen it, so this is a privilege even if they didn't step a foot there. The clown's journey continues and it goes faster now because they have more understanding of Com Belt. Other than exploring, they also train their new members, Hatchin and Maverick. This is a good time to train them, after all, because there aren't many threats here. The creatures on the islands they find are strong for the two, but not strong enough for the others. That's why those creatures are the best challenges for the two now. By fighting these creatures, the two should be ready for Grand Line, at least for the level of early New World. Hatchin is already much stronger than when he first joined. Now he can stand his ground against big names in Paradise. But he isn't ready yet for New World. Well, at least based on the Clown Pirates standards which are high at all levels, so Hatchin is actually an early New World level in average cruise. There's an important reason for their high standards. It's not just because they are an Emperor crew, it's because their enemies are high levels. If their power standards are low, they won't survive the competition at the top. So Hatchin is not ready to be left alone in New World yet based on the Clown Pirates standards. Not to mention Maverick who has just joined the crew and doesn't know much about the world. They will just be easy targets for the crew's enemies and will have a lower survival chance. That's why Clown Pirates are using this Com Belt exploration to train both new members. They will spend months in this part of Com Belt and will finish all parts in 1 or 2 years. Hatchin and Maverick will be ready to compete at the top level after that. But they also can't just keep improving the two's power. They need to teach them a lot of things about the world, especially Maverick. He lived in an isolated place and never saw the outside world, so he needs to learn a lot of things. After the crew finished exploring South Blue's side of Com Belt in a few months, they go to New World through Paradise. They follow a route they haven't tried even though they have visited all known islands and many unknown islands in Paradise. All for the sole reason to let Hatchin and Maverick experience more things. They take their time exploring the islands in paradise because Maverick is always excited to meet more people and know more things. Their time in paradise is very valuable for Maverick because he learns to know that people are different and not everyone is kind. Many people are freaked out by his 3 eyes and discriminated against him. He learns it the hard way, but his crewmates always have his back, so he doesn't lose his confidence and he stays the same. After all, many more people don't discriminate against him and actually like him because of his bright personality, so he doesn't want to change and stay proud of who he is. Besides, being in Clown Pirates, which is full of weirdos of different races, makes Maverick knows that he isn't the only one being discriminated against. They are already pirates, after all, so they are bad guys already. But they also have fishmen and weird guys with weird physical traits, making them targets of mockery. Even Buggy is being made fun of many times because of his red nose. But the crew handles everything calmly and easily, making Maverick knows that he doesn't need to worry about it. Everyone is different and not everybody likes them, so they don't need to worry about others' opinions and just do what they want. In their time in paradise, Maverick's name also starts to soar. He is still the weakest in the crew, but he is unique. He has the skills and traits that attract even Marine's attention. His shooting skills and his 3-eye tribe bloodline are the ones attracting attention the most. Even in New World, there aren't many shooters at Maverick's level. He isn't just a shooter, he is a genius who can use any ranged weapons and master them in a short time. The only things he lacks in this are his battle skills and experience, especially against people because he always shot animals on his island. So the crew keeps going through paradise and has many battles. Not only do they want to give Hatchin and Maverick more experience, but they also miss fighting after a long time. They fight anyone who comes up to them. Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, and criminals, they face anyone challenging them. When they reach Sabayati after 9 months of a slow journey, Maverick receives a bounty. Hatchin doesn't get any, so he is very disappointed even though he is stronger than Maverick in combat. But hey, even the senior members don't have bounties even though they can beat most rear admirals now. Don't worry Hatchin, not having a bounty doesn't mean you are weak. They just put more attention to Maverick because he is a sniper. We have great snipers, but Maverick is just exceptional, says Buggy while looking at Maverick's first bounty. Top Gun Maverick, 136 million. Maverick's bounty is even higher than Della, who still has a bounty of 100 million. Sniping skills are not rare, but talent and skills at Maverick's current level is obviously rare. He is not at Usopp's level yet, but it won't take long for him to reach it. He just needs more experience. After Maverick got his bounty, Buggy finally restructures his crew. He makes a new team and merges 2 teams. The new T is Sniper Team, led by their new executive, Maverick, but it is handled by Danny, and Maverick is just the leader in name because he has better skills but can't really lead a team. As for the merged T.S, Buggy merges Cricket's and Magnus' combat teams. The gunners and snipers were there before, but now they have their own team, so these 2 teams don't have that many members. The new combat team is led by Magnus, while Cricket doesn't belong to any team. Cricket is now just a vice captain and his job in the crew is helping Buggy manage their crew. Buggy has many jobs to do now because they have organizations under them and some businesses. So he needs Cricket's help to manage their crew. Anyway, the clown pirates have finished their business in paradise, so they go to New World. They go through Fishman Island, of course, and Maverick is very amazed by it. They stay for a few days before going to New World. This sea is getting more dangerous by the day, but they couldn't care less. They are the rulers here, so nothing can scare them. But many seem to forget that because of their long absence. Some cocky pirate crews are messing with them and the clowns remind these retards of who they are. Many forces thought their return to New World will make this sea more violent again. But it stays the same because the clown pirates go to Calm Belt again. There are still 2 parts of Calm Belt they need to visit, so they don't want to waste time. This journey lasts for more than a year, and even after they finished, they don't return to New World immediately. Buggy wants to meet his family after more than 3 years, so they go to East Blue. Only after that do they go to New World to turn that sea upside down again. But on their way to New World, Buggy asks Cricket, "Mate, have you ever wondered what Impel Down looks like?" Cricket knows Buggy is planning to do something crazy. "Sigh, what do you want to do?" asks Cricket while holding slapping his forehead. Buggy grins and says, "When my kids are all grown up, I will visit Impel Down, formally. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 406, Visitor. Clown pirates return to New World causes a stir for a while because they've been out of the radar for a few years. Many new big names are challenging them because they are the current best pirate crew in the world, so many pirate crews want to take them down. Even when they were exploring Calm Belt, many big crews attacked their base and territories. But their allies could defend their territories well, making them more famous by the day. Their territories and allies are equipped with great weapons, after all, and they are very strong too. The crews that challenge them are those that have made big alliances or have big total bounties. As for the ones that have small alliances or rather low bounties, they are targeting Red Hairs, the new Emperor crew. Red Hair pirates become an Emperor crew when Clown pirates explored Calm Belt. Buggy hasn't met Shanks for a long time, but he doesn't go to Red Hair pirates' place immediately. The Clown pirates want to rest for a while now after leaving civilizations for a while. Meeting the Red Hairs will just invite unnecessary problems when they want to rest. Although it seems the Red Hairs can't be bothered by that and visit Clownland anyway. Even Hawkeye comes at the same time, causing them to get unnecessary attention when they just want to relax. The Marines are alerted by this meeting that might lead to a war, after all. A war really happened though, but it's not what the Marines expected. The war that happens is what Mantis calls the War of Idiots. They have a party war where they try to show they have the best party and celebration instead of showing that they are stronger in battle. Battle becomes boring if they do it too often, so they need to do a different kind of war. Now they are competing in their skills other than battling, and needless to say, Clown pirates have much more skills than the Red Hairs. They had a lot of free time in their adventure, so they learned some other things to prevent them from getting bored. Almost all of them are proficient in different types of art. Even Buggy, who sucks at drawing, can play some instruments and even sing quite well now. The others are also good artists despite their scary faces. With such vast differences in skills, the Red Hairs are asking to do something else. They asked Clown pirates to play some casino games that surely are known by most criminals. Hawkeye just watches from the side as the two crews are killing each other on the table with their cards. Their games are tough because they are doing anything to win. They are cheating openly, but no one stops them because this is what their games are all about. Everyone can cheat because they only care about winning. Winning by cheating just means they have the skills to attack better than their foes. Besides, if they let their foes know their cards and moves, that means they are bad at defending themselves in this game. The only rule in their game is to not fight physically. Anyway, their whole war ends in Clown pirates' slim victory. The Red Hairs are better at the games because they all are gambling maniacs. But the Clowns can win the overall scores because they won the previous challenges and still won some games. There is no world-destroying war that happens that day. It makes the journalists disappointed, but they won't be journalists if they can't make use of this situation. They spread the news that Clown and Red Hair pirates might have formed an alliance. That news caused a big stir in the world, especially New World. But it disappears after days because nothing happens afterward. Both young Emperor crews just play around in New World as usual without doing anything crazy. Then time passes and Buggy suddenly gets a visitor when he is trying to improve his drawing in an open field. He draws a snake that he thought would be easy. But the final result looks more like a worm suffering from a strange disease. His drawing is even worse than Kanjuro's fake bad drawing or even Luffy's drawing. What is that abomination? Asks the visitor. I don't know. A snake, I think. Asks Buggy unsurely. How could the artist don't know what he drew? Asks the visitor with a sweat drop. Because it's very bad? Anyway, you sure have grown, Ace, says Buggy while turning around. His visitor is Ace, who has sailed and reached New World. Ace has started sailing last year and met Shanks too. He went to Clown Land even before meeting Shanks, but clown pirates were away at that time, so he hasn't met Buggy. I heard you are the strongest man in the world now, old man, says Ace. That's what they said for years. But I'm not an old man yet, kid, says Buggy. You calling me kid shows that you are an old man already, says Ace while smirking. Whatever, so what about it? You want to fight me? Asks Buggy. No, not yet. There is someone I want to fight more than you, says Ace. Whitebeard, right? Asks Buggy. How do you know? Asks Ace with a rather surprised tone. Who else do you want to fight than your father's rival? Asks Buggy. Ha, I'm too predictable, hey. Asks Ace while grinning. Ace doesn't hate his father that much now because he grew up with his mother's care. Although he still wants to surpass his father, and defeating Whitebeard is the first thing he could think of. I won't tell you anything if you come here for advice, says Buggy. There's no need for that, I will defeat him using my own strength in my own way. I just came here to send my mother's last message to you, says Ace with a rather sad tone. Buggy closes his eyes and sighs before telling Ace to follow him. Rogue has passed away a few years ago when Ace was 13 years old. Buggy knew about her passing, but he didn't come to even see her grave till this day because his every movement is watched by Marines, and visiting Rogue's grave will just cause too many problems. Rogue has spent a lot of her life force when she was pregnant. Manhwa has done many things to help her throughout the years. But the damage in her body was already too much. It's even a miracle she could live that long because Manhwa predicted she would live at most 10 years after giving birth. What did she say? Asks Buggy after they arrived at a flower garden. I don't know, she never told me. She just left this letter for you and I never opened it, says Ace. Ace takes out a bamboo tube from his pocket and gives it to Buggy. Buggy takes it and opens the lid. There is a paper scroll inside it, so Buggy takes it out and opens it. Ace is also curious, so he tries to take a peek. But to his surprise, there is no word inside. Buggy laughs loudly while Ace is dumbfounded because he never thought he would deliver an empty paper. But then he thinks that maybe someone took the real letter without his knowledge. So he racks his brain to find who might take the letter. Haha, don't worry, you delivered the correct letter. No one took it from you, says Buggy. How do you know? Asks Ace. Because I understand the message Rouge sent for me. Maybe I'm the only one who can understand it now, says Buggy. Really? What's the message? Asks Ace curiously. I won't tell you, says Buggy while putting the paper back into the bamboo tube before putting it in his pocket. Ace chases him as he walks away, but Buggy never revealed the message. It's just a simple message, but the current Ace will not understand it. That's because this isn't just a message for Buggy, but also a test for Ace. Rogue wanted to test if Ace could really send this to Buggy without opening it. Basically, Rogue just wanted Ace to meet Buggy after he started sailing. If he could send the letter, that means he is strong enough to reach New World, so his survival chance will be higher, especially after meeting Buggy. Then if he gets curious about the content when Buggy opens it, that means he never opened the letter. So instead of Buggy, this last message is meant for Ace even if he doesn't know it. Rogue wanted him to be a strong and trustworthy man even as a pirate. Although, there is something Ace doesn't realize too. Rogue made a small engravement at the bottom of the lid. There are just 2 words there, but there are a lot of emotions in those 2 words. The 2 words that Rogue wrote are thank you. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 407, It's Time. Ace and his crew stay in Clownland for a while to enjoy this place that is said to be the heaven in hell. People always said Clownland is much better than Sabayati, and it's true. There is no slave here and pirates can't run amok because they will get killed on the spot by the guards who don't even fear Big Mom. The only problem is its location. It is located in the New World, the Sea of Monsters, the Sea of Emperors. Even the name of New World has scared people, and not many people have the courage to visit New World. But those with the courage to enter New World and visit Clownland never regretted their decisions. Sabayati and any entertainment district all over the world can't be compared to Clownland. Old, young, rich, poor, men, women, couples, singles, and people from different races can enjoy their time here without any worry. Spade pirates are also the victims of Clownland's awesomeness. They even prolong their stay just to enjoy everything here. There might not be another chance to have fun this much in other pirate cruise bases like this, after all. Sometime after Spade pirates leave, Buggy hears the news of their war against Sun pirates before being captured by Whitebeard. It goes just like in the series, except for the fact that Ace's power isn't fire now, but magma. He really ate the magma fruit that Buggy swapped with flame fruit in the past. Now, Ace's moniker is Red Calamity because of how destructive his devil fruit is. Besides, the Marine and world government know well how powerful Ace's devil fruit can be. It was owned by one of their former vice admiral who was projected to be an admiral, after all. Right now, the Marine has 3 admirals already. Kuzan A.K. Aokiji, Borsellino A.K. Kizaru, and lastly a force recruited a few years before, Isho A.K. Fujitora. Buggy was not surprised at all when Fujitora became an admiral because he would become one eventually. Although the Marines actually planned to promote one of their forces who have joined for a longer time. Jun A.K. Momuzagi and Toki K.K. Shitan were projected to be admirals. Too bad though, the 2 of them refused that position when they got the offer. At that time, they still lack the power to be admirals. As admirals, they need to be strong enough to stand toe-to-toe against the emperors of the sea. The standard has become higher since Buggy defeated Whitebeard, so both of them thought they still couldn't do it and Isho was the one getting promoted. Anyway, back to Ace, he and his crew get captured by Whitebeard pirates. Buggy doesn't do anything and just has fun reading the news. He knows well what will happen, and even if it will be different, Whitebeard won't kill Ace. Then, just like what happened in the series, Ace joined Whitebeard pirates. He might not hate his biological father, but he still wants a father figure. Whitebeard, who is obsessed to be a father, can give that to Ace. Buggy doesn't really care about that though because it's none of his business. Ace is an adult now, so he can do whatever he likes because it's his life. Besides, Buggy has his own children who need to be thought of. Soon, Luffy will start sailing, so Nami will join the Straw Hat on his journey. Buggy has a plan to do when the Straw Hat pirates start their journey. His crewmates opposed his plan before, but they know they can't stop him, so they can only let him do whatever he likes. Buggy-chan, says Bon while spinning as he approaches Buggy, who's fishing on a coast. Oh, you're here, Bon, says Buggy without turning around. Of course, I will come after they told me you need my help. But they never said that we will do something crazy like that, says Bon angrily while slapping Buggy's head from behind. But Buggy isn't affected by that and Bon is the one taking damage instead. His hand gets swollen because Buggy covered his head with an invisible haki. You don't need to worry about the threat of doing this plan. Cricket and Co are strong enough to protect you in this plan. Everyone will survive even if Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Red Hair pirates attack at the same time. So you will be safe, says Buggy calmly. You can say that because you are just that strong. But a slap from them will turn me into a puddle, shouts Bon frustratedly. Then get stronger so that you will have a better chance against them. I will give you access to every facility we have while doing this plan, so use it well and get stronger at the end of this plan, says Buggy. Bon keeps protesting, but Buggy keeps making comebacks, and finally shuts Bon up. Now Bon can only accept the job given to him because it's his only choice. Fine, but I want to go back to Kamabaka after this to have a long holiday, says Bon. No problem, says Buggy. Bon has gone to Kamabaka and met his idol Ivankov. Clown pirates and Revolutionary Army have a good relationship, after all, so it's easy for Buggy to make Bon allowed to visit Kamabaka anytime. Besides, they have forged a good relationship with Kamabaka when they explored Grand Line and visited that kingdom. Time passes and finally, the time to do Buggy's plan arrives. They have prepared a lot of things and now they are ready to execute this plan. Their plan starts right after they get the news of a new pirate crew in East Blue. The Straw Hat Pirates have finally started sailing and Luffy has received his first bounty. In canon, he got it after defeating Arlong on Konami Islands. But Arlong has been detained and impelled down again after Clown Pirates defeated his crew. Buggy met Jinbe directly when the shark fisherman came to apologize for Arlong's actions. He told Jinbe to keep Arlong away from the world because he will kill Arlong on the spot if he sees that bastard again. Jinbe knew Buggy was serious because Arlong has endangered Buggy's friends. So Jinbe didn't ask for Arlong's release from prison again. The safest place for Arlong and his crew now is Impel Down. Fisher Tiger, who has joined Revolutionary Army, also never made any move to release Arlong because he knows how much Arlong hates humans. Anyway, Luffy got his first bounty after the Straw Hats defeated another pirate crew that once went to Grand Line, but was too weak to continue. The crew is like Don Krieg's crew, but they returned much earlier and have made a base on an empty island in East Blue. Some time ago, the Straw Hats clashed against the pirate crew when the bastards attacked Orange Town after Sanji joined the Straw Hats. As Buggy's daughter, Nami, who has joined Straw Hats, knew how much her dad loves that town. She also has a good relationship with Orange Town's people. So he asked the Straw Hats to help her stop those pirates and they gladly helped her. She has called Buggy's pals, Burton and Jimmy, but they are away at that time. It would take them some time to arrive, so Nami immediately asked her new crew to help her, at least to stall time. They ended up defeating the attacking pirate crew though. But they almost died too, and would surely die if not for someone's help. A teenage boy with blue hair helped them using his fiery cutlasses to defeat the remains of the attackers who almost killed the Straw Hats. Are you sure these unpirate-like pirates aren't enemies, old man? Asks the teenage boy to Mayor Buttle, who only nods. That teenage boy is none other than Buggy's only son, Leonardo. He went to save Orange Town as soon as he heard of the attack. But he was so bad at navigating, so he gets lost and only arrived after threatening a passing fisherman to guide him. Leo! Shouted Nami in surprise. Who are you? Asks Leo while tilting his head. Hey? What are you? Asks Nami with a stunned expression. Don't you hear it? I'm asking who are you? I can't remember a sister who left for a few months without saying anything to her brother just because her mom didn't allow her to go around East Blue on her own, said Leo while looking away with a pout. But suddenly, a pirate who hasn't gotten defeated appears behind Leo and swings his sword. Oi! Behind you! Shouts Sanji. The sword slashes Leo's body, shocking everyone there except for Nami. But they got even more shocked when Leo suddenly grabs the man's head as he passes Leo. The cut on Leo's body releases some fire and it disappears without leaving any trace. I will finish this up first. Don't even think of running away, big sis. You better return with me after this if you want to survive the demoness rage, says Leo. Nami shivers profusely while thinking of Belmir's anger. Leo leaves her and goes to attack the remaining pirates. The Straw Hats are about to see the swordsmanship of the strongest man in the world. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 408, New Gen. Leo slams the pirate's head to the ground and the pirate faints instantly. Then some remaining pirates who haven't gotten defeated come. Leo sighs and goes to fight the remaining pirates. Who is he, Nami? Asks Zoro curiously because Leo also uses swords. My little brother. Don't even try to fight him, especially now when you are like that, says Nami. Zoro has just faced Mihawk just like how it was in the series. He has a big wound as a result of that battle that looked more like bullying. Nami-san's little brother. That means he will be my brother-in-law, says Sanji while smirking, but everyone ignores him. Is he strong? Asks Luffy. Yeah, I never saw him lost to anyone his age in battle. His battle style is unique and he says he isn't a pure swordsman because he doesn't just use his swords. Just like you Luffy, he also has a devil fruit ability, and our dad said it is a very rare one, says Nami. Right after Nami said that, Leo's cutlasses and feet get covered in flame as he walks toward the remaining enemies. Our dad said Leo has a Logia-type devil fruit which granted him the power to control and become fire. He ate flame fruit, one of the most invincible devil fruit in the world, says Nami while they watch Leo attacks the pirates. Leo shoots himself forward using the fire in his feet as if he is a rocket. He slashes his cutlasses horizontally and generates white fire blades that fly toward the enemies. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp widen their eyes in surprise when they see Leo defeating multiple enemies at once using one move. Although they are more surprised to see Leo generates fire from his body. Even Luffy's stretching ability was very shocking already, but now they see someone can make and become fire itself. Devil fruit abilities are very rare in East Blue, after all, so it's normal for them to be surprised by it. They see Leo fights not only using his cutlasses but also fiery feet. He kicks the enemies every once in a while after using his cutlasses. Sometimes, he even hit the enemies using his cutlasses hilts or headbutting them. Leo's battle style is very free like Buggy and they like using all their body parts in fights. Buggy taught Leo to be creative in battles because there is no limitation in styles. Swordsmen aren't allowed to use other body parts is bullshit for Buggy and he taught that to Leo. So Zoro is quite surprised to see Leo's way to use swords in a fight. It is rough, but it flows like water, and it's free like wind even though the swords are burning. Zoro is excited to see a new style even though he feels that there is something familiar about Leo's swordsmanship. No wonder you weren't that surprised when you saw Luffy's ability for the first time, says Zoro while watching Leo disposing the crooks easily with flashy moves as if he is just having fun now. Well, my dad, mom, and little brother are all devil fruit users. Only me and my older sister are normal in our family, says Nami, surprising her crewmates. Now I'm curious about your family, says Usopp. You will see my mom and older sister later when we go to my home. I need to go back and tell them my plan or my mom will tell my dad and he will kill me, says Nami while shivering. Your dad isn't home? Asks Usopp. No, he hasn't returned for a few years now because of his job, says Nami. What's he doing? Asks Luffy. He is a pirate in Grand Line, that's all I know about his job. He is very secretive about it and only my mom knows what he really does in Grand Line, says Nami. Now the boys are very surprised to know Nami's dad is a pirate in Grand Line. They've seen 2 pirate crews who gave up on Grand Line, so they can tell how dangerous that sea is. That's why they can guess that Nami's father's crew must be very strong. What are you talking about while lazying around like that? Asks Leo, who has finished his job. We are not lazying around, we are tired, says Nami pissedly. I can see these three are tired, but you and this long nose don't look like that to me, says Leo, sheathing his cutlasses. We are tired mentally, says Usopp while nodding. Sigh, whatever. Anyway, we need to go home now. Uncle Burton and Jimmy will arrive soon, so they will take care of everything here. But you can't stay here for too long because you have to explain everything to that demoness, says Leo while turning around. Nami gulps her saliva, but she still nods because she knows there is no way to escape this. She will just make things worse if she runs away and does not tell Belmere anything. So she tells her new crew to follow her back home for a while, and they agree because Zoro also needs to rest for a while anyway. We have a good doctor in our village, so you can get treated while my sister is being murdered by our mother, says Leo. Leo. You need to help me later. Shouts Nami while holding Leo's shirt. Even Dad can't help you with this, so stop dragging me into this, says Leo while trying to remove Nami's hands. Nami keeps pestering him while Leo keeps refusing her. The others are giggling seeing the siblings' interaction. Then they go to Kokoyashi village using Going Merry, and Leo joins them because he only used a boat and he can't navigate. On their way there, the Straw Hats have some talk with Leo. They are curious about his power, but Leo only tells them the gist of his power because he still can't fully trust them even though his sister thinks of them as good people. Buggy always taught him to not trust people easily even if he thinks they are good. By the way, how did you meet them, sis? Asks Leo. Well, Nami seems reluctant to tell Leo the story. But then Luffy blabbers it, she was pursued by a pirate crew. Luffy and I were passing by and she led them to us, so we could only fight them. We defeated them and this woman tried to escape, so we chased her. Then she agreed to be our navigator for a while, says Zoro. Leo sighs and asks, are you stealing again? I need money to continue my plan, you know, says Nami. Alright, so what about being their navigator? I thought you don't want to be a pirate because you are angry at Dad who rarely goes home, says Leo. Well, after going around East Blue for a while to draw my map, I realized that I can't do everything on my own. I need a crew, but I couldn't find any crew strong enough to protect me. Then I met these guys and decided to observe them to see if they are strong enough to protect me, says Nami. And then? Asks Leo. Nami then shamelessly says, they are strong enough to stop enemies while I run away. Oi! Shouts Zoro and Usopp angrily. Yes, Nami-san, I will protect you all the time, says Sanji like the simp he is. You can just go home and ask me to help you, you know. Dad also can gather people to help you go around Grand Line in peace, says Leo. I don't want to keep relying on you or him. Aren't you the same, Leo? Asks Nami seriously. Leo sighs and says with a serious tone, yeah, I won't be able to fulfill my dream if I keep relying on him. What's your dream? Asks Luffy curiously. Surpassing my dad. He is the strongest person I know, and even now, I'm still not sure I can even scratch his clothes in a fight, says Leo. The Straw Hats are surprised to hear that because they have seen how strong Leo is. Even Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji aren't sure they can win against Leo. Then it reminds them of Mihawk, who could defeat Zoro with a small knife. It seems those who can survive in Grand Line are very different, hey? Grand Line level pirates must be very strong, says Zoro. Yeah, I've witnessed my dad's weakest crewmate defeat a pirate with a 30 million bounty with a mere punch. Still, sis, if you don't want to keep relying on Dad or Mom, then you should train more to get stronger, says Leo. Why should I get stronger if I can just sacrifice others? Asks Nami while acting innocent. Zoro and Usopp gives her a side look and says, damn woman. Well, Whatever. You will need mom's permission if you want to go with them. Dad will hunt you if you enter Grand Line without telling them. They let you go before because you only went around East Blue. Dad has many friends here, so they weren't that worried, but Grand Line is another thing, says Leo seriously. I know, that's why I told these guys I would be their navigator for a while. If I can't get mom's permission, then I won't continue, says Nami. Luffy then confidently says, I will make her allow it. Good luck with that, says Leo because he knows it will be very hard. Belmere won't just let her daughter goes to an unknown world with just anyone. She will make sure they can really protect Nami and if she can trust them. Getting Belmere's permission will be the hardest trial they'll face before entering Grand Line. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 409, Mother's Trial. The Straw Hat Pirates finally arrive in Kokoyashi village, which looks more like a small town than a village now. They dock their ship at the public port and no one really cares about them. Only some guards are watching them to make sure the pirates won't do anything stupid. But they stop being vigilant after they see Leo comes out of the pirate ship. Then they get surprised when they see Nami comes out of it too. They haven't seen her for a rather long time since she ran away from home, after all. Oh, Leo, you found her, says a port guard. Yeah, we met at Orange Town, and she was with these weirdos. Let their ship stays here, they will come with me to see someone going through a trial, says Leo while walking away. The guards look at Nami pitifully even though they are happy to see her after a while. She also looks dispirited while she follows Leo, and the clueless Straw Hats just walk while looking around curiously. This village looks very nice, after all. On their way through the village, Nami rethinks of her decision to go home. She wants to run away now and just leave without permission again. But then they meet Genzo, who comes after hearing of Nami's return. Genzo's appearance prevents Nami from running away again. He is glad she returns safely, but he also pities her just like the others because he knows what will happen. Then he follows the group because he is very suspicious of the Straw Hats. They arrive in front of a simple 2-story house that looks nice but not that great. It's Buggy's family's house that was built by Paulu a few years ago. The design is simple, but there's no doubt it's the sturdiest and most expensive house in this place. Leo opens the door and everyone can see Nojiko and Belmere inside. Nojiko is reading a thick report book while Belmere is reading a newspaper while smoking. Her face is covered by the newspaper, but Nami is already afraid to even look at it. How was it, Leo? Asks Belmere. No one dies although many are injured. Some buildings are destroyed, so we need to repair them, says Leo while taking a water bottle from a fridge. All right. Nojiko, send people to repair the buildings, don't worry about the money, says Belmere. All right, Mom. I will also send the report to Dad, says Nojiko. Good, and tell him to go home soon or I'll kill him. Now, why don't we talk about something else, Nami? Asks Belmere while putting her newspaper down. Nami gulps her saliva and giggles nervously while scratching the back of her head. Belmere simply looks at the floor in front of the table, and Nami immediately sits on her knees there. Her new crewmates are dumbfounded, but they also realize that Belmere is glaring at them too, so they kneel behind Nami reflexively. So, why don't you tell me what you've done in the last few months, dear daughter? Asks Belmere with a menacing tone. Well, I sail around and draw maps, says Nami. Is that it? Asks Belmere again. Why yes, replies Nami. Then what about the report I heard that you were stealing money in a boat from one of your dad's business branches? Or stealing from a pirate ship? Or scamming people? Asks Belmere while tapping the table with her finger. I need money, you know. I'm sure Dad will understand, he is rich. Also, the ones I scammed are rich people, says Nami. So you are justifying your crimes? If you need money then work like your sister. But you did all of those and now you are coming back with a bunch of pirates. Asks Belmere again. She was also caught and held captive by a pirate crew, says Leo, ratting his sister. Leo! Shouts Nami, but Leo just shrugs his shoulders. Belmere grins menacingly and says, "Oh ho? Seems like I need to discipline you. As for you kids, what's your deal with my daughter?" "She is our navigator," says Luffy. Belmere raises an eyebrow and looks at Nami, who hastily says, They want to enter Grand Line and I thought I could go with them to map it." "You know that Grand Line is dangerous, right? Even your dad almost died many times there," says Belmere. "Yeah, but these guys are strong, so I can use them as my shields," says Nami so blatantly, which receives stinky eyes from Zoro and Usopp. "Strong? These kids who still wet their beds?" asks Belmere while raising an eyebrow and looking at Leo. "Well, they defeated most of the pirates who attacked Orange Town before I arrived. That cruise captain has 35 million on his head," says Leo. Belmere grins and says, That's interesting. So, Mom, can I go to Grand Line with these guys? I've observed them for a few days and they seem trustworthy," says Nami. "Mother-in-law, I will protect Nami-san with everything I have," says Sanji like a knight. "Yeah, I don't trust someone who says that but winked at my oldest daughter." "What do you think, Leo, Nojiko?" asks Belmere. "I don't know, I've just met them a while ago," says Leo. "They don't look that strong," says Nojiko. "You hear them? I also can't trust you just because Nami said she trusted you," says Belmere. "Then what should we do to make you believe us?" asks Luffy seriously. "Let's do this my husband's way. He always said the easiest and fastest way to find out a person's true nature is by crossing swords. But I'm not a swordsman, so let's play it with our fists," says Belmere while grinning menacingly and bumping her fists. "So you weren't lying when you said your mom is a gangster," whispers Usopp to Nami while gulping his saliva. "Yeah," says Nami shortly. They finish their talk and Belmere takes them to Clown Pirate's base on another side of the island. The Straw Hats are stunned by the massive castle-like building in front of them. There is a big Clown Pirates symbol carved on the building and their flag on the top. "Is that your dad's cruise flag?" asks Luffy to Leo. "Yeah, that's the flag that protects this whole archipelago," says Leo while smiling proudly. "You really admire him, aren't you?" asks Sanji. "Of course, that's why I want to surpass him. I don't know about other things, but I want to surpass his power," says Leo firmly. "How strong is he?" asks Luffy. "I never saw his full power, but I once saw him cut a galleon in half with a kitchen knife he used to take fish guts when the pirate crew who has it attacked us when both of us were fishing," says Leo while closing his eyes. Now the Straw Hats are very surprised because they've seen someone do it before. My Hawk has cut a big ship in half with a mere slash before, so they think Leo's dad might be as strong as him. That's the level of the strongest swordsman in the world, which is very impressive. "Did your dad teach you your swordsmanship?" asks Zoro. "Yeah, just the basic though, he told me to develop it on my own," says Leo. Zoro wants to ask more, but Belmere calls them up. "All right, kids, let's do it here." They are on the training ground behind the base now. Belmere tells the Straw Hats and Nami to get ready while Leo and Nojiko watch from the side. "Me too?" asks Nami in surprise. "Of course, if you wanna go to Grand Line, then you need to have the ability to protect yourself," says Belmere while rolling her sleeves. "Don't worry, Nami, we will bury your map with you," says Nojiko jokingly. Nami doesn't see that as a joke because she knows she might die for real. But she still holds her metal staff tightly and gets ready to fight. Luffy clenches his fist, Zoro holds his swords, Usopp prepares his slingshot, and Sanji does nothing. "What are you doing, Blondie?" asks Belmere while cracking her fingers. "I don't hit women," says Sanji seriously while smoking. "Oh? That's funny how you think you can hit me," says Belmere, who suddenly appears in front of Sanji. Everyone except for Belmere's children is surprised by how fast she is. Then before they can react, she punches Sanji's face and knocks him out instantly. The Straw Hats then see her feet are covered by dark red flame and there is a straight line of fire on the floor behind her. "Come on, kids, don't disappoint me," says Belmere while taunting the Straw Hats. Luffy suddenly stretches his right arm back, surprising Belmere and Nojiko a little. Then he shoots his fist toward her, but she evades it easily and catches his stretched arm. She releases it soon though because Usopp shoots a projectile at her hand that holds Luffy's arm. Zoro then appears and swings 3 swords at her. 2 of his swords were broken, but Leo lends his cutlasses to Zoro to see Zoro's real power. Zoro is still quite strong despite his injuries, but Belmere is on a whole different level. She blocks Zoro's swords with a palm. No one can see it, but she uses colorless armament haki right now. Then when Zoro is stunned, she punches his face and knocks him out before dashing at Usopp and knocking him out too. Nami also doesn't get spared and gets knocked out with a punch. Luffy is last and Belmere decides to play with him for a while because he is the captain. She handles all his attacks easily to show how weak he is. Then she knocked him out using a punch coated by colorless armament haki to touch his real body. Belmere grins and says, "You still have a long way to go to get my approval, kids." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 410, Past. The Straw Hats wake up at night on the hospital beds. Kokoyashi has a rather big hospital now after Buggy built it a few years ago. It is not the biggest hospital in East Blue, but it surely is the most advanced one. Buggy wanted the best hospital in his home, so he built it with his overflowing money. They have many things that are only available in Grand Line and Manhwa personally trained their doctors. So they are the best hospital in East Blue, but it's not widely known because they never spread it. "Damn, that woman is a monster," says Zoro while rubbing his bruised face. He looks at his body and it has been wrapped up with bandages. His wounds don't feel as painful as before now, which means the medicine is very effective. "You have yet to see her real power, so it's too early to call her that," says the old doctor as he enters their room. "That's not her real power?" asks Zoro with a very surprised tone. Sanji and Luffy are surprised too, but Usopp is surprised by something else. "Why I think I've seen you before," says Usopp while pointing at the doctor. "Haha, yes, we met a few years ago when I treated your mother. You are from Syrup Village, right? Are you still running while saying your father has returned?" asks the old doctor. Usopp is speechless and he looks away, showing that he still did that. Now it's the old doctor who becomes speechless that he still acts like that. He is not a kid anymore and his mother is healthy now, so that means he just does it for fun. A few years ago, when Usopp's mother was sick, Buggy sent the doctor to treat her. He called Usopp first though and Usopp asked for his help because Usopp himself can't return. Unlike Buggy, Usopp didn't have that much influence in East Blue, and if he went home, he would just endanger his family. But when Buggy met Usopp after that call, he still beat the crap out of that man. He was very pissed because Usopp didn't take care of his sick wife. There were many things he could do with all the money he got as a pirate, yet Buggy was the one who took the initiative. Buggy is a family man, so he hated those who abandon their families. That's why he also beat the crap out of Shanks when he found out that he left Yuta. He could understand Shanks's reason, but it still pissed him off. After that, Shanks kept an eye on Yuta because Buggy forced him. Buggy always makes sure that Shanks does his job. But he made a mistake that he doesn't realize. He doesn't observe Yuta closely and underestimates her devil fruit. Well, he can't be blamed because he has many things to do, and it's Shanks's responsibility to take care of his daughter. Buggy has his own family to take care of and his crewmates' families also need to be taken care of. But sooner or later, Buggy will find out about the problem, and he won't stay silent about it. Anyway, back to the Usopp. Buggy sent the old doctor to treat Usopp's mother, Bankina. The old doctor, Neko, was personally trained by Manhwa for years, so his medical knowledge can be considered the best in East Blue. And he really cured Bankina after a long treatment. Her illness was quite severe, so no wonder the local doctor couldn't do anything. The treatment fee was all paid by Usopp, and Buggy even increased the amount. May as well rob the bastard while doing a good deed. Why are you here? Asks Usopp. Neko tilts his head and says, because I work here? I am a resident of this village and the main doctor of this hospital. Then how did you know about my mother and come to our village? Asks Usopp. Well, Nami's father is your father's friend and I met your father once when he visited this place. Nami's father was the one who asked me to help your mother. I was just doing what my boss ordered me to do, says Neko. His dad was here once? Asks Leo curiously. Yeah, he's the sniper of red hair pirates, says Neko. Ah, that old dude with thick lips, hey? No wonder you look familiar, says Leo while looking at Usopp. Red hair pirates? Are they Shanks's crew? Asks Luffy curiously. Yeah, that's their captain's name. He is Buggy's sworn brother if I'm not wrong, says Neko. Luffy is surprised, but then he smiles happily before he starts telling them that he knows Shanks. He also tells them that Shanks was the one who inspired him to be a pirate. Now he is very curious about Shanks's brother, Buggy. So you know that red hair bastard, hey? Asks Belmere as she enters the room. The Straw Hats flinch and their wounds are hurt when they hear her voice. They get trauma just after getting a beating from her. More beatings will come soon, so they need to prepare their hearts. Belmere won't let Nami goes with a bunch of weaklings, so she will prepare them. Their short battle was enough to make her know their true natures and thought she can trust them. They aren't trying to use Nami, but they are too weak for her standard. I will give you a week. If you can show great progress in a week, then I'll allow Nami to go with you. But if you fail, then none of you will continue your lives as pirates, says Belmere. Why are you deciding that for us? Asks Luffy rather angrily. Because I am stronger than you and I can kill you anytime I want. You should be glad that I even let you live and treat you in my family's hospital. If I am your real enemy, then you would have been buried now, says Belmere seriously before she goes out. Is she angry? Asks Usopp. Leo sighs and says, maybe, she doesn't really like pirates, after all. Hey? Isn't your dad a pirate? Asks Sanji. Yeah, but my mom was a marine, says Leo. The Straw Hats are stunned by that because it's the first time they hear of a pirate marrying a marine. That just sounds impossible because they are enemies. But rather than angry, I think she is just worried about you guys. Aside from the fact that my sister wants to go with you, my mom is also worried about you guys. My mom said my dad became a pirate when he was very young and he almost died many times. So my mom knows well the risk of being pirates, that's why she wants to make sure that you guys are ready to face all the risks, says Leo. The Straw Hats are touched, but then Leo says, or maybe she just wants to make sure you can be good pawns to save my sister. The stronger you are, the longer it will take for enemies to kill you so my sister can run away. Their touched expressions are gone instantly because this explanation sounds more logical. They let it be though because at least now they know that they are really weak. Even Luffy is contemplating now because there is another person who can actually hurt him with just a punch like his grandpa. So the next day, Luffy challenges Belmere again and she finishes him with a punch. Luffy keeps trying though and he is alone because Usopp is too afraid, Zoro hasn't healed, and Sanji doesn't fight women. Although Usopp is actually preparing something now. Zoro heals after 2 days because the medicine is that good. But he doesn't choose to fight Belmere, he is asking Leo to fight him. As a swordsman, Zoro is very interested to fight Leo who uses an unusual style. Leo accepts it because he is also curious about Zoro's ability. He doesn't need to lend any sword though because Zoro's friends came here yesterday. Yusaku and Johnny, 2 bounty hunters, came after getting forgotten and left in Orange Town because they disappeared. They lend Zoro their swords because Zoro only has one sword now. It's the Kusanagi katana that Buggy gave him a few years ago to replace the Wado Ikimonji because Kuina didn't die. Kusanaga's rank is the same as Wado Ikimonji, so it's fair compensation. As for Leo, he doesn't have any famed sword right now even though Buggy can afford it. There are only several famous swords and not all of them are cutlass. But Buggy has prepared a pair of famed cutlasses for Leo though, he just hasn't planned on giving them to Leo because the kid wasn't ready yet. The ones that Leo wields now are still high-quality cutlasses though. They are just not famous because they are specially made for him. Buggy asked his crew's swordsmith to make them using good material, so they won't break against famed swords even though their grades are lower. Anyway, Leo accepts Zoro's challenge and now they are gathering at the training ground. The others are also there to watch the battle, including Belmere. They all want to know how strong these two are. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 411, Leo vs Zoro. Leo and Zoro choose to spar at Clown Base's training ground. The others come to watch the sparring because it will be interesting. Who do you think will win? Asks Usopp to Luffy. Don't know, but I believe in Zoro, says Luffy. Big bro Zoro will surely win. Shouts Yusaku and Johnny. Don't underestimate Leo. He might look meek, but he becomes a beast when he fights, says Nami while smirking. Belmere doesn't say anything and just grins from the side while smoking as she watches the two get ready. Leo and Zoro are standing quite far from each other. They prepare their swords and get into their battle stances. It's time to start the sparring. Without any sign, the two of them rush at each other and send their attacks. Zoro makes a cross slash while Leo makes horizontal slashes with his 2 cutlasses. They stop each other's attack in the first clash and they keep staring daggers at each other. Both of them start to make more attacks and do more clashes. They swing their swords while moving around to find their opponent's open spots that can be struck. But none of them manage to hit the other even after a while, meaning that they are rather equal. However, Zoro then realizes that Leo doesn't use his devil fruit at all. There is no flame coming out of his body or swords. He just fights using his swords, which means he doesn't go all out, and it pisses Zoro. Why aren't you using your power? Are you looking down on me? Shouts Zoro pissedly. I never looked down on my opponent. This is a way for me to show respect to you instead. This is a battle of swordsmen, so any other kind of power shouldn't be used here. That's what my dad always taught me, to only use my swords when having a swordsman battle, says Leo seriously. Zoro widens his eyes a little and grins, fine, but don't blame me if you lose. I have felt defeats many times, says Leo with a stoic face. Both of them rush at each other again and start clashing. Zoro's attacks become more aggressive, faster, and stronger. Leo starts to lose his ground, but he still tries to catch up. However, after holding on for some minutes, Leo finally loses after his swords fell because of Zoro's attack. Leo sighs and admits defeat while Zoro's swords are placed on his neck. He is still weaker than Zoro in swordsmanship and physical power. His techniques are great though, but his physique can't keep up, and he isn't a pure swordsman anyway, so it's normal for his swordsmanship to be lacking because he didn't focus on it. This defeat is similar to Buggy's defeat in his first fight against Mihawk. Even now, Buggy still can't surpass Mihawk's swordsmanship. He still won their battles a few times though, but Mihawk has more victory than him. Mihawk won't stand a chance if Buggy goes all out though. Damn man, you must have trained your arms excessively, says Leo while rubbing his wrists. But it wasn't enough. I am still very weak, says Zoro while touching his wounds. Well, you still have a long way to go to be the strongest swordsman. My dad could defeat me easily using a steak knife, and he said his swordsmanship is still weaker than the strongest swordsman, says Leo. Have your dad fought against him? Asks Zoro in surprise. Well, he said they crossed paths many times in Grand Line. They never killed each other though, so maybe their relationship is good, says Leo. Your dad must be very strong then, says Usopp. He won't be my goal if he is weak, says Leo. By the way, Leo, if this is not a swordsman battle, then can you win? Asks Sanji. Surely, says Leo confidently. Zoro smirks and asks Leo to prove it to him. So they get ready again and now Leo is activating his devil fruit. His feet are covered in flames and so are his swords. He makes the first move by shooting himself forward using the flame like a rocket. Zoro blocks Leo's vertical slashes, but then Leo kicks Zoro's stomach with his burning left foot. It flings Zoro quite hard, but Zoro holds on and keeps himself standing. He looks at Leo again, but what he sees is just a horizontal crescent flame flying toward him. Zoro doesn't know how to block that, so he jumps to the side. However, Leo chases him and sends a horizontal slash using his left sword. Zoro blocks it, with the sword before blocking Leo's other sword that comes from another side. Checkmate, says Leo calmly before a burst of flame appears around Zoro. Leo makes the burst cylinder because he doesn't want to burn Zoro. But anyone knows what will happen if Leo made the real fire burst attack. Zoro giggles and admits his defeat now. He doesn't want to get burnt in a sparring match. Luffy grins seeing that and asks, Leo, why don't you join my crew? The other Straw Hats are surprised, but they can understand Luffy's feelings. Leo then answers, I don't have the plan to sail yet. Luffy then disappointedly says, come on, it will be fun. Clap clap clap. Belmere suddenly claps and says, all right, stop that talk for now. Well done, kids. You've shown us a nice battle. So everyone, don't this excite you? Now, why don't we start our fight too? Leo, as a punishment for losing, you will be joining them from now on. I will make sure to shape you guys and make you tougher. Everyone's face darkens, including Leo who unwillingly getting dragged into this shit. Nojiko tries to get away, but Belmere decides to include her too. So now it's not just the Straw Hats who will get beaten up, but Belmere's kids too, even Johnny and Yusaku are included. For the next few days, Belmere beats the shit out of everyone. She keeps forcing them to go on even after they get beaten up and tired. There is no mercy on the battlefield, so they need to keep going even if they think they can't go on anymore. Sanji gets special treatment though because he really never fought back against Belmere. So Belmere asked Burton to handle Sanji and shaped him up. She doesn't want to let her daughter go with weaklings, so she needs to prepare every one of them. Belmere also has contacted Buggy and told him about this though. She wanted Buggy to check out their backgrounds and decided if they can be trusted. Of course, Buggy approved it because he knows who these guys are. But he couldn't say that to Belmere, so he told her their real backgrounds. Belmere was quite surprised when she heard that Luffy is Dragon's son and Zoro was Kuina's classmate. She doesn't really pay attention to Usopp being Usopp's son though because she has heard about it. As for Sanji, Buggy only told her that he was a cook in Baratai. She knows that restaurant quite well because her farming business becomes their supplier. She went there a few times in the past, so now she remembers that she has seen Sanji when he was a kid. After receiving the information from Buggy, Belmere is finally sure she can let Nami joins them. Buggy also promised her to keep observing their movements and make sure Nami is safe. As a mother, Belmere will always be worried about her children, so she does whatever she thinks can make sure her children are safe. A week after the Straw Hats visited Kokoyashi village, Belmere finally starts their final test. She needs to see if they have grown in the last week because she won't allow Nami to join them if they don't. They will need to keep growing stronger from now on, so they need to have the ability to learn in a week. They fight in turn to see everyone's progress and Belmere is quite shocked. The Straw Hats learn quite fast and they have grown quite a lot in 1 week. Even the cowardly Usopp is giving a fight and so is Nami who never liked fights. Good, with this, I can give you permission to bring Nami as your navigator, says Belmere after beating them up. The Straw Hats want to cheer, but they get beaten up really badly. They still don't have any chance against her even though they've gotten stronger. But, if I heard you make my baby girl cry even once, I will chase you and beat you into pulps. My husband will even chop you up and feed you to fish. So protect her well, you understand? Asks Belmere with an intimidating grin. They all nod furiously and realize that Belmere beat them up very bad now as a warning. She is showing that she can kill them anytime, so they shouldn't break their promises. After that, Neko comes and treats them. They will sail the next day after they heal. But their metabolisms are monstrous and they heal at night. They ask Belmere to hold a party and she agrees because she is about to let her daughter go on a long journey. So they hold a party that night and the Straw Hats are getting shocked once more. Leo is playing some music for the party using some instruments. They don't know he can play music because he has never done it in the last week. His musical skill has grown a lot in the last few years and he won't lose to great musicians all over the world. Luffy approaches him happily while Leo plays Bink's sake using a piano and asks, "Hey, Leo, you really should join my crew." Leo keeps playing without stopping and says, "Sure. I've thought about it and there's no way I can let my sister goes with a bunch of idiots. At least my mother will be less worried if I go with her." The Straw Hats smile happily and the party gets even merrier. Belmere already knew about Leo's plan, so she isn't surprised. He is correct, after all, she will be less worried with him by Nami's side. Buggy is quite excited when he hears about it because this change will make things more interesting. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 412, Logue Town. Straw Hat Pirates now have 6 members in total after Leo joined them. This makes Buggy think that maybe it happens because he took Brook to his crew. He was changing things, so he needs to be responsible, and now his kid become a replacement for the original member. Well, that's what Buggy wants to think because it sounds funny if it's true. Anyway, he doesn't have any problem if his son decides to join Straw Hat Pirates. Buggy wanted Leo to lead his own crew like him, but Leo is free to do anything he wants. Besides, if Leo wants to join a crew, then the Straw Hat Pirates will be his best choice. They surely have the craziest journey and it is led by the main character of this world. The Straw Hats might be the only crew that can guarantee Leo's growth. Well, I have made some changes, so I'm curious how things will turn out now. I thought they won't meet Nami, but it still happened, and they even got Leo. This means the chance of them meeting Robin is also high. I don't know where that girl is now, she is getting better at hiding now. Let's observe this for now, says Buggy while looking at Luffy's first bounty poster. Luffy got his first bounty poster after saving Orange Town. But none of the Straw Hats know it yet because Belmere hid it from them while they were trained. She finally gives it to them when they are about to depart. 40 million! Shouts everyone in surprise. The pirate captain he defeated has a bounty of 35 million. So it's normal for him to get a higher bounty than that guy. But it is still strange that he gets his first bounty that easily. No one in Orange Town reported him, so he shouldn't get his bounty yet. Well, this is similar to how he got his first bounty in the series after defeating Arlong. The guy that Luffy defeated has a business with a marine officer. He gave the officer some portions of his loot while the officer made sure his crew won't get into trouble. That guy's defeat ended all their business and now the officer won't get more money. Jimmy and Burton, who took care of the aftermath in Orange Town, didn't send the defeated pirates to Marine, after all. They were sent to a mine owned by the Caribbean as work forces. The officer can't do anything about it because the Caribbean is a strong organization. So he decided to blame Straw Hat Pirates and it ended up with Luffy getting a bounty. His bounty picture is quite different from his first bounty picture in the series. In his current bounty picture, Luffy is picking his nose with his pinky finger while looking at the camera. Usopp's back head still appears though, and Sanji actually got his right foot captured by the camera when he kicked someone. Both of them are cheering and tease Zoro about it because he doesn't appear. They get into a brawl which only hurt Usopp while Luffy is still looking at his first bounty happily. Leo sighs and shakes his head while thinking if he made the right choice. Nami ignores them because she is having a teary parting with Belmere and Nojiko. The Straw Hat Pirates are finally ready to depart and they don't waste time. Leo and Nami keep waving to everyone on the port as the ship sails away. They will go for a quite long time on a dangerous journey, so they need to bid their farewell correctly. After a while, the ship finally gets far enough, so the island isn't visible anymore. Leo and Nami go to the main deck, which looks very full now. There are some orange trees, musical instruments, boxes filled with food, and some more things. Our ship becomes too small all of a sudden, says Zoro. This is always a small ship, you know, and it doesn't look tough, says Leo while tapping the railing. Don't underestimate Mary, damn it! Shouts Usopp. I'm just stating a fact. My dad's ship didn't even dent when a cannonball hit it, says Leo. Now Usopp is surprised. Are you sure it was a real cannonball? Yeah, I've seen it explode, after all, and that ship didn't even get a scratch, says Leo. Grand Line Pirates ships must be amazing, hey? Well, you shouldn't compare Mary to that kind of ship, says Usopp. Yeah, my standard may be too high, but this ship still looks ugly, says Leo while smirking. Usopp gets very pissed and chases Leo, who runs away while laughing. Nami sweat drops seeing it because her brother hasn't changed one bit. Leo likes to tease others and makes them angry. The angrier they get, the happier he is. Sigh, he won't be bored in this crew, says Nami while looking at the others. These idiots will just be easy targets for Leo's games. He didn't tease them at all when they were home because he was afraid of his mom. She would beat him up if he played around too much, but now, no one can stop him, even Nami. The Straw Hats arrive in Logue Town after a few hours. They spread to do whatever they like and prepare to enter Grand Line. Nami tells Leo to follow her because she needs a carrier. He can't refuse because he knows how ruthless his sister is. It has been a long time since I come here, says Leo while looking around. This place doesn't change that much. The only thing that can be called a change is their new marine captain. I heard he is stricter than the previous ones, and since he gets stationed here, the rate of pirates entering Grand Line has gone down, says Nami. Then he will surely try to stop us, says Leo. Obviously, but we need to come here because other than the captain's order, we need to get a few things here, says Nami. Log pose? Asks Leo. That's one of them. Jude-san has told me that only log pose works on Grand Line. It is only available in Log Town, so we need to buy them here, says Nami. You don't need a carrier just to buy a log pose, aren't you? Asks Leo. But I won't just buy a log pose. A woman needs many things to have. No one knows how long we will stay on the sea before we reach the first island in Grand Line. So I need to prepare thoroughly, and so are you, says Nami. Makes sense, says Leo. Alright, now, do you need money? Big sister can lend you some with a mere interest of 100%. It's a family discount, says Nami. No, thanks, I have money, says Leo immediately. He just saw how ruthless Nami is with money because she lent money to Zoro with 300% interest. He still borrowed it because he didn't have money to buy new swords. But Leo has money that he has saved, so he is safe. They go around to buy the log pose, some mapping equipment, clothes, daily needs, etc. Their shopping list will be longer if Belmere didn't fill their ship with the important stuff. They didn't even have enough medicine before, showing how bad their preparation was. When they are returning after buying everything they need, both of them meet with Usopp near a big crowd. They check it and see that there is a cooking competition. Sanji actually participated in it, and he tells them he only wants the grand prize, which is a rare fish. Now they get excited and cheer Sanji to win because they also want to taste the fish. He wins easily with his skills, so now the fish is theirs. They return to the ship and the poor Usopp needs to carry the fish's heavy front side. Seems like a storm will appear, let's hurry up, we need to leave before it gets too big, says Nami. But even after they finish preparing the ship, Luffy and Seo still haven't returned. Leo decides to find them and takes a small Denden mushi they've just bought. Nami will contact him if they have returned while he searches. Leo generates fire from his feet and palms to shoot himself forward. He can fly for a rather long distance. But he can't keep flying yet, so he shoots himself forward every once in a while. He needs to improve his mastery if he wants to fly like a rocket. Leo finds them after a while, but he can only see Zoro's and Sanji's shadows after they get flung by Luffy toward the port. The only thing Leo can do now is hoping they won't die. He's confused why Luffy needs to do that, but he finds the reason soon. They were chased by this town's marine captain, Smoker. He is a devil fruit user, Logia type, smoke fruit. Of course, the three of them couldn't do anything to him. They can't even touch him, so none of their attacks work. Luffy tries to escape too, but Smoker has caught up. Smoker overwhelms Luffy immediately because of his ability and his weapon, a sea stone stick. He pins Luffy down and tries to strike, but then a rather big fire burst hits his body. Smoker actually gets pushed back, but he still looks fine. He looks at Leo, who made that fire attack using his palm. Leo ignores him and picks Luffy before jumping forward very fast using his rocket technique. Smoker tries to chase them, but then a hand catches his shoulder and stops him. He looks back and gets surprised to see the one who stops him. Dragon appears there to stop Smoker from chasing the Straw Hats. "You, what are you doing here?" asks Smoker. "You don't need to know, just know that you shouldn't stop them," says Dragon as the lightning strikes. Leo and Luffy arrive on the ship and they sail immediately after making sure that Zoro and Sanji are alive. They go as fast as they can to avoid the storm, which can be dangerous. Dragon is now looking at them from a rooftop. He smirks and says, "He is that clown's son, hey? What an interesting thing to happen. Luffy, you will find your greatest rival in your own crew. That new friend of yours has terrifying blood running in his veins. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 413, the real start. After leaving Logue Town, the Straw Hats go to Reverse Mountain immediately. But before they arrive, they do a kind of ceremony by saying their dreams or goals out loud. It is just to set their goals and their reasons to enter Grand Line. I will be the Pirate King. The strongest swordsman. Finding all blue. Creating world map. Defeating my dad. To be a brave warrior of the sea. They say their goals while slamming their feet onto a barrel. Then they break the barrel to finish the unknown ritual. Why should we break the barrel? It can still be used to store water, says Leo. To show our conviction, right, Luffy? Says Usopp. Nah, it just looks cool, says Luffy. Leo's sweat drops at that answer, but he doesn't mind it because it's not that important now. The scene in front of them is more important. They finally arrive in front of the Reverse Mountain, the place where the sea is rising to the sky. The crew is in awe at the sight of water climbing a very tall wall at a very high speed. But their amazement doesn't last long because now they need to enter the stream. They need to avoid crashing into the wall and it won't be easy although their ship is small. Nami directs them where to move and eventually they can enter it safely. Now they can't control their ship anymore and can only follow the stream. They keep going up the Reverse Mountain until they reach the peak. The sight on the peak is amazing, yet they can't enjoy it for a long time because gravity is pulling them down. They fall and the ship goes down the Reverse Mountain even faster than when they climbed. So they hold onto the ship because they don't want to fall. They finally reach the bottom and the sea gets calm again. There is no whale wall like how it was in the series because Laboon isn't there anymore. Laboon is staying in the sea around Clownland because Brook is there now and the whale is happy by Clownland's merriness. Instead of Laboon, the Straw Hats see some dolphins swimming around the coast. An old man with a flower head is checking one of the dolphins on the shore. He is injecting something into the dolphin before releasing it and then the dolphins leave after jumping around happily. Crocus finally sees the Straw Hats and he stares at them menacingly, making them nervous. But then he sighs and just turns around to leave. He doesn't say anything, but the Straw Hats feel offended for some reason. "What's with that old man?" asks Sanji pissly. "I don't know, but he looks disappointed for whatever the reason is," says Usopp. "Well, let's just go there and ask some questions," says Luffy. They go ashore and get down from the ship to ask Crocus a few things about Grand Line. Crocus is already sitting on his beach chair while reading a newspaper. Excuse me," says Usopp. "Toilet is there," says Crocus while pointing at a small hut without looking at Usopp. "Yuh, I don't ask for a toilet," says Usopp confusedly. My name is Crocus, 71Y.O, my birthday is June 4th, my blood type is XF, and I'm 203 cm, says Crocus, making them even speechless. Usopp tries to ask again, but Zoro stops him to ask himself. But before Zoro can even say anything, Crocus says, "You wanna ask about this place? This is Twin Cape, the gate to Grand Line. It's the place that everyone from Four Blues reaches first when they enter Grand Line. They come happily not knowing the horror of this place that is often called as pirates' graves." The Straw Hats are speechless again, but they don't protest because it's a piece of quite nice information. It's just that they want to ask something else, but the old man kept interrupting. Even with the nice info, they are still pissed by this old man. Sanji then takes over. "All right, listen old man. Crocus," says Crocus, reminding them of his name. Sanji then pissedly comply, "All right, old man Crocus. We are just going to ask. He hasn't finished, but Crocus suddenly falls asleep and even snores. "Oi, let's just beat him up," says Sanji pissedly. "Stop, someone will die," says Crocus who wakes up all of a sudden. "Oh ho? And who is it?" asks Sanji. "Me," says Crocus, making the boys really frustrated. "Where's the closest island in Grand Line?" asks Leo so suddenly. The other boys are surprised he can actually ask the question. Well, he just takes the moment of chaos to ask, and Crocus doesn't have time to interrupt him. Well, even I'm not sure. The closest island for every crew is different, explains Crocus, which doesn't make any sense to them. Can you elaborate? Asks Nami curiously. Sigh, it seems I need to teach some rookies again, says Crocus before taking a rolled paper and putting it on the wall. The paper has some lines and dots that the Straw Hats don't understand. Alright, listen, this is how things work on Grand Line. You can't navigate here using the normal compass, you need this compass called log pose. I sell it for 100,000 belly, says Crocus while taking out a log pose. We already have it and I bought it for 10,000 belly, says Nami while smirking. TCH, they are one step ahead. Fine, so this log pose, you just need to follow where its needle point it, says Crocus before he explains more things about navigating in Grand Line. Then after he finishes, he charges them some money, but Nami refuses. So he asks for food and drinks instead. The crew also needs to eat anyway, so they eat together with Crocus while talking about Grand Line. Crocus has done this many times since Laboon left Twin Cape. Buggy told him to play this guide NPC game because many rookies don't know anything about Grand Line. Crocus can have fun while getting some money with this. The Straw Hats' attitude makes Crocus becomes fond of them easily. They remind him of some people he knows, so he starts telling them more things. He doesn't tell them anything unusual, just some important thing about Grand Line. Do you know that Grand Line is divided into two parts? This is the first part and it's called Paradise because even though it's already very dangerous here, this place is considered as paradise compared to the second part of Grand Line, New World, says Crocus. The Straw Hats are surprised to know that the Grand Line has two parts and the second part is much more dangerous than the already dangerous first part. They don't know how dangerous it will be because they've just arrived. But they've met those who failed in Grand Line, so they can imagine it a little. New World is a whole different level than Paradise. Many crews that succeeded in Grand Line failed in New World. New World is also called the Sea of Emperors because there are giant crews that rule many islands and dominate New World. You said you want to be the Pirate King, right? They will be your greatest competitors. Though not all of them are interested in finding One Piece, says Crocus. How strong are they? Asks Leo curiously. Each one of the emperors is said to have the ability to destroy an island alone. The marine also has individuals at that level, the admirals. You need to be careful of those people, especially the admirals when you are still in Paradise because the marine HQ is located here, says Crocus. The Straw Hats are surprised to hear how powerful the emperors and admirals are. But they can only imagine how powerful one needs to be to destroy an island alone. How about Hawkeye, the strongest swordsman? Asks Zoro. Him? He should be able to do the same because he has fought against two of the emperors many times and the result is a draw most of the time. Although I don't know if they fight using full power or just competing in swordsmanship, says Crocus. Old man, have you ever heard of a pirate named Buggy? Asks Leo. What's with him? Asks Crocus with a rather surprised tone. He's our father, says Leo while pointing at Nami. Crocus is even more surprised now, but then he remembers that Buggy once mentioned that he has kids. He also told Crocus that one day his kids may enter Grand Line. Now Crocus finally meets the kids that Buggy mentioned. Yet, he is quite famous. You will find out about him as you go further. I don't know much about him though, says Crocus. He lies a bit because Buggy has told him to keep his real identity a secret from his kids if they come. Buggy has hidden a lot of things from his kids and only Belmere knows that he is an emperor of the sea. He wanted it to be a surprise for when they come to Grand Line. Zoro seems confused now because he feels like he has heard that name before. But he can't remember it, so he stops thinking about it. He will be surprised when he knows that Buggy is the man who took Kuina as a disciple. Speaking of Kuina, she has left her village a few years ago to go on a journey. Buggy has told her that she won't grow if she kept staying in one place. She went to explore East Blue, but even Zoro, who also went around as a bounty hunter, never heard of her. Well, she actually went to another sea after exploring East Blue. She was always amazed by Buggy's stories when he explored the seas. So she wanted to see those seas for herself while also improving herself by challenging swordsmen. Her goal is still the same though, to be the strongest swordsman. Sooner or later, she will cross paths with Zoro, who has the same goal. But that won't happen soon because they are still early in their journeys. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 414, Grand Line begins. The Straw Hats bid farewell to Crocus and leave after having a good talk. Crocus watches as they leave and he looks quite interested in the rookies. After all, Buggy's kids are among them, their captain reminds him of Roger, and the others are also interesting. Knowing Buggy, he should have known his kids have entered Grand Line by now. I can't wait to see what will happen from now on. Surpassing his father? That might be an even harder dream than becoming a pirate king. Young Leo, you will find out soon that your father has the ability to conquer this world if he wants, says Crocus while smiling. Crocus befriended both Buggy and Roger, so he knows them quite well. Roger is the most charismatic man he has ever met. But Buggy gives off a more dangerous feeling than even the Pirate King, Whitebeard, or Garp. It's not just Crocus who thinks like that though. Even Whitebeard, who has fought against Buggy, and Rayleigh, who were close to Roger, admits that Buggy feels more dangerous than Roger. The current Buggy can't even be compared to when he was defeating Whitebeard. He is much stronger now and he hasn't even reached his prime age yet because he is still 37 now. That is Buggy's scariest aspect, he still can grow. Those who know it are afraid to even know how powerful he will be once he reaches his prime age. That's why the world government and Marine are very careful to do something about Buggy. They are very lucky that Buggy is only interested in exploring the world and not conquering it like Rox. He may be even more dangerous than Rox D. Zebek. But they are still preparing countermeasures in case they need to face Buggy. They are still enemies, after all, so the chance of them clashing is quite high. The world government doesn't want to face him unless they're sure of their win, so they never attacked Buggy and his people. However, Buggy knows they won't stay silent all the time. They must have prepared something for him and the other emperors. At the very least, he knows they are making pacifist right now, and they will keep improving it. With Vegapunk behind that project, they will reach their goals soon. Well, Buggy and his crew aren't staying still either. They are preparing a few things too these years to prepare for anything that might happen in the future. Buggy doesn't want to just rely on their power, he wants to have many cards to use. Back to the Straw Hats, they have gone quite far from Twin Cape. They are very excited to explore Grand Line, but they are just about to experience why it is called the most dangerous sea. These rookies will face Grand Line's most famous trait, its weather. Nami suddenly senses the air changing and right after that, the nice weather turns into a storm. They immediately work to face the storm because this storm is even more powerful than any storm in East Blue. The strong waves are rocking their ship and they feel like it will flip if they stop controlling it. The storm lasts for hours and when they think they can relax, a blizzard suddenly happens. They are working again for hours before the weather calms down. Luckily, they don't meet another dangerous weather until they reach the first island. Now they feel very relieved because they aren't ready for another dangerous weather. They are very tired and want to rest for a while. Just like in the series, the first island they visit is Whiskey Peak. They get welcomed with a celebration by the people. It always happens on Whiskey Peak because this is their best strategy to make the rookies drop their vigilance. Then just like how it was in the series 2, the Straw Hats are fooled by this. Well, only Luffy and Usopp get fooled actually because the others could feel that this is too strange. Their suspicions are proved at night when the bounty hunters start their real plan. Zoro is the first one who confronts them and he fights against the bounty hunters alone. Sanji wants to fight too, but Leo stops him and tells him to gather food instead because they are low on supply. As for Leo, he watches Zoro facing the bounty hunters from a rooftop. Big sis must have looting this place now. I don't have anything to do, so let's make this merrier, says Leo while taking out a harmonica. He starts to play a tense song as the battle's background music using his harmonica. Zoro's sweat drops when he hears it, but he keeps fighting. He wants to shout at Leo to help him, but he also wants to fight alone, so he ignores Leo. Of course, the bounty hunters also hear his song, so some of them are trying to attack him. But they can't reach him because he made a fire field around him. There is still a way though, that is using guns. The bounty hunters start shooting Leo using their guns. But their bullets just pass through his fire body without affecting him at all. Although he is annoyed that they are disturbing his performance, he doesn't stop. Leo keeps playing the tense background music until Zoro finishes all the bounty hunters. Now, Zoro can finally shout angrily at Leo for playing around while he fights. But Leo ignores him and starts playing sad music to mourn the dead bounty hunters. Zoro just sighs defeatedly because he can't do anything more. But then his annoyance turns to Luffy who has woken up and thinks that he is beating the nice people. They are debating and start fighting each other. Leo who sees the funny situation plays another background music. But then Zoro and Luffy are stopped by Nami's pissed punches. She also yells at Leo and tells him to stop, so now he stops because he knows how scary his sister can be when she is angry. Their misunderstanding gets resolved fast and then Sanji finally comes out with a lot of gathered supplies. He also brings Usopp by pulling his nose because the long nose is still sleeping. They sigh and decide to go back to their ship to resume their journey. But then they see two people are coming toward them. A man with curly black hair and a blonde woman are approaching them. The Straw Hats know they must be these bounty hunters' comrades. Mr. 5, it seems they are the ones who did this, says the woman. Of course, they are the only ones here. Step back, Ms. Valentine, I will handle this fast, says Mr. 5. Mr. 5 suddenly picks his nose and takes out a piece of his booger. Then he suddenly flicks it toward the Straw Hats who immediately jump away because they don't want to touch a booger. But they get very surprised when the booger actually explodes. What the heck? He takes booger bombing to another level, says Leo with widened eyes. Mr. 5 then starts shooting more boogers at them, making them run away to avoid the boogers. Damn, just how much booger he has in his nose, says Leo with a disgusted expression. Leo suddenly sees his sister being chased by Ms. Valentine who floats in the air. Sanji is trying to save Nami, but nothing will happen because he won't fight a woman. So Leo takes the matter into his own hands and grabs Luffy who is preparing a punch for Mr. 5. He grabs Luffy's shoulder and throws him toward Nami. Luffy hits Nami, making her fall forward, but she can evade Ms. Valentine. The woman who has increased her weight a lot falls on Luffy instead, but he doesn't feel anything because of his rubber body. Oi Leo, what are you doing? Shouts Luffy angrily. Leo claps and says, wow, you are very nice, Captain. You actually helped your crew member even if you need to sacrifice yourself. I'm so touched. After saying that false compliment, Leo runs toward Mr. 5 because he also wants to get into action. He evades some booger bombs and finally reaches Mr. 5. Then Leo sends a punch at Mr. 5 instead of using his cutlasses. A punch is more satisfying for beating people, after all. Mr. 5 catches his punch and smirks before making an explosion with his hand. A big explosion happens on Leo's fist and it surprises the Straw Hats. They call Leo panicky, but then they hear a cough and an irritated voice. "Damn, there's too much smoke," says Leo as the smoke disappears. Leo doesn't get injured one bit and he just looks annoyed. The explosion couldn't damage his fire body, after all. So he is fine and only got annoyed by the explosion. Leo smirks and says, "It's my turn, right? Fire fist." Leo sends a punch using another hand and this punch generates fire. A fist-shaped fire is shot from his punch and hits Mr. Five. It engulfs Mr. Five's body and even the building behind him. Leo's fire fist is still not at the scale of Ace's fire fist, but it is strong enough to defeat Mr. Five instantly and destroy the building behind. It's still not enough, ponders Leo while looking at his fist. Leo knows this power is still too weak to even tickle his dad in a fight. He still has a long way to go. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 415, Different. Currently, the Straw Hat Pirates are preparing to sail to the next island. Their log pose has been set, so they can go to the next island already. There's nothing here worth waiting and they've looted this place to fill their supply and pockets. But before they leave, they suddenly hear some clanking sound, and they see a big rat and a bird. The rat then gets on the bird and gets away, making the Straw Hats confused. They ignore those things and resume their preparations. Then they sail after everything is ready. They leave Whiskey Peak and go to the next island following the log pose. Now, they are more ready to face the extreme weather, so they don't find too many problems on their way to the next island. It's still very difficult though because they don't have enough experience yet. The next island they visit is obviously Little Garden because it's already set in their route. They have the same reactions just like in the series when they find out about this island's nature. Giant prehistoric animals are great things to see, after all. This is also the moment they realize just how different and unique Grand Line really is. They have more realizations when they find Buggy and Dory who are still dueling to this day. The two giants never stopped because they haven't found a winner yet. But Buggy and Dory seem to be more chill in their duel now. They don't do it as often as before and they take their time to eat together every day. Since they do this, they find themselves improving faster than before, so they keep doing this because they want to get stronger than their rivals and win their duel. They started doing this since Clown Pirate's last visit a few years ago. Magnus is Dory's brother, so he wanted to visit Dory after some years. Of course, Dory and Buggy were very surprised by Magnus' current strength, and obviously, they asked him how he got it. He told them to not just fight every few minutes because it actually makes them stuck. They need time to rest and train themselves to improve their skills alone. Also, they need to have fun even though it's just the two of them there, so they often eat together. "So it's just the two of you here?" asks Leo while the Straw Hats are eating together with the two giants. "Well, not now, there are you guys, Gaba Baba," says Buggy. "Gya, don't take it seriously kids, we are just joking." "But seriously, it's not just the two of us for the last few months I think. We have 2 friends who aren't here currently. I don't know where they are now, but they'll return later," says Dory. "Are they giants?" asks Usopp excitedly. "No, they are human children like you," says Buggy. "What? There are children here?" asks Luffy. "Yeah, they are very small like you." "Ah, there they are," says Dory while looking behind the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats look back and don't see any children at all. They only see an older teenage girl and an adult woman. There are no children at all here, so they look back at the giants confusedly while Sanji starts simping. The giants are also confused when they ask where the children are, so the 2 women answer it. "Sorry for the misunderstanding here. Please understand that for them, every one of us here is still a child. Not only we are much smaller, but we are also much younger than them, says the older woman without minding Sanji. The younger woman seems terrified by Sanji though. Luckily, Nami rescues them by knocking Sanji out using her staff. She apologizes and asks the two women for their names. The younger one answers, I am Vivi, she is Robin. The women are actually Nefertari Vivi and Nico Robin. They are a strange duo considering their relationship in the series. But these Straw Hat Pirates don't know that, so they just nod and introduce their names. Excuse me, but have you ever heard of me? Asks Robin. No? Are you a celebrity? Asks Usopp. That's good then, says Robin before walking toward a cave behind Dory with Vivi. The Straw Hats sweat drop because Robin ends their conversation just like that. They try to peek, but Robin closes the door that was made crudely. Both women come out after minutes with new clothes. They look cleaner because they've washed themselves too. So, why are you here? Asks Robin to the Straw Hats. We are just following the log pose. Is it wrong? Asks Nami. No, but your luck is very bad. It takes a year for the log pose to set on this island, says Robin while smiling thinly. Now the Straw Hats get very shocked because they don't know it. They forgot to ask the giants about it before, so they don't realize it. Their expressions become very bad instantly, making Vivi laughs because their expressions are too funny. But suddenly, Robin becomes serious and stands up while looking to the right. So Vivi asks her, what's wrong, Robin-san? They are here, Crocodile's men, says Robin, surprising Vivi. Who? Asks Sanji. Arino.cm. The group of people who chases us for a reason. We came to this island to hide from them and they haven't found us since we arrived here. Are you guys working for them? Asks Robin suspiciously. She has been suspicious of the Straw Hat Pirates since the start. So she wanted to find information about them, but Crocodile's men come too fast. We don't work for anyone, we have just entered Grand Line instead. Besides, how do you know it's them? I won't ask how you find them, but are you sure those people are here for you? After all, we've beaten up many people in Whiskey Peak, so they might come here for us, says Leo. Whiskey Peak? Shouts Vivi in surprise. Yeah, what about it? Asks Leo with a surprised tone because of Vivi's shout. That's the place where many of Crocodile's men are placed as bounty hunters. How many did you beat? Asks Robin. All of them? They are weak, says Zoro. Vivi is surprised, but Robin is thinking deeply about something. The Robin suddenly says, then they must have come here because of you. They followed your trace here and that puts us in danger. You need to take responsibility. What do you mean responsibility? Asks Usopp. What else? You need to shoo them off, says Vivi. Oh, I thought you want us to sacrifice ourselves, says Usopp in relief. That's the same thing, you will die if you lose, so you are sacrifices, says Robin with a stoic face, making it sound scarier. How many enemies? Asks Zoro. Robin closes her eyes for a moment and says, 4 main agents and 32 underlings. 4, hey? Then the 4 of you are enough, right? Good luck, says Usopp while giving a thumbs up at Luffy, Leo, Zoro, and Sanji. You also need to come. Those 32 can't beat their own selves, says Zoro. You can just take them all, says Nami. Sanji agrees easily, but the other 3 are giving her stink eyes before they sigh and leave. There's no point arguing with Nami and they were prepared to fight from the beginning anyway. So they go to fight and finish this fast so that they can see the battle of giants that will start soon. They are paired as a man and a woman in each team, right? Then Mr. Prince shouldn't fight the women or he will lose right away, says Leo while pointing at Sanji. Yeah, I know what you mean, says Zoro while looking at Sanji like filth. Sanji doesn't like the look on Zoro's face, so he gets into a brawl with Zoro, just Zoro even though Leo also contributed. The two of them are always bickering like this, so Leo and Luffy ignore them. They just keep walking toward the place that Robin pointed at. Luckily, because Zoro keeps arguing with Sanji, he doesn't get lost on the way. Although they still have a hard time finding the correct direction because none of them can navigate even in a small area like this island. They still find their targets after working hard though. To their surprise, there are two people they know among the enemies. Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine are among the four, while the other two are new faces. There is a strange guy with three-shaped hair and a little girl. Are they on a family picnic? Asks Leo. This is an unusual place for a picnic, says Sanji while smoking. Stop blabbering, let's just beat them up, says Zoro. Sanji, just take care of those underpaid underlings. Leave these four to us, you will just hinder us otherwise, says Leo while shooing Sanji using his hand. Luffy agrees with Leo's suggestion, so Sanji doesn't have any choice now, it's a captain's order. They get ready for a fight, but they have some small talks first because the enemies want to introduce themselves and tell the Straw Hats their goals like idiots. You're done? Then let's start this, says Leo while unsheathing his cutlasses. Don't lose, says Luffy. Back at you, says Zoro while they all get ready to fight. The Straw Hat Pirates' business with this organization has just begun. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 416, A Shy Guy. A battle finally breaks on Little Garden and it's not the usual duel between the giants. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Leo are facing Baroque Works agents. They've just heard the organization's name from Robin before. Sanji rushes to attack the minions, but Mr. Five tries to stop him using a pistol that uses his breath as a bullet. Sanji jumps to avoid the bullet even though it's invisible. He jumps because of his reflex to avoid the bullet, and luckily he does it because the air bullet explodes when it hits a tree. Mr. Five clicks his tongue and tries to shoot Sanji again, but Leo suddenly sends a fire blade at him. He jumps to avoid it before he shoots the next air bullet at Leo. Leo's fire body should help him from getting damaged by an explosion, but Leo still raises his cutlasses to block. The exploding air bullet hits his cutlasses and explodes, pushing him back a little. Leo doesn't want to rely on his intangible fire Logia body too much. That's why he blocked that exploding air bullet that won't hurt him. He could also evade, but he chose to block that because it would sharpen his senses more. Blocking a visible bullet is still quite hard for the current him, not to mention an invisible one. It needs great instinct and sense, which was his main reason to block that. Leo grins happily because he could block an invisible bullet. The explosion doesn't hurt him even though the impact hurts his hands that hold the sword a little. He thinks about it and realizes his physical power is still not enough, so he needs to train harder. Phew, thanks, dude. Just one attack from you has made me realize what I need to do, says Leo while grinning. Oh yeah? Asks Mr. Five before looking up. Leo looks up too and sees Ms. Valentine falling from the sky toward him. He widens his eyes before his face turns red and he looks away. Both Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine are surprised by his reaction, but they continue their plan. Ms. Valentine falls on Leo's body who doesn't even move. But he is a fire Logia, so his body turns into a fire when he gets crushed. He reforms his body near his initial location and he coughs shyly while avoiding eye contact with Ms. Valentine. Sanji who saw him asks, "Oi, Leo, what happened?" Sanji asks while beating up the minions. Well, cough her panties were visible, says Leo with an embarrassed tone. Everyone stops whatever they are doing right now, including Zoro who fights the little girl Ms. Golden Week, and Luffy who fights Mr. 3. They all look at Leo at the same time and ask, "Huh? Oh ho, that's unexpected," says Mr. 5. "What the hell, Leo? I never thought you are a shy person," says Zoro. But that's normal. A man shouldn't see a woman's panties, that's inappropriate," says Leo with a red face. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are in disbelief because Nami always uses short skirts, so her panties was visible many times. Belmere and Nojiko also never seem to care about clothes and sometimes their bras are sticking out. But Leo never said anything. "Your sister is like that, you know," says Zoro. "So?" asks Leo while tilting his head, genuinely confused. "She wears more embarrassing clothes than this woman and her panties were visible most of the time," says Zoro. "I know, but she is my sister, so it's fine. We've taken baths together when we were kids, you know," says Leo as if it's normal. His red face disappears and turns into confusion instead. The others can't understand his logic, but they understand that he is bad at this kind of thing. So Ms. Valentine pulls her shirt collar down a little to show her valley, which obviously makes Leo looks away. She giggles and keeps attacking Leo with her sexy attacks, which makes Leo very embarrassed. Mr. 5 is waiting while preparing his attack to be used at the right time. He thinks that maybe Leo's intangible body will disappear when Leo's emotion is unstable. But suddenly Leo gets angry because Ms. Valentine keeps teasing him. "Enough, woman! Don't push it too far!" shouts Leo as he slaps the shit out of Ms. Valentine. He intended to punch her stomach because people said that a face is a woman's treasure. But then he remembered his mom's lecture to never hit a woman's stomach even in a deadly battle. Hitting their faces is better because if he hits their stomach, they might lose their ability to have a child. An injury on the face can be healed, and being pirates or marines mean they are ready to get some scars on their faces. But losing the ability to get pregnant is a nightmare for most women. Buggy didn't care about it in the past, but he now avoids hitting a woman's stomach too. A man's balls are different though. It's not because he is discriminative, but most of the men he fights are scumbags who don't need to pass their genetics. His enemies are criminals and justice enforcers who live in a dark world, after all. Anyway, back to Leo's fight, he slaps Ms. Valentine's left cheek. She gets a lot of damage, but his right palm gets very hurt because she is very heavy. When he slapped her, Valentine has increased her weight to 1,000 kilograms, or a ton reflexively because Leo shouted at her. Leo's slap still gave her a lot of damage and it gave her a big bruise. Her cheek also swells, but luckily she doesn't lose any teeth. She looks at Leo angrily, but Leo ignores her and just keeps looking at Mr. 5. He doesn't want to lose focus, so he runs toward Mr. 5 who looks worried now. Leo didn't fall into their trap and recovered too fast. Now, his bombing ability won't work on Leo, but he won't get down that easily. Mr. 5 shoots Leo with his air pistol a few times, but Leo blocks them or avoids them. None of the exploding air bullets hit his body, and even if they are, they won't damage him. So Mr. 5 throws his pistol and rolls his sleeves. Leo and 5 finally get very close and they start their close combat. 5 uses his fists that explode every time he punches. The explosions push Leo's cutlasses back, saving 5 from getting cut by the sharp weapons. It amazes Leo, who didn't think it was possible to do. So he keeps attacking and slowly covers his cutlasses with fire. He still can't damage 5's fists that much because the explosion's impacts push his fire and blades away. But Leo is very calm and he just analyzes his battle. "I can win this easily, but I want to test my current power against someone from Grand Line. Now I know that my raw power is still low for Grand Line standards. Although my techniques are not that bad, at least against someone at this level." After realizing his current level, Leo gets more serious. He keeps attacking 5 head-ons, but he uses more power both on his body and fire ability. Leo slowly pushes 5 back, and after forcing himself to get stronger for a while, Leo finally overpowers Five's explosions and damages Five's fists. Five's hands are bleeding and burning, so he can't continue the fight with his fists. He tries to escape, but Leo doesn't let him go and chases him. Valentine tries to stop Leo by slamming onto him and increasing her weight. But when she's about to slam onto him, Leo spins and evades her. He turns around on her left and grabs the back of her head. Then without any hesitation, Leo slams her face onto the ground very strongly. The impact is great because she is very heavy and Leo's slam is powerful. She gets knocked out, so Leo leaves her immediately and chases Five. He boosts his running speed by shooting fire on his feet, making him run very fast and he looks like he is sliding instead of running. Leo reaches Five in a short time and instead of his blades, Leo uses his right fist. His fist is coated with fire and he shoots fire at his elbow to make his punch stronger and faster. Five turns around to defend by crossing his hands and Leo punches his crossed hands. Leo's punch is very powerful, it sends Five flying fast and crashes into a big tree that breaks instantly. Five coughs his blood and gets knocked out instantly. Leo could defeat them if he was serious from the start, but he chose to play around first. He wanted to know his limits and surpass those. In that aspect, he is very similar to his father. Leo looks at his right hand and says, "I need to train my physique and swordsmanship more. This is too weak to even scratch my dad's clothes. Tisk, I just don't know how powerful that old man is. I never saw him produce even a single drop of sweat when he trained for a full day." After releasing a long sigh, Leo grabs Five's right foot and drags him back to where they were. He throws Five beside the unconscious Valentine before looking at his crewmates. They've also defeated their opponents. It's easy for the current them who have been trained by Belmere for a week. "Well, let's send them away," says Leo. The Straw Hats take the defeated enemies to the enemy's ship. It's not too difficult because the little girl, Golden Week, is showing them the way. Zoro didn't hurt her a lot and only knocks her head a little after being played around by her emotional paints. She gave up easily after her comrades got defeated and now she shows them the way. When they arrive, they see Nami and Usopp are looting the enemy's ship while Robin and Vivi just watch. The ship doesn't have many things, but they still found some good items. Fa weeb no m. Anyway, they send the enemies away from the island and return to the giant's place. On their way there, Robin suddenly says, "Hey, I have a proposal that will help all of us." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 417, Clown's Update. "Where are the kids now?" asks Buggy to Della. "We have lost sight of them after they defeated the Baroque Works agents. Our deal with the giants to not place our men on Little Garden causes this to happen," says Della annoyedly. "Hey, that was Magnus' request, so we shouldn't do it. Besides, we can predict their movements, right?" asks Buggy. Sigh, yes. Considering Robin's personality, she would make a deal with them although she doesn't fully trust them yet. She knows what can make them accept the deal, after all. She has some eternal poses to be used as bargaining chips, while the Straw Hat Pirates only have a log pose that still needs a year to be charged. We heard from our insiders at Baroque Works that their attacker group lost their eternal poses. Knowing Robin, she would have taken those before the Straw Hat Pirates found those. We predict they are on their way to Alabasta now because there is something that Robin needs there, says Della. The Clown Pirates have kept track of Robin since she left Gaban's protection a few years ago. She is currently aiming for Alabastus Poneglyph, but different from the original story, she doesn't join Crocodile. The current her has more confidence in herself and Gaban taught her to not join anyone who will backstab her. Robin is strong enough to save herself even from warlords. So there is no reason for her to join Crocodile because it will just give her problems. That's why she chose to find the Poneglyph herself, but Crocodile found her plan out. Although Robin is strong, she is still helpless against Crocodile's Sand Logia body. She hasn't learned armament haki from Gaban because she mostly learned about the history and rarely wanted to learn fighting skills. Although she managed to learn observation haki a little just to sense danger. She knew she couldn't defeat Crocodile, so she ran away. Crocodile was stopping her from finding the Poneglyph, so she needed to take care of him. She couldn't do it alone, so she tried to make the country of Alabasta her ally. But they couldn't believe her because of her bad reputation as a person wanted by world government. She couldn't persuade them until she found a big chance. Vivi was attacked by Crocodile's men and she was in danger, so Robin helped her. They were chased by Baroque Works agents, so they escaped until they leave Alabasta and arrived at Little Garden. Robin knew it is a rather safe place and there was no human there. Also, it's a good place to talk and negotiate with Vivi about the Poneglyph. Finally she used that brain of hers properly. Although maybe one of the reasons she doesn't even consider joining hands with Crocodile is because of us. She could just ask for our help, but she didn't. If she joined Crocodile, it implied that she trusted Crocodile more than us. Offending a warlord or an emperor, it was an easy choice, says Buggy while grinning. Aren't you exaggerating? She could have rejected Crocodile because she didn't need his help and didn't fear him, says Jude who listens from the side. Robin is still too rational to do something based on her feeling. We know for sure that she didn't join Crocodile because there were more problems than benefits for her if she did that. Whatever her reason was, we just need to know that right now she is on her way to Alabasta with the Straw Hats and Vivi. She won't just plan to go back, she's gonna make the Straw Hats face Baroque Works. If they succeed, they will be Alabasta's heroes, and she will have an access to the Poneglyph, says Enel while lying on a couch. The others are looking at him with stunned faces because he has just said something smart. He knows what they are thinking, and it pisses him off, but he ignores them because his couch is too comfortable. His reaction disappoints his mates, so they leave him be and continue their discussion. Can they defeat Crocodile? Asks Dion. I'm sure they can. Even without haki, there are some ways to face Logia users, says Paulu. I know about that. But Crocodile is smart and he has some decent people around him, says Dion. The numbers, hey? Well, they are decent enough to be challenges for the kids. Let's just watch what'll happen from now on, says Buggy. Sure, but what about your plan? You haven't started it yet. Asks Brooke. That plan, hey? I think I can start it after they leave Alabasta. But I need to go tomorrow I think, so keep updating me about them, says Buggy. After Alabasta? Where will you start it? Asks Paulu. Buggy grins and says, Skypiea. The next day, Buggy prepares to leave alone without his crew. He has a ship ready to send him to his destination. Buggy is wearing disguises now and none of his crewmates are on the port to send him. They all planned this so that the Marine won't realize Buggy is leaving Clownland. Even the crew that Buggy joins to leave Clownland doesn't know that their leader is joining them. They just know that they will go to Paradise to send some guys. This crew isn't a pirate crew even though they are clown pirates' subordinates, after all. They are just courier crew that has the job to send items and people all the time. However, the sailors in these crews are strong enough to defeat most crews in Grand Line. Without proper strength, they will just die when sailing in New World every day. Clown pirates have a lot of enemies, so these courier crews will surely get targeted. That's why the Buggy gives these sailors proper training and weapons to defend themselves. So far, they only lost one courier crew in the years since they made this division for Clownland. These courier crews are very important, so they can't lose them. Even the loss of that one crew was too much because it meant they also lost a lot of items and people. Anyway, Buggy joins the courier crew and goes to Paradise. He disguises himself very well so no one realizes his real identity. Well, surely no one will realize it because he has reformed his appearance greatly that even his crewmates will take a while before realizing it. Buggy used his ability to chop his face to a cellular level so he could reshape it. He changed his facial structure, especially his red nose which has been shaped like a normal nose now. But he covers it with a layer of normal skin he takes from all over his body to avoid people realizing that it's him because of the red nose. Other than his face, Buggy also removes his long hair and now he has short hair. But he doesn't just cut it normally, he used his ability to do it so he can reattach it later. He has grown it for years, so he won't just cut and throw it. Buggy's face now looks like Kuriko from Kuriko no Basuke. He thought of a blue-haired character that might suit his plan and he chose Kuriko after a very long thought. Well, it's been years since he got his second life, after all, so he forgot many things, and he could only remember Kuriko. With such a different appearance, Buggy can walk around anywhere and no one will attack him because he is just a normal citizen now. No one will recognize him. Even those with observation haki won't realize he is a powerful person because Buggy is very good at hiding his presence. On his way to paradise, Buggy keeps getting updated about the Straw Hats. He gets the news that they stop on Drum Island because of a problem. Just like in the original story, Nami gets infected by an insect, so they stop on Drum Island. Interestingly, it's not Vivi who started the negotiation with the locals, it's Leo. He was very worried about his sister and never left her side before they arrived on the island. When they arrived, Leo didn't even hesitate to put his head on the floor and beg the locals to save his sister. He knew very well that normal people are afraid of pirates. So even without knowing the locals' problem, Leo still begged them to save his sister. The only thing on his mind was finding a doctor to treat his sister, nothing else mattered to him at that time. His action surprised the locals who were very wary of them. Then the local leader showed up and told the Straw Hats to follow him. The locals didn't attack again and the Straw Hats follow the local leader who said he would help them find the doctor. Leo carries Nami on his back and he increases his body temperature a little with his fire ability to make her warm. He had never done this before, but he needs to do it now to keep his sister warm. To increase his body temperature, Leo turns his inside organs into a fire while keeping his skin normal. Leo is restless on their way to the village and keeps asking Dalton, the local leader, about the doctor. Dalton sighs and finally points to a very tall cylindrical mountain. There is an abandoned castle up there and the doctor lives there. After Dalton said that, Leo thanks him and runs immediately. He shoots himself forward using fire on his feet. Now Dalton is very surprised because he didn't know Leo is a devil fruit user with a strong-looking ability. Sanji and Luffy run to chase Leo and Nami, but Leo is very fast with his rocket feet. He reaches the mountain in a short time and climbs it immediately. Leo is a good climber, so he can climb the mountain without any tools. Still, it's not easy, especially with Nami on his back. But that doesn't bother him and the only thing on his mind is finding the doctor for his sister. Even if Leo often fought with his sisters, he still loves them greatly, and his family's well-being is the most important thing to him. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 418, The Doctor. As he climbs, Leo finds a problem, his body temperature is melting the ice and snow around him. His grip becomes slippery and he almost falls from the cliff. It's very dangerous because now he is carrying his sister. But Leo isn't that stupid, so he finds a way immediately. He takes out his blades and uses them as climbing tools. He stabs his blades into the cliff, so he won't lose his grip anymore. His speed also increases while the risk of falling decreases. Leo reaches the top quite fast and sees an old castle there. He walks toward the castle while sheathing his blades. The snow around him melts because he creates flames around his feet to keep the temperature high enough for his sister but not burn her. "Excuse me? Doctor, I need your help," shouts Leo after entering the opened gate. No one answers him even after he shouts a few more times. So he enters the castle while calling the doctor, but there's still no answer. Then he finds a room and enters it even though he thinks it's not polite. His sister needs a warm place, so he ignores that unpoliteness. Leo puts Nami on the bed and covers her with a blanket. Then he goes around to find the doctor, but there is no one in the castle. He knows someone lives here because this place is in a good condition, so he assumes the doctor is away right now. Damn, maybe the doctor is in the village right now. I can't leave my sister alone, so let's just wait here. Hopefully, the doctor will return soon, says Leo while grabbing some snow. Leo puts the snow in a bowl, then he takes it to the room where Nami sleeps. He puts some snow in a small plastic bag and puts it on Nami's forehead to cool her fever. But he also keeps her body warm with a blanket and he turns his hand into a fire. Fever is really confusing. People are hot, but they need warmth at the same time. I wonder how it actually feels to have a fever, says Leo curiously. Strangely, Leo never had a fever even once since he was born. Maybe it's because of his good genetics from his father. But some people said it's because he is an idiot. Leo's brain is not as smart as Buggy, but he is still a genius in things like music and battle. Well, Buggy had a fever once in the past which made him fail to reach Laugh Tale, but that also made the current him. In the past, he thought he was transported to Buggy's body. But now he thinks that he is the real Buggy who remembered his past life. That might sound unimportant, but that made Buggy feel very relieved because that means he didn't kill the old Buggy, he just remembered who he was. He was burdened by guilt before, but that has disappeared now, and that allowed him to grow even further even after being such a monster. Anyway, Leo is an idiot in a sense, but he is also a genius. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp, the other boys are also like that. So they are actually similar and it might be the reason why they become close real quick. Leo keeps taking care of his sister while waiting for the doctor. Meanwhile, his crewmates are searching for the doctor in the village, but they haven't found her. Luffy and Sanji who were chasing Leo are in trouble now. The two of them are blocked by some giant fat rabbits that stand on 2 feet. Leo also met them, but he got past them by shooting himself forward with his fire rocket technique. He tried to use it to climb the super steep mountain, but he couldn't because he still can't use his fire to fly. Leo's mastery over his devil fruit is still not high enough. Well, it's not bad actually, but he still lacks power and energy. If he gets stronger, he may be able to fly like Iron Man using his fire ability, which will be very cool. Anyway, Luffy and Sanji are stopped by the giant rabbit called Lapin. Other than those things, there is an avalanche too. Luckily, they don't bring Nami, so they can face the Lapin and avalanche calmly without any worries. Leo is still very worried though because Nami doesn't get better at all. He is thinking of burning the small forest near the castle to attract the doctor's attention. But luckily he doesn't need to do that because the doctor finally returns. The doctor is an old woman who rides a cart pulled by a reindeer. Surprisingly, Robin also comes with them, so Leo assumes that Robin found the doctor and told her about Nami. Leo immediately goes out and calls the doctor to treat his sister ASAP. "Are you the doctor? I'm sorry for intruding on your place without permission. But my sister needs your help, so please forgive me for now and help my sister. I will do anything you want later, but please help her," says Leo while prostrating. The old doctor smirks seeing that and says, "You are much more polite than I thought. I won't punish you for entering my place without permission because of your politeness. But I'll still take that offer, hi. Now, let's see what kind of disease that made you this worried." They enter the castle and the old doctor checks Nami's condition. She is very surprised when she finishes diagnosing Nami. How long has she got sick? Asks the doctor, Kurha. Around 4 days, says Robin. You are lucky, 2 more days and she will not be here with you, says Kurha. Leo and Robin are very surprised because they never thought Nami's illness is this serious. Kurha then asks them a few questions to make sure that she is right. Then she takes medicine in a small bottle before injecting it into Nami. She will be fine now, only needs rest, says Kurha. Are you sure? Asks Leo worriedly. Yeah, that medicine is the only cure for that prehistoric disease. You are lucky I still have that because it is very rare nowadays, says Kurha while looking at Leo. She knows Leo still has some doubts because his sister's life is at stake here. So Kurha says, I can bet my life on this if you want, so don't worry, she will be fine. I will decide that after she gets better, says Leo seriously. Kurha just shrugs her shoulders and leaves the room. Robin follows her while Leo stays there watching Nami. Please don't mind him, he is just very worried about his sister, says Robin. I know, that's why I don't say anything else. Those eyes, he will really kill me if his sister doesn't heal. This is one of the few times I ever felt such fear in my 139 years of life. Is he your captain? Asks Kurha while smiling. No, he is not the captain, it's someone else, says Robin. Kurha is really surprised when she hears that. How can someone like him isn't the captain? Just what kind of person can be the captain of that sleeping beast? You will see him soon. Though you might still be confused even after seeing the captain's quality, says Robin. Robin understands why Kurha is so surprised because even she knows that Leo isn't the type of person who wants to stand below others. That's why she was confused about why he joined a crew, not leading one himself. He has the power and charisma to do so, but he chose to sail under someone else's flag. That mystery is for Leo to answer, but Leo is now sleeping. He has seen that Nami is getting better now, so he feels very relieved that he sleeps. His sleeping position is very unique because he can sleep while standing, which makes Kurha and Robin surprised. Nami, who has woken up, says, he has done this since we were kids. We were often punished by our mother to stand outside for hours after doing some naughty things. Leo then developed an ability to sleep while standing because of that. What a strange ability to have, says Kurha while checking Nami's body temperature just by touching her forehead. Some time later, Leo finally wakes up, but he doesn't see her sister on the bed. He looks around and sees Luffy outside the castle through the windows. So he peeks out and sees Nami there looking all fine, making him very relieved. But then he realizes that his crewmates are fighting against some people. Leo rushes outside to see what happens and helps his crewmates. He arrives right on time to catch a strange black ball that almost hits Nami. Afro hair? Asks Leo while raising an eyebrow. Some more afro hair balls fly toward him and sticks on his body. Leo is trying to kabok them off, but he can't, and they suddenly burn when the Afro man's partner shoots a fire arrow. The man gulps his saliva when he sees Leo doesn't get affected by the fire at all. You wanna hit my sister with these things then burn them? It seems you are tired of living, says Leo pissedly. Sanji and Luffy look at the Afro man while pretending to pray because he won't last long after angering Leo. There is one thing the crew knows well about Leo, he never tolerated anyone who endangers his family members. Leo shoots himself forward and reaches the Afro man very fast. He grabs the man's face and slams the Afro guy onto the ground. Leo's body releases a lot of flames and he melts the snow around them, scaring the Afro man greatly. Don't even try to hurt my sister, says Leo before punching the Afro man's face really hard with a fire fist, knocking the guy out. Leo then looks at the other enemies and bumps his fists. You were disturbing my sleep, bastards. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 419, Kurha and Chopper. Leo looks at the enemies carefully and he finally realizes who they are. These guys were the ones who disturbed them when they were trying to reach this island. His sister was in a bad condition, but these guys kept bothering them. So it's you guys, huh? It seems the beating my crewmates gave you wasn't enough, so you ask for more now, says Leo while bumping his fists. These people called themselves Wapole pirates and they are led by a strange old fat man named Wapole. Luffy tells Leo that he will take care of Wapole while the archer will be handled by a furry boy that Leo never saw before. This little guy takes Leo's attention immediately because he looks quite strange. Leo rubs his chin and says, I thought there is only Bigfoot, so there is Littlefoot as well. Now he becomes a Littlefoot, says Nami while sweat dropping and Robin just giggles. Leo then starts inspecting the little furry guy, ignoring the enemies completely. Then suddenly a fire arrow pierces his head from behind, freaking the little furry guy who immediately tries to help Leo, but Leo just pulls the arrow out as if nothing happened. Damn, that was a good headshot. But I need to remind you that it's not nice to disrupt someone who is having a conversation, says Leo while breaking the arrow. Leo then makes a pistol sign and points it at the archer. Next time, be nicer to people and don't disrupt them while they are talking. Leo shoots some fire bullets from his finger pistol toward the archer. Those who don't know Leo are surprised by this, including Wapole who fights Luffy. He gets distracted, so Luffy's attack hits him cleanly at the same time as when Leo's fire bullets hit the archer. Wapole gets hurt, but he still can fight, and so is the archer. Leo is quite impressed at the archer's durability. But he also knows that his fire bullets are still too weak to be used against Grand Line level pirates. Leo wants to attack again, but the little furry guy stops him. He looks back and sees the little guy eating a yellow pill. Then to his surprise, the little guy transforms into a big reindeer. Now Leo finally realizes that this little guy was the one pulling the cart last time. Must be a devil fruit ability, cool, says Leo. He doesn't disrupt the reindeer and only looks as if the archer gets hit before being able to recover. That's a cool reindeer, says Leo. His name is Chopper, my assistant. Don't look down on him, says Kurha while smirking. Well, he was small, so I looked down on says Leo with a short pause because he sees Chopper turns into a big-ass Bigfoot-like guy so suddenly. Crap, says Leo stunnedly as he sees Chopper attacking Wapole. Luffy lets Chopper does it and they see Chopper's power is great. But Wapole has a tougher body, so Chopper's attacks don't work well. Also, Chopper doesn't have good battle skills and only relies on his physical power and devil fruit ability. Chopper almost gets defeated, so Leo decides to take over the fight. But Luffy attacks Wapole first, so Leo stops his intention. He won't disturb others' battles because he also doesn't want to get disrupted when fighting. Leo watches the frustrating battle while protesting many times. Luffy has a lot of chances to end the battle, but he missed those stupidly. Although Leo knows that Luffy has that kind of battle style, he still can't accept it because he likes efficiency and effectiveness in battles. Well, he also likes having fun in a battle to learn more things. But Luffy doesn't do it to have fun, he really misses those chances. That's why Leo is frustrated because Luffy is wasting time even though he wins in the end. Leo just sighs and decides to check his sister's condition instead. She looks fine, making him very satisfied. So he walks toward Kurha to say his gratitude like a good boy he is. Belmere always taught her children to thank anyone for helping them even if they are enemies. Alright, now tell me what you want me to do, doctor, says Leo seriously. What do you mean? Asks Kurha. I told you I would do anything if you helped my sister. Now that you've done treating her and she is healthy again, I will do my part of the deal. Tell me what to do and I'll do it, says Leo seriously. Kureha is taken aback because she never thought that Leo would really do what he said. He is a pirate, after all, so she didn't believe what he said and only thought of that as lip service. But Leo is serious because just like his dad, Leo always tries to never break his promise. Seeing Leo's determination, Kureha leads him inside the castle while Luffy is chasing Chopper to recruit the little guy. Nami and Robin follow Leo and Kureha, who walk toward a big wooden door inside the castle. I need to enter this room, but I don't have the key because Wapol brought it. It's a pity, but maybe you can burn this wooden door to open it, says Kureha. Leo nods and walks forward, but then Nami stops him. By the key, so you mean this? Nami shows a key to them which makes Kureha dumbfounded. It was stolen from Wapol by Nami's slick thief hands. Leo slaps his forehead because his sister is always like that. It's like her hands are cursed to itch when she doesn't steal. I thought it was a treasure room key, so I took it, and it seems to be true, says Nami excitedly. Well, if that is the correct key, then it's not for the treasury because Wapol took all his treasures with him. This is an armory, says Kureha. Nami looks very disappointed, but she still has some hopes, so she gives the key to Kureha. They open the room and it's really an armory, very disappointing. Kureha tells them it's enough for the payment of Nami's treatment and forces them to leave. They leave while hearing Nami grumble because she doesn't get any money. Leo sighs because his sister really values money more than her life. Well, maybe it's just her instinct to be disappointed when she doesn't get profit regardless of the situation. Anyway, they come outside to see Luffy still chasing Chopper. Zoro and Vivi have arrived there too along with some people from the village. They were also attacked by Wapol's men in the village and luckily Zoro was there to save them. Everything goes similarly to the original story except for Leo's and Robin's presence there. Karu isn't there now because Vivi didn't take that duck with her. Well, doesn't matter because things have changed a little now even though the changes aren't that significant yet. Still, it makes Buggy, who is reading reports about Straw Hat Pirate's adventure, excited. He is waiting for the crew's adventure on Alabasta. With the addition of Robin and Leo, things would have changed in Alabasta. Also, Bon-chan has been recruited by him, so Baroque Works Mr. 2 is a different person. Those changes will surely make difference in how things go in Alabasta later. Buggy is now waiting to see the result of the changes he made in the past. Crocodile, hey? He is not stupid, so I don't understand why he hasn't learned Haki yet even though he has entered New World after being a warlord and faced Whitebeard a few times. It seems now he is relying on Pluton too much and thinks it will solve all his problems. But well, I must say that he is very great with his devil fruit. He is just too arrogant, which caused him to lose to Luffy in the story. Or maybe it was because of the plot armor. Well, whatever, let's see how it will go this time, says Buggy, who has disguised himself. He now looks like Kuriko, so he looks very meek, like a pushover. Currently, Buggy is walking around Sabayati Archipelago after arriving a few hours ago. He plans to leave after reading the reports, but then a problem arises. Damn, what an unlucky day, says Buggy as he sees a Celestial Dragons group walk on the street. He is still far, so he can just leave through another way to avoid making scenes. Buggy doesn't want to waste his time with those pieces of trash, after all. But something forces him to stop and takes care of those bastards no matter what. A little girl is crying because she falls when running to the side. It causes a female celestial dragon irritated, so she shoots her pistol toward the little girl. But the little girl's father protects his daughter and gets shot instead. Buggy turns around because of the gunshot and he sees the celestial dragon wants to shoot the little girl again. She shoots, but the bullet doesn't hit the little girl again. It gets caught by Buggy, who suddenly appears there after running very fast. You pieces of trash always anger me whenever I went here. Can't you just stay in your fancy city? Asks Buggy while crushing the bullet. No one recognizes him because his appearance is different now. So people get very afraid when they see him stand up against a celestial dragon. They immediately get away because they don't want to get involved in this. The angry celestial dragon orders her men to kill Buggy. But he moves past them all with swift movements and arrives in front of the female celestial dragon. He pops her bubble and grabs her face tightly. There are a few things I can't tolerate, and one of them is trying to kill an innocent child. That's a sin that I can't forgive, says Buggy before slamming the celestial dragon to the ground very hard. Everyone is in shock, but Buggy just says, "Crap, I'm overdoing it." Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 420, Shipmaking. Buggy slammed the celestial dragon very hard that her skull cracked. It's not too strong to kill her though, she just faints from the incredible pain. Buggy doesn't even feel sorry, he just realizes that he overdid it, and now he needs to deal with the admirals. Sigh, whatever, let's just leave this place, says Buggy before picking up the little girl and her dad. He leaves the place fast with them on his shoulders and runs to a groove where some pirate ships are docked. But before they arrive, Buggy puts the 2 down and checks the dad's condition after being shot. He instantly closes his eyes and sighs when he checks the man because the man has died. The shot pierced his heart, killing him instantly. So he looks at the little girl who looks very sad now. She knows that her father has died even before Buggy checked him. "What's your name, darling?" asks Buggy while rubbing her purple hair slowly. "Alice," says the little girl without looking at Buggy and only focusing on her father. "How old are you, Alice?" asks Buggy. "Alice is 8 years old now," says Alice. "All right, Alice, you know what happened to him, right?" asks Buggy. "Yes, my daddy has left the world like my mommy. Now Alice is alone. It's Alice's fault that daddy died," says Alice while crying. Buggy hugs her and pats her back. "You're right, he has left the world, but you are not alone. I will be with you from now on, so don't worry. Uncle will take care of you. But I don't know you, and what if you also left the world like mommy and daddy?" People said Alice is a bringer of misfortune because mommy died after giving birth to Alice. Now daddy died because he protected Alice. What if uncle also died because of Alice? Asks Alice while crying louder. The bringer of misfortune? Well, you don't need to worry about that. Uncle likes to fight against misfortunes and has won many times. So don't worry about it, says Buggy. Buggy suddenly feels a powerful presence coming to the island. An admiral has come, so they need to leave soon. Buggy immediately makes a square hole in the mangrove's root and puts Alice's dad's body inside before he closes it. "Remember that number well, Alice. You can visit this place when you want to see your father. Now he lives inside this giant tree with the number 18 on it. You need to get stronger so that you can come here anytime you want," says Buggy while holding Alice's hand. Alice just nods, but she doesn't really understand what he means. Buggy then picks her up and leaves the place because the admiral is almost here. He doesn't mind fighting against an admiral, but it will be too dangerous for Alice. They go to the outer groove and Buggy steals a pirate ship. There are still many pirates on the ship, but he scares the shit out of them using his conqueror haki. Then he forces them to control the ship to leave Sabayati. The pirates do as he says and they leave the archipelago quite fast. Buggy then kicks the pirates out of their own ship, so now it's just him and Alice there. He tells Alice to stay inside the captain's room because they will go through a very dangerous zone to avoid the admiral's chase. They go through a turbulent sea with many snake-like streams that have sunk many ships. Then Buggy chooses to enter Florian Triangle because it's very dark there, so they won't be seen. It's the best place to hide for a while and evades all eyes on them. Buggy spends a few days in Florian Triangle with Alice. He uses these few days to get closer to Alice and know her better. He has decided to take care of her, so he needs to know her well. They have a lot of supplies on the ship, so they don't need to worry about food. To his surprise, Alice is good at cooking. She said it's because she always cooked with her dad since she was 3, so she has 5 years of cooking experience. That means she has cooked more food than Buggy, who is 37 now. It's still far from Mantis's level of cooking, but it surely is better than Buggy's cooking. So he makes her the ship's chef because his food tastes like shit compared to hers. Food is important for sailors who can sail for days or weeks in the sea, after all, so it's important for a crew to have a good chef. After staying a few days in Florian Triangle, they finally leave it and go to the next island. They go to Water 7 because Buggy wants to build a new ship. There's only him and Alice, so they don't need a big ship, they just need a small ship that can move very fast. Of course, Buggy orders the ship to Galley Law Company. Icebug made it just like how it was in the story. He built it after Tom left Water 7 and went to New World with Kokoro. It's very unsafe for Tom to be here even after Buggy made a deal with world government regarding Tom, so he took the man to New World. Tom is now making ships in Wano. He chose Wano after knowing there are many great craftsmen there. Although their shipwriting is not that good for him, their woodworking skills are very good, so he can learn many things there and improves his skills. Anyway, Buggy orders the ship without telling Iceberg who he is. He just follows the normal procedure because he wants to keep his identity a secret. Then while waiting, he explores the island with Alice. Those CP9 agents aren't here. Maybe it's because Tom is still alive and he is in New World now. Their target was Pluton's blueprint and it's owned by Tom now, so there's no point in sending agents here. Sending them to Wano is also a suicidal plan because not only it is protected by both Clown and Whitebeard pirates, Wano has many powerful people. While walking around and buying necessities for Alice, Buggy sees Frankie in an alley. After some investigations, he finds out that Frankie was picking up street people, just like in the series. But rather than just making them do unknown things, he taught them shipwriting. Frankie's family is now a shipwriting company, just like Galley Law. But it is smaller and unlike Galley Law, which makes everything, the Frankie family is specialized in small ships or boats. Aside from their worse skills and lower number of shipwrights, they want to focus on speed and a cheap fee market. Of course, it's not Frankie's idea, it's Icebug. Frankie isn't smart enough to think about business strategy. Icebug made this plan because his company also need it. With Frankie family taking care of the small ships, Galley Law can focus on big ships that need more men and time. Buggy doesn't care about it though, he just wants to know what will happen when Straw Hat Pirates arrive here. So he doesn't think about Frankie anymore now. He just focuses on getting supplies or clothes for himself and Alice. The news about him attacking a celestial dragon spread very fast because it was big news. It makes him get a bounty on his new face. His first bounty after changing his appearance into Kuriko is a whopping 200 million belly. They really want to capture me, hey? Asks Buggy while reading the news above a big pile of defeated bounty hunters. The people who see this scene gets very scared, but Alice doesn't react much. She just sits on Buggy's shoulder while eating her lollipop since Buggy started facing them. It isn't the first time she sees people fight because there are many battles happening on Sabayati, so she is used to it. Besides, Buggy doesn't kill anyone, and he fights to protect her too. She is more mature than kids her age. Maybe because she lived alone with her dad that she grew faster than other children. Although she also acts childish most of the time, she can think like an adult when needed. Let's check our ship, Alice. They said it would be done today, says Buggy. Alice nods and holds onto his head before he runs to Galley Law. They arrive shortly after that and ask about their ship. Their ship has been finished right on time even though its design is strange and unusual for the shipwrights here. Usually, a small ship like the one that Buggy ordered would be transferred to Frankie family. But it was built by Galila because of its complicated design. Icebug even needed to supervise this project himself, and he also needed Frankie's help. "You are here," says Icebug, who decides to meet Buggy himself along with Frankie. They don't recognize Buggy at all because of his new appearance. "We tried to make it as best as we can, but I don't know if it will satisfy you. At least we know the installation will work." "Sigh, luckily we've dealt with a similar mechanism, so we could make it well," says Icebug. The mechanism that he means is just Dial's engine. The ship they made doesn't have any sail because it's a rather big speedboat. It is just using some jet and breath dials to push it, similar to one of Black Pearl's mechanisms. "Don't worry, I just need this thing to work as a ship." "What about the kitchen and other facilities though?" asks Buggy. "Everything is working well, so don't worry. I built them myself, after all," says Frankie smugly. "All right then, I will note what you said," says Buggy while grinning sinisterly. His sinister smile makes him look like a different person because Kuriko's face doesn't look intimidating at all. It makes Icebug and Frankie shiver. They really hope the ship will be fine for a long time or they might lose their heads. "All right, let's leave this place, Alice," says Buggy while throwing a gold bar at Icebug to complete the payment. Then he and Alice get on their new speedboat before leaving Water 7. Buggy is excited to enjoy his new journey, or should he say holidays. While taking care of a kid, of course. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 421, Alabasta. While Buggy is going to his next destination, the Straw Hat Pirates have finally arrived on Alabasta. They are still in Nanohana, the port city, where they intended to buy clothes to travel the desert. Even Leo needs the clothes even though he is basically a fire. The reason is he doesn't want to be left out. The crew now has a new member, a small humanoid reindeer, Tony Chopper. He joined the crew because of Luffy's persistence. Now Leo isn't the youngest anymore because Chopper is 1 year younger than him, but he is a human while Chopper is a reindeer. In Nanohana, the crew moves separately to do their own tasks. But Leo runs away because he knew what task he would get, being his sister's slave. So he runs with the excuse of finding Luffy who has disappeared. Leo is exploring Nanohana while still looking for Luffy even though it's not his priority. He knows that finding Luffy is easy because his captain will always cause trouble. So he just does what he wants in the town. There's only one thing that takes Leo's attention, the music. There are some street performers who play music that take his attention. So he stops by and gives them some money to play more. He watches them happily while also learning the music they play. Leo is too engrossed in the music that he forgets the reason he's there. He finally remembers it when he hears many people scream because a big fight happens. It disrupts the music that he enjoys, after all, so he gets pissed. But he raises an eyebrow when he sees that Luffy is amidst the chaos. Luffy is running while a familiar marine is chasing them and a shirtless man runs behind them. Leo's expression changes from pissed to dumbfounded. "Damn, that smoker is here," says Leo before hiding in the crowd because he doesn't want to get involved for now. Smoker sends his smoke to attack Luffy, but then a big magma fist falls and blocks the smoke. Leo is surprised, just like Luffy and Smoker. They look at the man who sent it, which is the shirtless man behind them. Luffy looks happy seeing the man while Smoker doesn't seem happy at all. Smoker then reveals who the man is. He is a division captain of an infamous crew, Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy doesn't have any clue about that crew while Leo thinks he has heard it somewhere, but he doesn't care. Leo only cares about the shirtless man's power, which seems interesting. Luffy calls the shirtless man Ace, so now Leo knows his name. Then Ace tells Luffy to go first, he will take care of Smoker for a while. Luffy leaves, but Leo stays and hides in an alley to watch what will happen. He then sees Ace fights against Smoker. It's an interesting fight to see, even though Ace has the upper hand from the start because his ability is too strong for Smoker. The magma is obviously more powerful than smoke. Ace wins just by shooting some small magma bullets that break through the smoke. But he doesn't injure or kill Smoker and just leaves. Leo also leaves while having a grin on his face because he gets some inspiration for his ability. Leo's biggest problem with using his devil fruit ability is his experience. He hasn't seen many uses of devil fruit ability, especially Logia type. There aren't many devil fruit users in East Blue, and his mom, who has fire type ability, doesn't use it often, so he only relied on his imagination. So Logia users fight like that, hey? Interesting. Elements and compatibility also affect the battle, hey? Some abilities have an advantage over others, but their usage and mastery also affect how the battle goes. I can handle Smoker, but Ace is still too strong for me. How can I face that magma? What will my dad do? Ponders Leo while running to find his crewmates. He finds them when they are chased by many marine soldiers led by a girl that looks like Kuina. Leo is quite stunned by how similar she is to his fellow apprentice. But he stops thinking about it and helps his crewmates. Leo copies Smoker's technique and sends a big amount of fire in front of the marines to stop them. It takes quite more energy than his other skills, which makes him frown. He doesn't like wasting energy like this, which is why he doesn't have big-scale attacks. I don't like it, but it seems this kind of attack is necessary in Grand Line. Most of them use powerful attacks when they fight, so I can't ignore them. I need to increase my stamina fast, says Leo while running to his crewmates. The crew runs together to their ship in the port and then escapes. But Luffy isn't there because he lost his way while Zoro is not, very strange indeed. They don't need to wait for long though because Luffy propels himself onto the ship from the island. Luffy almost hits some people on the ship, but Leo catches his face. His body still stretches though and he hits Usopp, who can't evade. Usopp yells angrily while Luffy just laughs dumbly without any care. Suddenly, a small boat comes closer to them, so they check it. Ace is on a boat that moves quite fast even though it doesn't have any sail and he doesn't pedal it. The boat was actually made by Ruff as a gift from Buggy and it uses jet dials to power it. Ace's magma power can't be used to power the boat, unlike his fire. Buggy felt that he owed a boat to Ace because he exchanged the flame fruit with magma fruit. So he asked Ruff to make a dial boat for Ace as compensation on the pretext of giving a gift for his late captain's son. Ace attaches his boat to Mary and they resume their way. Luffy introduces Ace as his older brother, which makes the others dumbfounded because Ace seems very polite, unlike his younger brother. Although Leo can see that Ace has the same idiot feels as Luffy. Some marine ships come to them and Ace says he'll take care of the ships. The crew lets him to see the power of an Emperor Cruise Division captain. Ace leaves Mary and uses his boat to get closer to the marine ships. Then he shows a powerful attack that shocks the Straw Hat Pirates. Ace sends a massive magma fist that breaks all the marine ships at once. He only needs one attack to sink some marine ships instantly. Leo and Zoro immediately thinks of how they'll catch up to that level of power. Zoro thinks if my hawk can do that while Leo thinks about his dad. Both of them are sure the people they are chasing can also do that easily, so they need to reach that level of power and surpass it. After that, they go to their next destination, a town named Kateria. Vivi intended to go to Yuba, but Robin found out that it has been destroyed by Crocodile and the town's people relocated to Kateria. Those people also made a rebel army to fight against the king, who they thought to be the perpetrator of their kingdom's destruction. But before they go to Kateria, Leo gives Vivi a proposal after hearing the intelligence that Robin has gathered. He and Robin will go to Kateria, while the others will go to Rain Base where Crocodile stays. Leo might not be as smart as Buggy about things, but he is still a battle genius. He is genius enough to make war strategies after getting some information. If Vivi goes to Kateria and succeeds to persuade the rebels, Crocodile will know that the rebel army will go against him. It will be more beneficial if Crocodile still thinks that the rebels will go against the kingdom. After Leo explained his intention, Vivi finally agrees and Robin is very impressed by his way of thinking. He even considers the biggest problem, which is Luffy's nature that won't listen to anyone, by sending Luffy to Crocodile because he really wants to fight the warlord. So now they split into two teams and go in a different direction. On the way to Kateria, Leo explains the details of his plan to Robin. He needs Robin's ability to find spies in the rebel army because there must be a spy there. Crocodile won't just leave the rebels alone, so spies are necessary. I will distract them without mentioning Vivi while you search the spies. You need to hide though, because maybe they know about your connection to Vivi. After you found them, we will start persuading them. We won't have any good cards if we just talk to them from the start, says Leo. What will you do if the plan fails? Asks Robin. I'm thinking about that now, says Leo. Well, he's not that genius actually. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 422, An Actor. Hey guys, I'm trying a new format for the dialogues. Hope you like it. Underscore 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 un. Kateria, the town where the rebels set their base after Yuba got destroyed. Currently, the rebels are gathering outside the town. A man is seen lying there like a dead man, but he is still breathing. It's Leo who acts like an unconscious man. Is he alive? Yeah, he's still breathing. Maybe he is dehydrated when walking in the desert. Then he must be a foreigner, a local won't make such a stupid mistake. The gathered rebels are talking about Leo, who can hear them clearly. But he doesn't do anything because he is acting right now. Leo just keeps lying on the ground while holding any urge he has, including the urge to fart. Some time later, some people arrive and the rebels make way for them. Leo thinks they must be the leaders of these rebels and the people he must convince. He can only hear their voices though, and they sound tough. Anyone knows who he is? One of the leaders asks, but no one answers him because they don't know Leo. Take him to the medic, but keep watching him. Send him away after he gets better. Are you sure, Koza? What if he is a spy sent by the king? Someone asks the leader because he is quite suspicious of Leo. But the leader, Koza, is firm on his decision. And what if he is just a traveler? Do you want to let a man die because of your suspicion? If we do that, then we are not different from the kingdom that abandons their people. Koza's words silence the others, but Leo thinks otherwise. He realizes that these people are kind, but they are too naive. No wonder Crocodile could make propaganda that convinced them so easily. Hopefully, convincing them will be that easy too. Leo thinks like that while being carried to a tent the rebels used as an infirmary. A doctor checks him and finds that Leo isn't dehydrated, but has a strong fever. Well, it's not really a fever, Leo just increases his body temperature using his ability. Having a fever in a hot desert must feel like a nightmare. Alright, take care of him. You guys keep an eye on this guy. We need to be careful. Koza leaves after saying that, making Leo sighs internally. They don't even check him thoroughly to make sure he isn't a spy, which is a stupid move in their situation. This isn't good for Leo because he doesn't get their attention long enough. Robin needs more time to find all the spies planted here. So Leo starts his plan B by fakely writhing in pain to take others' attention before Koza left. Then he talks in his sleep, mimicking what some people do when they're sick. Ugh, must deliver letter for my family. Please, don't kill. Those words surprise the rebels, especially the last word. They look at Koza, who immediately asks them to inspect Leo's body. After a while, they find an envelope hidden in Leo's head wrap. They give it to Koza and he reads it. He is shocked by what he reads and he crumples the paper angrily. His comrades asked him why he gets so angry, so he gives them the letter. They read it and have the same reaction as Koza. They get very angry. The letter they read was written by Leo and Robin to fool these guys. It contained a fake message from Crocodile to the spies in Rebel Army. In the letter, Crocodile tells them to get ready because they'll start the plan soon. He also orders them to kill Leo after receiving the letter to make sure the information won't spread. The kid thinks he can save his family by sending this letter without knowing I've killed them. That's what Crocodile wrote after ordering the spies to kill Leo. Koza, this is... We've been fooled. Leo is quite dumbfounded because they believe the letter immediately without confirming anything. But then he realizes that they must be a little suspicious of Crocodile and still have some trust in their kingdom, that's why they can believe the fake letter this fast. They aren't that bad actually. Koza's group immediately gathers everyone in town to announce that they've changed the target to Crocodile. Many of them have thought that Crocodile's actions were quite strange. He was always on time to save people as if he knew what would happen. Now they realize that he must have planned it to get the people's trust. Leo also stated in the fake letter that Crocodile has gotten the people's trust, so it's time to take over the kingdom and become its king. With Robin's help, the fake letter becomes very convincing because she has a lot of information about Crocodile's plan. But some people keep protesting and say the kingdom is the wrong one. They also say that Crocodile is a hero and they still need to take over the kingdom. These guys are very persistent and even try to convince the others that they look suspicious in Koza's eyes. Are you Crocodile's men? Hey, what the hell are you saying now, Koza? Are you doubting us? Yeah, you support him too much right now, so of course, I would be suspicious. Tisk, just one letter made you lose your trust in your comrades. This is disappointing. Then convince me that you aren't Crocodile's men. They can't do that, so Koza orders his most trusted comrades to check these people's belongings while the others capture them. Of course, these guys are retaliating, but they are shorter in number. After some thorough check UPS, the rebels find some proofs that these guys are Crocodile's men. They have Baroque Works badges hidden in their belongings. But these guys are more surprised by this than the rebels because they don't remember having these badges. These guys don't use badges as identities, they use codes because they are spies. Robin knew that, so she set this up to help the rebels find the spies. She hid it quite well in their belongings to convince the rebels that the badges were tried to be hidden. The spies know it's a trap, but they can't say anything that can prove it. If they want more thorough check UPS, they will just blow their covers more. So they try to escape immediately, which is also a stupid move because it just makes the rebels more convinced. The spies get captured and imprisoned by the rebels. There are more spies though, and they try to run away after knowing some of them to get captured. But Robin won't let them go. She takes them down while they escape to make sure Crocodile won't know this. Leo's and Robin's plan has succeeded, so they are very satisfied. But they still need to stay here with the rebels to make sure the group will attack Crocodile at the same time as the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin keeps hiding among the rebels while Leo keeps acting sick for now. The next day, Leo finally can open his eyes and stop acting sick. He is cured by the doctor's medicine that he didn't actually eat. Leo's hands and feet are tied to the bed by Koza's group to make sure he won't escape. They know from the letter that Leo was forced to send the letter. But they could never be too careful now. They've learned their lesson. Besides, they think Leo can suddenly run after knowing that he is captured, and they can't let that happen because they need information from Leo. Leo acts as if he is panicking after seeing the rebels and the binds. He tries to escape, but he fails because the rebels catch and hold him. Koza comes and starts to get information from Leo, who acts as if he doesn't want to answer while acting afraid. It makes Koza sighs, then he shows the fake letter to Leo. Robin watches from the side with a very impressed expression because Leo is crying when he reads the fake letter. He cries because it is stated in the fake letter that Crocodile has killed his family. Aside from music, he also has the talent to be an actor. Koza's group releases him and lets him cry because they know how it feels to lose the ones they love. Leo cries for a long time until he feels that it's enough. Then he acts as if he lost all his energy, so the rebels are giving him support to stay strong. What a talent! I need to be careful with that acting skill. Leo shows a very sad expression on his face, but inside, he laughs like a devil who succeeds in his scheme. Things went smoother than he thought, so now their winning chance has increased a lot. With the rebel army's help, they can surely win this war easier. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 423, Attack Plan. Leo stays in Kateria and helps the rebels make a strategy to attack Baroque Works. Robin also stays there and she has blended with the people already. They are preparing an attack that will surprise Baroque Works and end this immediately. Their plan now is to attack Rain Base and support the Straw Hat Pirates. Leo actually planned for the Straw Hat Pirates to go directly to Aluberna, the royal capital first. But Luffy being Luffy, he wanted to attack Crocodile immediately. Knowing Luffy's stubbornness, Leo decided to make a strategy to attack Rain Base. It is Crocodile's base, so there must be many Baroque Works agents there. But there will be civilians too, so they need to be careful. After thorough planning, the rebel army goes to Rain Base immediately. They are using a ship that can sail on the desert as if it were a sea. Of course, Leo is very surprised by this, and his curiosity takes over his mind. He is really Buggy's son because he immediately wants to know how this ship can sail on the sand. But still, he is not that knowledgeable about ships or techs, so the explanations only make his head ache. At least he understands that it can sail because the wind is strong here. The group finally arrives in Rain Base, but they can't find the Straw Hat Pirates. They only find a destroyed casino yard that became the main attraction in Rain Base. A lot of Marines arrive and they point their weapons at Leo. It seems we are too late. They must have arrived faster than we thought and Luffy couldn't wait for too long. Leo is ignoring the Marines and keeps looking at the destroyed casino yard. The Marine woman who looks like Kuina, Tashigi, comes forward and points her sword at Leo. You are a member of Straw Hat Pirates. What are you doing here? Hey, Marines, do you know where my crewmates are? You were chasing us, right? So you should know where they go now. Why should I tell? Tashigi can't finish her sentence because Smoker suddenly taps her shoulder. They are chasing Crocodile to Aluberna. We will also chase them there. Leo looks at Smoker intensely for a while because he won't believe information from a Marine about pirates easily. Then, a piece of mouth appears behind his head. Robin made it and she whispers that the crew really goes to Aluberna. I don't know why you tell it to me, but I will say my gratitude anyway. Thanks for the information, now excuse me, people. I have a ship to catch. Leo suddenly shoots himself into the air to go out of town. The rebels have returned to the ship since the Marines surrounded Leo. Then after Leo returned, they control the ship to sail immediately and go to Aluberna. On the ship, Robin tells Leo what happened in Rain Base. It wasn't really the crew's fault, Crocodile knew about their plan to go to Aluberna. He predicted it after knowing about the Straw Hat Pirates and Vivi's arrival in Alabasta. So he planned a trap for them and the crew fell into it. They almost got sunk when Crocodile held them in the casino's basement and filled it with water. Smoker also got captured, but Zoro saved him because of Luffy's order. That's why Smoker helped Leo. Leo doesn't think much about it though and asks Robin about the information she got about Baroque works. She tells him the organization's structure and the main agent's power including Crocodile. Leo is quite surprised that Crocodile is a Sand Logia. Devil Fruit abilities were very rare in East Blue, but they became common in Grand Line. Logia was supposed to be even rarer among all Devil Fruits. But Leo already knows 4 Logia Devil Fruits including his since he started sailing as a pirate. Grand Line is very different, hey? If this world is a drama location, then Grand Line is like the main stage. Sigh, alright, what about the main agents? Robin explains the main agents that support Crocodile. She explains their power and known characters so that Leo can make a strategy. Well, there's no need to make a thorough strategy in this war, you know. Luffy won't listen and I know the others want to have their own battles. A strategy is meaningless for the crew. So we will just let them do what they want. Not really. We will plan who they'll fight and make sure they fight those opponents. My dad always said that battles are the best way to make us grow as fighters. Our enemies will get stronger as we go, so we need to get stronger too. Even my sister will need to get stronger because I can't protect her all the time. What if things don't go as we planned? We need to make sure that everything goes well, and if it doesn't, then that's it. If we can't even pass this stage, then we will fail in the next stages. Better fail now than later so that we can learn and improve ourselves. But to do that, we need to make sure everyone survives. Robin, that's the task I want to give you, making sure the crew survives even if they are beaten to pulps. I don't need to fight. Not now. I know you are actually stronger than any one of us, so fighting an agent is hardly a challenge for you. Robin just smiles because Leo knows she is stronger than any of the Straw Hat Pirates. But I still can't defeat Crocodile. That's because you don't know how to touch his Logia body. But if you can, then Crocodile might lose. Phew phew phew, you are funny. Let me tell you, I am not stronger than you guys, at least I am weaker than your captain, the 3-styled swordsman, the cook, and you. But I am more skillful than any of you, far more skillful. I am physically weaker than you boys, but I have much better skills. If we fight, then I can defeat all of you just by using my skills. Crocodile on the other hand is stronger, more skillful, and has more experience than any of us. Fighting him will truly be a challenge for all of you, especially with his sand body. I know, that's why I am thinking of a way to negate that intangible sand body. You know, my dad and mom could always beat me even though I have this fire body. They could touch me using a mysterious power that they never told me. My dad only told me that there are 2 ways to touch Logia or Paramecia users who get their bodies transformed by their devil fruits. The first one is the mysterious power he used, the second one is using the ability's weaknesses. Just like how Luffy's rubber body is weak to sharp weapons and my fire is weak to water, Crocodile's sand must be weak to something too. Robin nods because she also knows it and she also knows what that mysterious power is. But she doesn't tell Leo about that power because he is very focused right now. She doesn't want to disturb him. I will tell him about Haki later. But if his father can use Haki, then maybe he is a New World pirate. Mr. Gaban said that Haki is very rare in Paradise, but it's very common in New World. If Leo's father is a New World pirate, then he must be very strong. Now that I think about it, I never asked who his father is. Hey, Leo, can I? Brack, someone falls on the deck, taking everyone's attention. Oi! Be careful. You are spilling our precious water. We don't have that much water here. The man who fell hit a water barrel and spilled some of the water. Luckily, someone saves the water barrel fast, so they don't lose too much water. Leo, who sees it, widens his eyes before grinning widely. Well, I never expected that Sir Crocodile has the same weakness as me. Hey? What do you mean? You see that? The water splashed on some sand that get on the ship. Now the sand turns into mud and the wind can't scatter it anymore. Ooh, you're right. But if I recall correctly, Crocodile has the ability to absorb water because people saw him absorb water from his enemies' bodies and dried them. Then he must have turned some parts of his body into mud and dried them later. If he uses his left hand, then it will be vulnerable to attacks for a moment. Losing bodily liquid will make people weak, right? So his enemies couldn't fight him at that state, that's why he doesn't need to worry about being hit. Robin smiles because Leo is actually very smart in battle and music-related things. Although he is very dumb at many common things that she doubts he has any common sense. Well, she has seen many people who are like that, so she isn't surprised. Leo, Robin, and the rebels almost reach Alyaburna when they suddenly encounter Baroque Works agents. Koza asks Leo what they should do and Leo tells Koza that it's better to fight the agents outside the city to minimize damage. I will help you fight them. Koza, you were friends with the princess, right? Then I need you to go to the city and ask for reinforcement. Hey? Are you crazy? Do you think they'll accept a rebel like me? Maybe, if you apologize. You are the leader here, right? Then do you want your comrades to die? Those agents have better weapons and more personnel. We will lose a lot of people without the soldiers' help. Do you care about your pride more than their lives? Leo and Robin are pushing Koza through words until Koza finally agrees. Then after they are ready, the rebels attack the agents who try to talk to them because the agents still think the rebels are on their side. The war has finally started with this attack. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 424, Sir Crocodile. The rebels' attacks surprise the agents who thought they were still allies. They don't know that Leo and Robin have made the rebels switch sides. The surprise attacks make many agents get taken out because they weren't ready. But these agents have a lot of experience, so they overcome their confusion fast and fight the rebels back. The war happens just outside Alyaburna, so the soldiers can see it. They are confused because they've expected to get attacked by the rebels and agents. Just like them, Crocodile, who supervises the plan, is confused and furious. He has planned things thoroughly, but suddenly things don't go as he planned. Everything has gone well so far, after all, so he didn't expect something like this to happen. What the hell happened? Crocodile clicks his tongue before looking at the palace. It seems I need to do this myself. Leo is now helping the rebels on the battlefield using his swordsmanship. He doesn't use his devil fruit ability though to save his energy. The war has just started, after all, and he needs to fight the main agents, so he needs to save his energy. Still, even without his devil fruit, Leo is too powerful for these normal bounty hunters. Leo can defeat them with every slash of his blades and Robin doesn't do anything. She just watches from a safe place as everyone else fights. Robin has a job to do now, which is to find the Straw Hat Pirates. She uses her devil fruit ability to look all over Alyaburna to find them by growing eyes and ears using her flower petals. Robin has looked everywhere, but she can't find the Straw Hats. Leo, it seems they haven't arrived yet. What? Damn, then Koza might fail if Vivi hasn't arrived yet. Oh no. Crocodile is moving towards the palace. Shit. I need to go there now. Robin, try to keep these guys alive. Leo runs off after saying that and he moves fast by gliding on the ground using fire on his feet. He goes to the palace very fast and encounters Koza, who actually succeeds at persuading the soldiers. Koza. Go to the battlefield now, I will go to the palace. Crocodile is going there. What? Then I'll go too. No. You need to lead the others, leave Crocodile to me. I can at least hold him for a while. TCH, fine, just stay alive. I don't plan to die yet. Leo keeps rushing to the palace while Koza goes to the battlefield with the soldiers. Leo doesn't say it, but he's impressed at Koza for succeeding at persuading the soldiers. Although maybe it's also because the rebels are fighting the agents, so the soldiers believe him more easily. After a while, Leo arrives in front of the palace and thinks of a way to get inside. But then he hears a battle sound from above, so he propels himself up by shooting fire from his feet. He can't reach it though because it's too high for him. Rebve.co. God damn, it's really high. I can't reach it. Leo suddenly realizes that he is still limiting himself to do things that he has never done before. He laughs a little because he knows this is the reason he couldn't grow fast. So he smirks before using a lot of his energy to fly up by transforming himself into a fire and shooting himself up. He succeeds and he smiles widely because it actually works and it doesn't use a lot of his energy. Leo doesn't know yet that by transforming into a fire, he also reduces his body weight because it's now a fire. So he can fly easier, and if he masters it, he can fly freely. Anyway, Leo has arrived on the rooftop now, and he sees the man who becomes their main target, Crocodile. Some other people are there too, but they've been beaten up. An old guy is pinned on the wall in front of Crocodile and Leo knows he is the king. Who are you, kid? Me? I'm a pirate who will destroy your plan. Crocodile is silent for a moment before he laughs. Kaka, you must be that Straw Hat's crewmate. Well, let me tell you, your captain has died. He chased me after being beaten by me just to get beaten again. I decided to kill him because he was annoying. You kill Luffy? Hat, what a nice joke. That guy is the most persistent person I've ever met. You thought you've killed him, but are you sure that he has died? He will come back, although you might have gotten defeated by me when that happens though. HOH, what an arrogant statement. You? Defeating me? Kaka, so funny, kid. Yeah, funny. Leo suddenly shoots himself forward and arrives in front of Crocodile very fast. He slashes his fiery cutlasses at Crocodile's body and Crocodile gets cut easily. Leo lands and realizes that the fire on his blades has disappeared now. He is quite surprised, but he ignores it and runs to the king. Leo cuts the rope that holds the king and then jumps to the left with the king to evade Crocodile's sand attack. His instinct tells him that he needs to evade that because it felt dangerous. Leo immediately whispers to the king to bring him some water. The king is still confused because he doesn't know Leo, but Leo tells him to think about it later. Their priority now is defeating Crocodile and they need water to do it. The king nods and then runs into the palace. Crocodile shoots sand toward the king, but Leo blocks it by crossing his cutlasses. He gets pushed back a little, but his blocking allows the king to escape. Crocodile is pissed, but Leo just smirks while coating his cutlasses with fire. Fire? So you are a devil fruit user, hey? A Logia type I assume. Is that the source of your confidence? Not really, I just know I need to beat your ass, and I will do it. Then, let's see if you have the ability to do it. Crocodile shoots a sand blade and Leo evades it before rushing toward Crocodile. Leo slashes his right cutlass at Crocodile, but the man blocks it using his metal hook. Then when Leo is about to slash using his left cutlass, Crocodile sends a punch at his stomach. Leo expects it to pass his fire body, but to his surprise, Crocodile's punch actually hurts him. He gets flung back a little and he holds his stomach with a surprised expression. He realizes his previous instinct to evade was right. Kaka, as I thought, I can touch you. Don't you know that sand is a good fire extinguisher? Your weak fire won't be able to damage my sand, but I can damage you. This doesn't look good for you, kid. TCH, so his sand can damage me, hey? This changes some things, but the way to defeat him is still the same. Damn, where's that old man? Leo is looking for the king, who finally appears while bringing a glass of water. Leo's face becomes dark instantly while looking at the glass of water. He wanted the king to bring a lot of water, but the king only bring a glass. While slapping his face, Leo realizes that it's also his fault for not telling the king to bring a lot of water. So he sighs and decides to accept the glass of water. But Crocodile knows his intention, so Crocodile shoots a sand blade at the glass of water. Leo acts fast and destroys the sand blade using his blades. It worked before, so he knows he can break Crocodile's sand attack using his blades. He immediately takes the glass of water and store half of the water in his mouth while holding the rest in his left hand. Now, Leo's weapons are a cutlass and a glass of water. He looks ridiculous, but Crocodile doesn't laugh because Leo has rushed toward him again. Leo is very fast because he shoots himself forward using his fire. When he arrives in front of Crocodile, Leo splashes the water in the glass at Crocodile. Croco evades it easily, but he can't evade the water that Leo spits out of his mouth. The water splashes on his face, so Crocodile closes his eyes reflexively. Leo slashes his right cutlass at Crocodile's face and almost hits him. But Crocodile opens his eyes and slides back to evade the blade. Crocodile can't evade perfectly though, and Leo's attack cuts his facial skin, giving him a vertical wound that crosses with his horizontal scar. It isn't the end though, because Leo suddenly shoots himself forward again. He slashes his cutlass upwards, but Crocodile makes a sand wall to block it. Leo's cutlass is stuck in the sand wall, so he clicks his tongue and pulls it back. When he's done, Crocodile has dried his face and looks at him angrily. He smirks and taunts Crocodile again even though he has run out of water. They fight again and now Leo is very careful of Crocodile's attacks. Leo focuses on evading and blocking Crocodile's attacks. He still can't find a way to damage Crocodile without water. His fire keeps getting extinguished and can't damage Crocodile's sand body. When Leo gets cornered, they suddenly hear a loud sound calling Crocodile from afar. Both of them take a look and see Luffy is being carried by a big bird. Crocodile looks unpleased, while Leo is smirking. Now it will be 2 vs 1. So their chance of winning will be higher, that's what Leo thought. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_capped mermain. Chapter 425, Back to Jaya. While the war in Alabasta rages on, Buggy is speeding on the sea. Yeah, speeding, because he uses a speedboat that has just been made on Water 7. Alice the little girl is enjoying the ride so much because it's really fun for her. Haha, you really have a sailor soul, Alice. What? I can't hear you. Nothing, just enjoy the ride. They travel very fast to their next destination, which is Jaya Island. That island is quite far from Water 7, so Buggy needs to be fast. Grand Line sea weather changes are not that good for Alice, who is still a child. So when they encounter bad weather, Alice hides inside the boat in a special room made for her. This room is warm and very well protected, but she still can see the outside because there are 2 glass windows. Buggy wants her to experience a lot of things in their journey. He has decided to take care of her, so he will give everything he can to her. Buggy always said he is not a hero, but for those saved by him, he is their hero. Alice also feels like that, and she feels very safe with Buggy after she lost her dad. On their way to Jaya Island, Buggy finally shows his true appearance to Alice. He doesn't tell Alice his real identity though, because she is very shocked already by his facial reveal. She might pass out if she knows he is the current most wanted man in the world. He tells Alice that he is on a secret mission now and the little girl believes it right away. He also said his real name is a secret for now, and Kuriko is his code name. Buggy then asks Alice to help him in his mission and gives her a code name, Anya. Alice smiles very widely and nods furiously before Kuriko A.K.A. Buggy pats her head. Both of them keep going to Jaya while Buggy keeps entertaining Alice with the secret agent game he made. But he doesn't just play with her, he teaches her a few things too. Because they are in a ship, a boat now, Buggy teaches her things about sailing. He introduces the basic knowledge of navigating, helming, roles in a ship crew, and other ship-related things. The little girl listens to all the lessons seriously because she thinks they are very important for her job as an agent. That game makes Alice more lively. Buggy is very happy because she always looked sad since she lost her dad. She always tried to hide it, but a child like her can't fool an experienced man who has seen too many things. So it's really good that her mood has gotten better. After a few days, they finally reach Jaya Island. It takes a few days even though their speedboat is faster than normal ships. Well, they still need to rest, after all, because Buggy operated it alone, and he needs to sleep too. On Jaya, Buggy immediately searches for information about the Straw Hat Pirates. He goes to an information broker with Alice. The broker is a member of the Caribbean, so Buggy is their boss, but they don't know it because he doesn't use his real identity now to see if they work properly. The war should have ended by now and he is right. It hasn't and won't appear in the news, so he buys the information from the Caribbean that kept an eye on the Straw Hat Pirates by his request. The war is obviously won by the Straw Hat Pirates, but some things are different from the original story. The one who defeated Crocodile wasn't Luffy, it was Leo. It's because Luffy fought someone else, a man who joined Baroque Works through a special way. He has a sister who got recruited by Crocodile to be Ms. All Sunday, the position that Robin has in the series. The man is a devil fruit user, dog fruit model, Tasmanian devil. He has sharp metal-coated claws and fangs that can rip Luffy's rubber skin easily. This guy is actually as strong as Crocodile, that's why Luffy has a hard time against him. As for his sister who became Ms. All Sunday, she was fighting Robin on the battlefield, making Robin unable to watch over the Straw Hats. This woman is also very strong that even Robin has a hard time despite having all the great skills taught by Gaban. These two new faces are actually members of the Caribbean. Buggy sent them to infiltrate Baroque Works to get information even before Luffy started sailing. Their initial mission was to get important information from the warlord. But when the Straw Hats were going to Alabasta, Buggy changed their mission. They needed to make sure Leo and Nami stay alive, but also make sure they grow by letting them fight. Their initial plan was to let the Tasmanian Devil man fight Leo and the woman fought Nami. But he couldn't fight Leo without using Haki and she couldn't fight Nami because Crocodile ordered her to fight Robin. If they do as they please, then there would be problems. So the man fought Luffy while keeping tabs on Leo and the woman fought Robin while keeping tabs on Nami. They held themselves a lot and finally got defeated after Leo and Nami won. Nami's victory was good, but Leo's victory was very surprising for them. He grew a lot in his fight against Crocodile that he didn't even need to use water to defeat Crocodile. Leo won by concentrating the fire on his blades, making them very hot that when he slashed Crocodile, the heat of his fire blades turned Crocodile's sand into glass. The cut wounds on Crocodile's body didn't bleed because they were covered by glasses. Obviously, Leo got more wounds than Crocodile because the warlord dominated the battle most of the time. But Leo was very persistent and didn't go down no matter how powerful Crocodile's attacks were. He kept fighting back without any care for his injuries. Leo knew if he couldn't even defeat Crocodile, then defeating his dad would be impossible. So he kept forcing himself to surpass his limits and finally made the fire on his blade hot enough to damage Crocodile. He could only do it by concentrating his fire on his blades. The cost of this technique is he lost his intangibility because his body couldn't turn into the fire as all his fire is on his blades. But it made his fire much more powerful and hot that it even melted sand. Buggy grins when he reads the report about Leo's battle. For now, Leo could only reach such an insane fire temperature by sacrificing his fire body. But this opened up a possibility for Leo to reach that level of fire easily without sacrificing anything. What he needs the most is the experience of fighting strong people. Well, that will surely happen because he is joining the Straw Hat Pirates. The main characters will always attract problems anywhere they go. But I've made some changes in the past, so there are some things that need to be manipulated now. After he got the information he wants, Buggy goes to a small building in the corner of Mock Town. He knocks on the door using a unique knocking pattern as a code. The door opens and Buggy enters it while carrying Alice on his back. There are some people inside who look at the two of them intensely. Buggy then shows his real face and they all immediately bow very low and greet him as Big Boss. He just nods while Alice is awed by the respect they show to Buggy. "Uncle, they call you boss." "Of course, I am their boss, after all." "So, Alice, we will stay with them for a few days. I will leave for a while between those few days and you will stay here with them." Buggy tells Alice that he has a dangerous job to do and he can't take her with him. She becomes very sad and begs him to not leave her. Buggy knows she is afraid to be left again, but he really can't take her to where he will go. "Then, let's make a promise. I will return here and take you to interesting places. While I go, you need to learn more things so that you can help me go to those places. If you get smart enough, I can take you to the place you can't visit now." What Buggy said makes Alice thinks that she can't go with him because she lacks knowledge. It makes her very motivated to learn more things so that she can go with Buggy anywhere. She nods and promises that she will become very smart, so Buggy needs to fulfill his promise too. They make a pinky promise to seal the promises they've just made. Buggy smiles and rubs Alice's hair before taking her to a comfortable bed because she is tired. She falls asleep immediately even though she said she's not sleepy. Alice isn't used to sailing intensely for a few days, so obviously she would get tired. Buggy planned to leave after putting Alice to sleep, but she holds his hand tightly. He giggles and decides to sleep beside her like a father sleeping with his daughter. 2 days later, Buggy leaves Jaya Island while Alice stays with his men. These guys are very powerful, so Alice will be safe with them while he's not here. Now he can do his main mission which requires him to be someone else. Underscore 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 un. 461 Cutting Red Line, Transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 426, Skypiea again. A few days after Buggy left Jaya, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived there. Then just like in the series, they will go to Skypiea. Of course, without Cricket there, they find out about Skypiea in a different way. They find out about it through the Monkey Brothers. Those 2 monkeys are on Jaya to scavenge shipwrecks and Shandian's treasures in the sea. They are actually friends with clown pirates because they chased after Cricket as they are fans of books of Norland. Those 2 met Cricket when he returned to North Blue a few years ago when the crew was on a break. Then Buggy asked Cricket to send them to Jaya and find the remaining treasures of the Shandians. Cricket was skeptical they would accept that job, but they accepted it without any hesitation. So now, they are scavenging ships while searching for Shandian's treasures around Jaya. What happens on Jaya with the Straw Hats is basically the same, except for how they find out about Skypiea, the way to go there, and their new bounties. Just like in the series, Teach shows them their new bounties. But now, there are 3 new bounties on their heads. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, 110 million. Red Lion Leonardo, 100 million. Pirate Hunter Rorano Azoro, 60 million. Leo also gets a bounty because he was the one who defeated Crocodile. But he doesn't get a higher bounty than Luffy because Luffy is the crew's captain. So Leo will do his order, which makes him more dangerous to world government. Anyway, the Straw Hat pirates ride the Knock upstream and go to Skypiea, leaving Blackbeard pirates who got wrecked by the current. The two monkey men have told them the story of Norland and how his descendant, Cricket, has proved that Norland wasn't a liar. That story inspired the Straw Hats to go and see the truth that Cricket fought for. Also, they really want to see an island that floats high in the sky, above the cloud. They aren't just pirates, they are adventurers, after all, so they want to see new places on their journey. Although Leo, Nami, and Robin have another thought. They know Cricket, after all, but he never mentioned or brag about this story, after all. So they want to know if the man in the monkey's story is really the Cricket they know. The crew arrives on the first layer of the White Sea and they have breathing difficulty, just like in the series. But there's no one attacking them now because the Shandayans are living together peacefully with the Skypieans now. Usopp is still doing his stupid idea to swim in the cloud though, so they aren't really safe. They finally find the gate to the upper layer and now they go up after paying the tax. Unlike in the series, there are some gatekeepers, and they are young soldiers. There is also a sign that shows the exchange rate of Belly and Ixtal, so they know the tax isn't expensive. And they can't go to the upper level without paying anyway as the soldiers will attack them. But before they go to the upper level, the soldiers warn them to be careful. Something dangerous is happening on Skypiea, and if they aren't careful, they might not return to the Blue Sea. The Straw Hats just listen and go to Skypiea excitedly. Maybe it's fate, but they also meet Konis, just like in the series. She becomes their tour guide and they go around the solid cloud island. Usually, tourists can go to Upper Yard since the Skypieans and Shandayans live together peacefully. But it is prohibited to enter Upper Yard and civilians are evacuated from there. Even Konis don't really know why except for a dangerous thing is happening there. It intrigues the Straw Hats who really want to see Upper Yard as it is the other piece of Jaya. They also have faced dangers many times because they are pirates. If they are afraid of danger, then they will never reach their goals. So they go to Upper Yard sneakily without Konis's knowledge. They succeed and immediately explore the soil island in groups. Upper Yard has been developed, but it still looks like a jungle. This place is massive, after all, but the people who live here are not that many. While exploring, the Straw Hat groups get stopped by some soldiers. These soldiers are different from the gatekeepers. They look stronger and have better weapons. These soldiers are Shandayans and Skypieans, and they tell the Straw Hats to leave Upper Yard now. The Straw Hats don't want to listen to them, but suddenly, a massive explosion can be heard from far deep in the island. It takes everyone's attention because the explosion is really loud. So it should be a very powerful explosion because the whole island can hear it. Damn, it has started. You guys hurry up and leave. We can't guarantee your safety if you stay here any longer. A soldier only says that to Leo's group before leaving. Leo is in a group with Nami who forced him to follow her to hunt treasures. What should we do, sis? Of course, we continue. As long as we don't get closer to the dangerous place they meant, we will be fine. Sigh, all right. The other Straw Hats also have the same thinking and keep exploring the island. They don't get into any trouble even after exploring till night. So they continue it the next day and go deeper into the island, forgetting the soldiers' warning. Then, after exploring for a while, the Straw Hats arrive at the City of Gold. The old buildings here are still coated by gold, like how they were supposed to be. Even the golden bell is there, but it has a wood pillar replacing its broken gold pillar that was taken by the clown pirates. The City of Gold amazes the Straw Hats who have heard it from the monkey's story. Now, they see it for themselves, the proof that Norland didn't lie. This place is still taken care of now by both Shandayans and Skypians, and it's used for many events, but not as a living place. Boom! A loud explosion can be heard again, but now it's closer than yesterday. They can even see the smoke of that explosion that seems to happen on the other side of the City of Gold. The crew wants to check it, but suddenly someone falls in front of them. It's a Shandia soldier who has a lot of damage to his body. He grunts painfully, so Chopper checks on him. The guy tells them to leave immediately before he passes out. It really makes them wonder what happens on the other side of this City of Gold. They decide to check it after Chopper treats the guy a little. Well, Luffy wants to go there, so they also need to go there. They go fast and finally reach the other side of the city. What they see is quite shocking. They see many people are lying on the ground with a lot of injuries on their bodies. Only a few people are still standing and they all look in the same direction. The Straw Hats look at where they are looking and see a man standing there while holding an unconscious soldier's hair. Is this all you've got, Skylanders? Ha, truly disappointing. It seems the gold in this city will be mine in the end. The man who says that is none other than Kuroko Buggy. He is the one who makes all these Shandians and Skypieans have a lot of injuries. Buggy was beating them quite hard, but he doesn't kill any of them. The reason for this is he wants to take the City of Gold from Shandians and Skypieans. He attacked the guards and then the soldiers who came to assist the guards. Buggy defeated them very easily, but then he gave them a chance. If they can defeat him in a week, then he will leave. It's almost a week now, but they can't even scratch him, not to mention defeat him. He never used his real power, of course, but no one here can defeat him. Well, that was the reason used by Buggy as Kuroko to fight these guys. The real reason is he wants to set up something to fight the Straw Hat Pirates. But it's also a request from Skypiean's God and Shandia Chief. Buggy has met those two first when he came here to tell them his plan. Out of his expectation, they accepted his plan very easily. They are very thankful for it too because they always wanted to teach their young men a lesson. The young soldiers here are very arrogant and think they are the best because they never lose to any pirate who came here. They don't care if they have a big advantage when those pirates are still adapting to the change of altitude, they just care about their victory, and it made them arrogant. It would be very dangerous if they were still like that because dangerous enemies might come one day. So Buggy's plan is actually to help the two gods to teach the young soldiers. He can show them what it really means to be powerful by defeating them single-handedly. So they set this all up and then Buggy kept beating these youngsters quite badly. Even Wiper is included among the soldiers who got beaten up by him. He wasn't arrogant, but he was still weak, so he needs to experience great fights to improve. It has been 5 days, so they only have 2 days left, but they still can't defeat Buggy. He grins while looking at the miserable soldiers. Then he sees the Straw Hat Pirates who watch from afar and grin widely. Oh ho! There are some new faces there. So you have reinforcements, hey? Then let's see if they can save you. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 427, Giving Lesson. Buggy drops the unconscious man in his hand while looking at the Straw Hats. He looks at them and smiles a little as he sees his son and daughter who have grown a lot since they met last time. It's been quite some time since Buggy's last visit to their home, after all. There's Robin too here, the little girl his crew saved years ago. She looks like she has a good life, so he is very glad he chose to save her. He would love to talk to them, but he still needs to put up an act as Kuroko, so he turns his soft smile into a wicked grin. You guys don't look like reinforcements. Are you people from below? Oi, what are you doing to them? Luffy asks Buggy with a serious tone, which is quite unusual. I asked first, so answer my question first before asking. Are you guys from below? Pirates? Adventurers? We are pirates. Is that so? Then you better leave now if you don't want to get involved. I am a pirate too and I am doing my job as a pirate now. If you leave now, then I won't do anything, but if you choose to stay either for my gold or these people you've just met, then I will beat the crap out of you weaklings. The Straw Hats ask Luffy what should they do while looking at Kuroko Buggy. He looks strong to them, especially with a lot of defeated guys around him. Chopper is checking on the defeated guys briefly to see if they are dead. Luffy, no one here died. They aren't hurt that bad either. Whipper, who is still conscious, suddenly stands and looks sharply at Buggy. He doesn't kill anyone here, only beating us up. It has been 5 days and we fought every day, but no one gets seriously injured even though we always got beaten up by him. Of course, his explanation confuses the Straw Hats. So he just says that he won't explain the details because he doesn't need to. If you are here just to disturb us, then leave. We already have a hard time facing one person. Hey, is he really strong? Zoro asks Whipper while grinning because he seems interested. How does it look to you? I don't need to ask, hey? Well, it seems we'll still need to fight him, right, Luffy? Even if we don't want the gold, we'll still need to fight and defeat him so that we can explore this place freely. Leo agrees with Zoro. Yet, besides, it seems he won't let us go as he said. Kuroko Buggy's grin seems to be full of excitement about fighting people, so there's no way he will let them go without any fight now. Luffy also agrees with that, so he orders them to get ready to fight immediately. Nami goes to hide without any hesitation while Robin stays behind. Only the boys are truly getting ready to fight, which surprises Whipper because they don't know each other. But Whipper doesn't reject them because it might be better to let them fight Kuroko Buggy too. Kuroko Buggy grins and taunts them using his left hand. The boys then rush at him and Usopp shoots a bullet first. Buggy catches it and it explodes in his hand. Usopp celebrates it, but then the Straw Hats' eyes widen when they see Buggy appears without any scratches. Zoro then slashes his 3 swords very strongly, but they get caught by Buggy. Not only do they get stopped, but they also get caught by his bare hand. Then Buggy also catches Leo's fire blades with his other hand. He doesn't feel any pain and there's no damage at all to his hands. Sanji sends a kick from the side and it hits Buggy's face cleanly. But Buggy doesn't move even a bit, as if nothing hits him. The same thing happens when Chopper punches him from the other side. Nothing happens even when Luffy's strong pistol punch passes between Leo and Zoro then hits his stomach. Buggy doesn't even flinch, he just stands there as if nothing happens. These guys have defeated a warlord's organization, but they can't even make a man move after attacking him together. Of course, it surprises all the Straw Hat Pirates, but Whipper doesn't react to it. He just thinks it's a good chance to attack, so he moves behind Buggy. Whipper puts his hands on Buggy's back and pushes them. Reject. Boom. A massive explosion suddenly happens, pushing Whipper and the nearby Straw Hats back. The Straw Hats don't get that much damage though because the impact hit Buggy first. They only get pushed by the shockwave that doesn't damage them that much even though it hurts. Whipper gets the most damage though because of the recoil. He has used rejectile many times in the last few days, so the damage on his hands has stacked a lot. His bones have cracked now, so he won't be able to use even impact dials for a while. How many times have you used that? And how many times have I told you that it doesn't work? Buggy is still unscathed without any scratches and he doesn't even move from his position. He really shows the massive gap of power between them. They feel like they are attacking a very sturdy wall that won't budge no matter what they do. Are you done attacking? Then, it's my turn, right? After saying that, Buggy walks slowly toward the Straw Hats. Whipper is already done, after all, so he doesn't need to do anything to the guy. He only needs to take care of the Straw Hats and it really makes him excited because he will give these main characters a good lesson. Let me tell you something before I beat you up so badly, kids. Sometimes, it's better to ignore things that aren't your business. If you still want to stick your nose in those things, then make sure you are good enough to take care of it and can handle the consequences of your actions. I will help you attach that into your naive minds. Buggy walks slowly without showing any signs of intimidation. Yet the Straw Hats can feel the strong and scary pressure coming from him. They know they can't run away, so they attack him again while suppressing their nervousness. Usopp shoots some strong explosive bullets at him consecutively. But now Buggy doesn't let them hit him, he changes their directions with graceful and smooth moves that won't trigger the bullets to explode. He sends them back to Usopp and they explode on the ground right in front of Usopp. The explosions send Usopp flying quite far and he gets knocked out after getting a lot of damage. Buggy doesn't direct them right on Usopp's body because he doesn't want to kill the long nose. He doesn't know what to say to Usopp's mom that he has saved if he kills Usopp, after all. His next target is Chopper, who has just transformed into horn mode. Buggy suddenly appears in front of him after moving at a very high speed. With Buggy's power, he doesn't even need a technique like Sora to move very fast, and he can even surpass Sora's speed if he wants. Buggy grins and hits Chopper's head just once, but it's enough to knock out the reindeer. It angers the silent archaeologist though, who finally attacks Buggy after only watching for a while. A lot of hands suddenly grow on Buggy's body and they try to bend his body and limbs. However, Buggy doesn't budge even a bit and just keeps grinning while looking at Robin. He can feel that she is quite strong, but it's not enough to make him move. Gaban raised her well, but Buggy is in a whole different league. Buggy still has those hands on his body when he counters Sanji's high kick with his kick. He doesn't use that much power, but it's enough to hurt Sanji's leg. Then Buggy kicks Sanji's jaw from below, sending him to fly and knocking him out. After Sanji gets defeated, the two swordsmen attack him from two sides. Buggy moves between them without getting hit by any of their swords. He turns around and hits them from above at the same time using his fists. They are knocked out instantly after getting hit. Luffy, Nami, and Robin, who are still fine, get very surprised because Buggy just hit Leo's Fire Logia body. That means he might be able to hit Luffy's rubber body too. It doesn't look good, but Luffy still attacks Kuroko Buggy because there is no other choice. He runs at Buggy while stretching his arms to the back. Then he retracts his stretched arms and sends them to Kuroko Buggy. Buggy just grins and lets Luffy's bazooka attack hit him. It still can't make him move even a bit and it becomes a problem for Luffy instead. Kuroko Buggy catches Luffy's wrists and then squeezes them quite hard. Luffy screams in pain as he feels his wrists are about to break. That pain causes his concentration drops and his stretched arms return to normal. But because Buggy holds his wrists, he gets pulled by the retracted arms instead. He arrives in front of Kuroko Buggy, who just grins before headbutting Luffy from above. The headbutt is so strong it slams Luffy onto the ground and shakes the surrounding area as a deep mark appears there. The boys have been defeated. Now there are only Robin and Nami. Nami immediately says she gives up, but Buggy still attacks her. He wants to teach her a lesson that she still needs to stand up and fight for herself. Giving up is good sometimes, but she needs to try before even giving up. Lastly, he attacks Robin, who can't do anything to him with all her techniques. She has good skills, but she lacks the power to back those up. Without enough power, she would get overwhelmed easily by those with ridiculously strong power. Kuroko Buggy grins while looking at the defeated people. He feels like he has just become the main villain after beating up the main characters. Well, that aside, I want to see how you'll face this overwhelming defeat. Show me how you'll handle this situation, kiddos. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 428, Bullying the Kids. At night, the Straw Hats are surprised to see they are fine after being beaten up by Buggy. Whipper explains that this happens every day to them in this war. They never get seriously injured, except for him who overused his reject dial. It's like he was never serious against us, as if he is just playing with us. The difference in power is just too much. Nothing we've done could injure him even one bit. Whipper looks very frustrated, and the Straw Hats can understand that. They've just fought Kuroko Buggy once, but they have felt the hopelessness already. Even so, they have started it, so they can't back down now. The Sky People are preparing for another battle tomorrow, so the Straw Hats also prepare themselves. They still have 2 more days to defeat Kuroko Buggy. If they can't defeat him in 2 days, then he will take the gold in the City of Gold, which means he will destroy it, and they can't let that happen. Although the Straw Hats don't have anything to do with the place, they still want to fight. Not only do they want the gold too, but they also want to explore this place peacefully, and they can't do it without defeating Kuroko Buggy. Well, even if they don't choose to fight, Buggy will chase them and force them to fight him. The next day, they attack Kuroko Buggy, who camps outside the City of Gold again. Whipper doesn't join because his hands are broken, so he needs to rest. But they have more forces now because the Straw Hats will join them. Even so, their attack on Kuroko Buggy today still doesn't work at all. Buggy is playing with them and overwhelming them till the end. He also plays with the Straw Hats now by only evading or defending their attacks until they get exhausted. Then on the last day, Buggy is changing his method again. Instead of waiting for their attack, he is the one who launches the attack. He attacks their camp near the edge of Upper Yard, and now he really goes on the offensive. His attacks aren't powerful because he doesn't want to take them out too fast. He messes with them till the end, making them feel frustrated and hopeless. They can't even scratch him even after doing many things that surely could defeat Crocodile a few more times. Very disappointing, kiddos. If you are only this strong, then don't hope you will survive Grand Line. You might reach the end of Paradise, but you'll surely get trashed in New World. All of you are not ready for the higher stages. The Straw Hats look at Kuroko Buggy while lying on the ground after getting beaten up badly. Buggy now really beat them to pulps because this will be their last battle. There's no need to even mention this as a battle, it's just bullying. A cowardly sniper who can't shoot fast, a reindeer without good skills who only has power that isn't that much either, a woman who can grow her body parts but doesn't have enough power, a girl who kept running away, a kicker who get distracted easily by women, a swordsman with 3 swords who kept rushing without thinking, a fireman whose fire isn't that hot nor powerful, and a rubber man who only knows how to keep going, who coincidentally is the captain too but can't direct his crew members. You don't work well as a crew. Might as well call yourselves individual sailors who banded together. Such disappointment. Kuroko Buggy turns around and walks away, but then Luffy shouts at him to wait. They still want to fight, so they try to get up slowly, but their bodies have gotten injured too much. Willpower alone won't be able to help them get up and fight again. I have advice for you. Sometimes you need to force yourselves to surpass your limits to win battles. But it's better to know your limits and not overestimate yourselves. As pirates, when you face strong opponents, it's either you surpass them or get killed by them. You need to be wise when you choose to either fight your enemies or leave them alone until you get stronger. Because most of the time, when you lose the battle, you'll also lose your lives. Buggy spreads his conqueror haki after finishing his little speech. He knocks out the Shandayans, Skypieans, and some of the Straw Hats. Only Luffy, Leo, Zoro, and Sanji remains conscious for a while before they also get knocked out, with Leo and Luffy being last. His Conqueror Haki has reached a level where he can even knock out other Conqueror Haki users who aren't that proficient with their power yet. Not to mention knocking those who haven't even awakened their Conqueror Haki like Luffy and Zoro. There isn't any sign of a clash too because they haven't awakened it. I'm curious whether Leo has it too or not. I don't raise him to be weak, and with him being my son, the chance of him having it is high. If he wants to surpass me, then he needs to have it or it will be very difficult. Buggy then leaves the scene where everyone has gotten unconscious. He goes to Ganfal's home where the old man and Shandia chief are playing chess happily. Their soldiers are being beaten up very badly, but they are playing chess instead. Aren't you being too relaxed now? Oh, you're done already? Well, we don't have anything to do because the young ones told us to stay here for our safety. Yet, besides, we can't go anywhere with all these injuries you've given to us. The Shandia chief shows his body which has a lot of bandages. They were joining the soldiers to fight Buggy for 3 days. But their old bones just couldn't take it and they get very injured even though Buggy didn't attack them as strongly as when he attacked the soldiers who weren't that strong either. What a lame excuse. You geezers just want to avoid battles because you know it's futile. I don't disagree. Anyway, how are they? I think they're good, I didn't hit them that much. They should get more motivated from now on and train harder because someone like me could appear anytime. But if they are still slacking off or even stop being soldiers, then it's the end for them. You don't need soldiers who are too full of themselves because it can endanger your people. You're right, it's a good chance to filter our forces. Well, that's that, so what will you do now? What else? I'm going back down. I will still take my payment though. Yeah, just don't break it. Buggy smirks before he leaves God's home which is quite small as it is located in a small flying cloud. He leaves and goes back to the City of Gold to take his payment. His payment is some gold treasures they saved in the City of Gold. He doesn't take much because he doesn't need that much anyway. Buggy can always come here to take more, so he only takes the amount he needs. He only needs some for him and Alice to explore paradise for a while. Before he leaves, Buggy looks at the golden bell for a while. Then he grins and swings the giant bell to make it ring. He swings it for a while to make it ring many times very loudly. This is his promise to Alice before he left Jaya that he would ring the giant bell she can hear from so far. After that, he leaves the City of Gold and goes to the edge of the upper yard. He passes the camp that he attacked before. Most of them have woken up, so they see him walk past them. He only says he has taken the gold he needs, so he will leave. Of course, Whipper is surprised by the amount of gold Buggy takes. He thought Buggy would take all the gold that cover the city, but he only took some. You only take that much? Yeah, I only need this much. Then why did you say you wanted the whole city? So that you would fight with all you have. I just wanted to have some good fights. Kuriko Buggy grins and walks away without explaining it any further. He walks to the edge of upper yard and looks at the white sea below with a wide grin on his face. Well then people, I'll excuse myself. Don't have a good day. Buggy bows before he jumps into the white sea and dives in. The beaten up straw hats and soldiers rush to check on him, but they can't see him at all. Usopp is reminded of his stupidity when they just arrived on the lower layer. Does he wants to swim there? You can't swim in the white sea. Then he is falling to the blue sea. What a crazy man. Whipper is right, Buggy is free falling to the blue sea from the Sky Island. It is something he always wants to do since he reached the level of an emperor. If Kaido could do it in the series, then he who defeated that beast should be able to do it too. He passes through the White Sea and falls to the Blue Sea 10 kilometers below. The sight of Grand Line's vast sea looks very amazing in his eyes. He can see the small Jaya Island and also some other islands far from Jaya. The breeze of wind, the gravity pulling him, the thrill he feels as he falls, and the risk of failing and dying make him very excited. Buggy does some freestyle maneuvers as he falls while aiming to land on Mock Town. It's a town full of lawless, so he doesn't care if he destroys the town with his landing impact. Alice also stays in the hideout at the border, so it will be fine as long as he lands far from there. Jaya seems to get bigger as he gets closer, and when he gets close enough, Buggy flips to land on his feet. Boom! A loud impact sound gets created when he lands on the street. No one expected it, so there are still many people on the street. They all get shocked and some even fall or get pushed by the impact. Dust flies around and covers the area while some nearby buildings crumble because of the tremor caused by Buggy's landing. Everyone is shocked and they all look at the hole that was just created in the street. They thought it was a meteor, so they get very shocked when a man is coming out of the hole. Kuriko Buggy comes out and looks at his broken shoes. Damn, I like these shoes. Should have used Haki just now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 429, Fast Forward. Buggy leaves the mess he made in the town and goes to the hideout. No one dares to stop him after seeing him come out of a deep hole he made after falling. They know he must have fallen from a very high place to make such a hole, and he must have been very strong to survive that. Alice has been waiting for his return, so she is very happy when he appears. He has replaced her dad already, so now he can be said to be Alice's stepdad even though it's not official yet. Well, Buggy doesn't mind having one more child and he's sure Belmere will be even happier to have more. Buggy asks his men if there was something important happening when he left. But there's nothing that really requires his attention. The only thing that might take his interest is the new Blackbeard pirates. They've left Jaya after failing to catch the Straw Hats. Sigh, I've warned that old man about Teach a few times but he never listened. Well, whatever. I will take care of him myself now that he has left Whitebeard pirates. I'll see how great the fruit that made Teach scheme to get it his whole life. Buggy is grinning excitedly because he might get a good fight after a very long time. He needs to wait though because he has promised Alice they will play around for a while after he returned. They leave Jaya the next day and go to Alabasta because Alice wants to see a desert. While exploring places, Buggy keeps tabs on the news of his crew, Straw Hats and Blackbeard pirates. He won't actually do anything about them for a while, but he still needs to know what they do. Right now, he just wants to be an observer. The Straw Hats appear in Grand Line again before Buggy reaches Alabasta. They fought against Foxy and win easily with Leo being there making strategies. He knows quite well about Davy back fight, after all, and knows their opponents won't play fairly because they are pirates. Leo also contributes a lot in their fight against Aokiji who appears just like in the series. He is the only one in the crew who can actually fight Aokiji. His fire ability is counter to Aokiji's ice ability. But their skills and power are too far apart, so obviously Leo got defeated. He can buy time for his crewmates to escape first though before he also runs away. Leo's fire has gotten hotter, so Aokiji's ice can't freeze him because it always melts. Still, Leo gets quite a lot of damage, so he gives up after his crewmates escaped, and he escapes too. His battle against Aokiji makes him even more frustrated. He keeps getting defeated nowadays and he's afraid he might die even before he can reach his dad. So now, Leo is trying to find a way to get much stronger. He needs to get much stronger to make sure he and his sister survive this deadly sea. This is exactly what Buggy tried to tell Leo by defeating him and his whole crew easily. They need to know they are still nothing in this sea and can die anytime. Buggy only wanted to tell Leo, he doesn't care what the other Straw Hats think because he only needs Leo to be stronger, which will also ensure Nami's safety. After getting defeated on Skypiea, Leo becomes much more serious in his training. He gets even more serious after getting defeated by Aokiji. Since then, Leo becomes the most hard-working member of Straw Hat Pirates. Even with all his training, Leo still has time to play with the others and play music. Buggy always taught him that resting is very important for one's growth. Leo's way to rest both his mind and body is by playing music and sleeping, so he does those. Buggy keeps observing the Straw Hats' movements while he explores Paradise with Alice. He takes Alice to visit a few places where he also has businesses there. So it's not just a trip, Buggy also works while staying in disguise. His infamy as Kuriko rises in this journey because he defeats a lot of names that disturb him. He even defeated a vice-admiral who tried to capture him under a celestial dragon's order. It was Anigamo who got beaten up very badly by Buggy after using Alice as a hostage to capture him. Anigamo caught Alice when she was alone in the hotel when Buggy was away. He took Alice to Buggy and threatened him using the little girl's life. But he made a very fatal mistake. He was too close to Buggy when he made the threat. Their distance was 50 meters, but it was very close for Buggy. Buggy only needs one jump to reach Anigamo almost instantly. He could jump very fast using his physical power and the floating ability of his awakened devil fruit. Even Kizaru would have a hard time evading that, so Anigamo didn't have a chance at all. Buggy took Alice while also blasting Anigamo away. There's no need to even talk about the rest. Buggy beat the shit out of Anigamo. However, Buggy didn't kill him because he didn't want to kill in front of Alice. Buggy still made sure he gave Anigamo, the Marine, and the Celestial Dragons an important lesson. He used advanced Haki against Anigamo, which damaged Anigamo's internal organs very badly that even Manhwa won't be able to heal it. Sometime after that, he got a new bounty as Kuriko. His head is now worth 600 million belly, a very scary number for a rookie pirate who hasn't even entered New World. Such a number surely attracts the world's attention, especially the Emperor's. It doesn't last long though because an incident happens in Nice Lobby a few days later. The Straw Hats attack Nice Lobby after CP9 captured Robin. She didn't leave the crew like in the series. The CP9 that got assistance from a CP0 agent captured Robin openly on Water 7. They trashed the Straw Hats and captured Robin, then took her to Nice Lobby. So the Straw Hats chased them with Frankie's and Icebug's help because Kokoro isn't on Water 7 now. She followed Tom to Wano, so only Frankie and Icebug could operate the sea train. The Straw Hats are fighting the same agents as in the series. Leo, who wasn't in the series, fought the CP0 agent on the bridge. The CP0 agent was very strong, but luckily he was still a new CP0 agent, so Leo could still fight him because he was the weakest in CP0. If it was the other CP0 agents, Leo won't stand a chance because those people are the strongest among all CP agents. Leo won by a small margin because he was more persistent and has better stamina. His injuries were great enough to make him unable to move for 3 days. He even needed to be carried by Frankie to return to Mary, which came by itself just like in the series. Then just like in the series too, Spondam used Buster Call to attack the Straw Hats. Anigamo was supposed to be there, but he was in a very bad condition after Buggy destroyed him. So he was replaced by another Vice-Admiral, John Giant. The Buster Call couldn't advance forward to attack the Straw Hats though. It was because a great force appeared out of nowhere and forced them to stop. They got stopped by Legend Pirates, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Legend Pirates, a crew led by Alan and is affiliated with Clown Pirates. They came to Nice Lobby under Cricket's order after they found out Robin was captured. Coincidentally, the crew was close to Nice Lobby because they were in Paradise to trade weapons with Revolutionary Army under Buggy's order. Alan and Co never met Robin before because they became Clown Pirates apprentices after Robin was left with Gaban. Even so, they know that Clown Pirates' early members were fond of Robin, so they came to help without any hesitation. Besides, they were also excited to find out how powerful the Buster Call was. The Legend Pirates weren't disappointed because they could have a great war against the 5 Vice-Admirals' fleet. It was a very difficult war and they almost won the war. But Aokiji suddenly appeared and stopped the war to prevent them from destroying Nice Lobby. It will be some time until they reach Sabayati. I still can visit a few places. Buggy decides to visit a few places before going to Sabayati to see the supernovas and meet Straw Hats again. He doesn't interfere with what the Straw Hats do again for now and just observes them. From the information he gets, things happen similarly to the series with the Straw Hats. Mary gets burnt, they meet Garp on Water 7, and Luffy's father gets revealed. There is a difference though, Buggy's real identity is also revealed by Garp there. It was very strange already that they never found out about Buggy's real identity so far, so this is a good reveal. Well, Leo and Nami never talked openly about their dad and Buggy hasn't appeared in the news for a while. Robin knew well about Buggy, but Leo and Nami never told her their dad's name. After Garp told Luffy about Dragon, Leo asked him if he knows about Buggy, and his reaction was great. Garp was very surprised to know that Leo is Buggy's son. He didn't do anything though and just explained Buggy's identity to them. They were very surprised when Garp told them that Buggy is the strongest individual alive and the closest man to One Piece. They got even more surprised when they know Garp was defeated by Buggy after Luffy asked about it. Robin also told them that he defeated the Marines' greatest forces at once by himself. This is a feat that even Roger couldn't do. Now Leo finally understands that his goal might be the craziest among all Straw Hats. After all, Garp said that Buggy could have found One Piece if he wants. But he isn't interested in it, that's why that treasure is still available. Strongest individual, hey? As I thought of my dad. Leo gets excited instead of getting discouraged by his dad's achievement. He is really Buggy's son. Underscore 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 un. 466 Imu and God's Knights, transcended as Lord Buggy. 3 pictures of both stories, X, bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 430, Thriller Bark. Even after leaving Water 7, the Straw Hats are still in disbelief about Dragon and Buggy. Leo and Nami especially, keep asking Robin about their dad because they can't find him in news. Robin gladly tells them about Buggy and even tells them how she was saved by Buggy in the past. She then shows them Buggy's current bounty poster and they are very shocked to see it. 5.25 billion isn't a small number, after all. Luffy's 330 million and Leo's 300 million bounties look very small now compared to Buggy's bounty. Zoro is surprised to see Buggy's face because he knows Buggy. Is he really your dad? Yeah, why? He was the one who gave me this sword after refusing me to become his apprentice. Leo seems to remember something after Zoro said that. Oh, so you were the one that Kuina talked about. You know Kuina? Of course, she is my dad's only female apprentice in swordsmanship while I am the only male apprentice. Why don't you say anything till now? You also never told me who your dad is. Haven't I told you his name in the past? Well, I didn't know his name, I only know his face. Leo doesn't know what to say, but he understands it because Zoro is a real idiot. Zoro asks about Kuina and Leo says he doesn't know what she's doing right now. Nami also doesn't know because they've lost contact for years. Anyway, Frankie also tells them that he has met Buggy in the past and helped build the clown pirate's ship, Black Pearl. He says it is the best ship he ever helped to make. He tried to make Sunny to be as good as Black Pearl, but it's still lacking compared to Black Pearl. That ship is simply a monster that is owned by a monstrous crew. I don't know what Paulusan did to that ship, but the last time I saw it, it looked much more powerful than when it was created. Maybe the only ship that can match it is the legendary Pluton now. Even Oro Jackson didn't look as amazing as that ship. You made that ship? And they were changing their ship in Water 7. Frankie nods to Sanji's question and tells them the story of how clown pirates changed their ship. It is similar to how the Straw Hats changed their ship. The clown's old ship couldn't continue to sail, so they changed their ship. Icebag and I weren't surprised when we saw Mary's Klabotterman. It wasn't our first time seeing it, after all. We first saw it at Clown Pirate's first ship, the Little Hunter's funeral. Luffy now seems more interested in Leo's dad than his own dad. He seems like an incredible man and his crew must be amazing. I wasn't there when this happened, but Icebag told me how amazing they were. Frankie then tells them how Clown Pirates stopped Tom's execution just by showing up. World government and marine were afraid to confront the clown pirates. Even Whitebeard pirates might not achieve such a thing without initiating a war. Well, Frankie doesn't know the full story, so his explanation might be exaggerated a bit. Still, it's not too far from the truth, so it's still true, and it surely amazes the Straw Hats. They faced CP9 agents and they almost died, but clown pirates made the whole world government and marine afraid of them. How many members do they have? Usopp asks out of curiosity, so Robin tells him that clown pirates have 110 members now. But now they have many subordinate crews that joined them because of their power. Don't be mistaken though. Those 110 are the reason why they are feared, not because they have thousands of people under them. If we narrow it down, then their 13 powerful executives are the main source of their fame. And even if they don't, then their captain alone is enough to make marine retreats. It is said that Clown Lord Buggy can destroy this world. That is too exaggerated. As if that cheapskate can destroy this world. Nami seems quite pissed when saying that. It's because Buggy didn't give her allowance to map East Blue. They laugh at it, but some of them know that the rumor can be true because they have seen people with incredible power in Grand Line and they know they haven't seen the real deal. Leo becomes more motivated to get stronger and find his own fighting style. He realizes he still follows what his dad taught as it is. Buggy always told him to find his own style, but he hasn't found it. He always won using Buggy's swordsmanship in the past, but now he realizes that he really needs to find his own style to improve himself. Arino.cm. While the Straw Hats are talking about him as they enter Florian Triangle, Buggy is busy beating up a pirate crew. They thought they could beat him up and raise their bounties, but he got a high bounty as Kuriko for a reason. Be glad that I don't kill you, shitheads. You better stop being pirates and do some honest work. You are assuming pirates' name to only have this level of skill after being pirates for years. Buggy leaves the beaten-up pirates and picks up Alice, who's playing with some children in a local village. They will go to Sabayati now because they are on the first island of a route, so they are very far from Sabayati. If they don't go now, they will not reach Sabayati on time. On their way there, Buggy teaches Alice about navigation. He has taught it to her since they left Water 7, and now she is quite knowledgeable. She still has a lot to learn though, so Buggy teaches her while also showing examples as they sail. Other than navigation, Buggy also teaches her self-defense. She is still very young though, so he doesn't teach her difficult things. At the very least, he wants her to know how to defend herself in dangerous situations. She will be able to fight well in the future if she isn't lazy. Buggy also keeps monitoring the Straw Hats when they are in Florian Triangle. It would be impossible knowing how isolated that place is. But Buggy is the underworld king who has eyes anywhere, including Moria's thriller bark. He is spying on all warlords just like how he spies on the other emperors, world government, the marine, and other big organizations. Buggy planted his men everywhere over the years. That's why the Caribbean is the biggest information broker now. Anyway, Buggy is monitoring the Straw Hats' activities on Thriller Bark to see if things go similarly to the series. Well, Brooke isn't involved there now, so things are going differently. They still beat Moria's group in the end though, although Moria's crew is more powerful now. Moria has some more powerful zombies in his crew, which mostly were Beast Pirates' dead members. After Buggy defeated Kaido, Moria was trying to take his revenge by turning the killed Beast's Pirates members into zombies. Too bad for him, Kaido, King, and Queen weren't killed and were sent to the marine. However, he got the old Jack's corpse and that is enough for him. He also got other Beast's Pirates' corpses and turned them into zombies. There was a big problem though. They can't use their devil fruit abilities and it was difficult to find shadows strong enough to be inserted into the corpses, especially Jack's corpse. He also didn't have a good shadow for Ryama's body. So he used Leo's shadow to control Jack's body and Zoro's shadow to control Ryama's body. Sanji's shadow was used to control a Beast's Pirates officer while Luffy's shadow was still used to control the oars. Luckily for them, the zombies' power was affected by the shadows more than their bodies. If a zombie made of Old Jack's body has Old Jack's power, then he could wipe out the whole crew alone. But Jack's zombie was using Leo's shadow, so its power and skills are that of Leo. Leo was fighting zombie Jack, so it was like he fought his own self. Zoro and Sanji also felt that, and their fights against themselves made them realize what they were lacking. They eventually won, and then, just like in the series, Kuma appeared. Zoro still received the damage, but it was Leo who fought Kuma until he passed out after getting too much damage from Kuma's attack. He fought without listening to his friend's pledge to stop. Leo didn't stop because his senses were screaming at him to warn him that Kuma was very dangerous, so he should stop Kuma no matter what. That's why after the war ended, Leo and Zoro were the ones who received the most damage. Kuma was very impressed by Buggy's son, who didn't back down till the end to protect those he cares for. Buggy has met Kuma a few times, after all, so they know each other a bit. The Straw Hats eventually leave Thriller Bark and go to Sabayati. Leo and Zoro are still in bad shape, but they need to go before world government sends more people, so these two are being treated on the way. Buggy is also close to Sabayati already, and he really anticipates their meeting because he already has a plan. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 431, Supernova. It hasn't been long since Buggy left Sabayati, but he is here again after some weeks. The first place he visits is Alice's father's grave. Alice wants to tell her dad what she has done since she left Sabayati with Buggy, so he takes her here. Buggy just waits for Alice and comforts her when she's crying. It is surely hard for a little girl to be left by her dad at such a young age. He knows Alice will overcome it in the future, but this has just been some weeks. Even though she looked happy on their journey, Buggy knows she missed her dad so much. Anyway, after Alice is done, Buggy takes her to Shucky's place. If his calculation is right, then the Straw Hats will reach Sabayati tomorrow. Buggy has a plan, and he can't involve Alice because it will be dangerous for her, so he wants to ask for Shucky's help. You want me to take care of this little cutie? Yeah, for a while. Buggy-chan, you haven't met me for a rather long time. But once you met me, you used a different appearance and even give me the task to take care of a child. What are you up to now? Well, I'm sure you know already. Sigh. Who would have thought that the greatest rookie pirate is actually the greatest emperor of the sea? Someone needs to humble the new kids, don't you think? Young pirates these days are getting too ignorant and don't have principles. They thought they are the best, so they need to be humbled a bit. Are you sure you aren't just having fun? I always have fun, so I don't need to mention it, right? Anyway, please take care of Alice for a while. I have a big plan, and it will surely surprise you. But please don't panic when you hear the news later, it's all part of my plan. What plan is it? And what news? Just a plan to visit a place I couldn't visit yet. As for the news, you will know what I mean when it happens. Things will get dangerous around me, that's why I asked you to take care of Alice until I returned. Sigh, alright, fine. I've received a lot of help from you, so I can do this much. Alright, then Alice, listen to her, alright? I will return after some days, so wait for me. Alice looks sad, but she nods and obeys Buggy's order. She knows Buggy has an important business to do for him to leave her again. He never broke their promises, so she knows he will return just like how he returned after finishing his business on Skypiea. The next day, the Straw Hats really arrive on Sabayati. Things happen quite differently from the series because there's no Brook there and Hatchin is a member of Clown Pirates now. But Hatchin is actually present there with Cammy and they meet the Straw Hats too. Hatchin is on a holiday now. Well, he's not really on holiday because he has a personal business to take care of. But because it's personal, he takes his yearly leave quota. Buggy gave his crew members such a thing so that they can also do things they want. This is also the case for Hatchin, who takes all his quota this year. He is coming back to Fishman Island after hearing that Kami is targeted by slave traders. The slave traders are none other than the Macro gang, who were once members of Sun Pirates like Arlong's crew. They are kidnapping their own kin and selling them as slaves. Hatchin and other fishermen members of Clown Pirates have done many things to prevent this, like making a trained squad of fishermen that worked under them. But they couldn't fully prevent it, although they can reduce the capture rate of fishermen a lot. The Clown's fishermen members didn't want to meddle directly in this, including Hatchin. After all, they don't want to make trouble for their crew, and it's not their responsibility. The ones that should handle this are the Kingdom and Sun Pirates, not them. But Hatchin now takes this personally because Kami is targeted. He is very close to Kami, who he already thinks of as a little sister. That's why he couldn't let this and decided to take care of this personally. After joining Clown Pirates for 8 years, Hatchin has become very strong, even though he is still not a brilliant guy. Hatchin follows Kami while selling takoyaki on a small ship. He was beating up the Macro gang when Kami and Papag got eaten by a Sea King. Luckily, the Straw Hats were hunting the Sea King, so Kami and Papag got saved. But it doesn't take long for them to get in trouble again when they left to inform Hatchin that they're fine. Duval gang captured them after seeing them being chummy with the Straw Hats. So the Straw Hats go to help them, and Hatchin meets them there after going around to find Kami and Papag. Luckily for the Duval gang, Hatchin doesn't take care of them personally and just released Kami from the cage. He leaves the gang to the Straw Hats after knowing the problem between them. Hatchin might not be smart, but he is sensible enough to let people solve their own problems. Right now, Hatchin is guiding the Straw Hats to go around Sabayati. They go to Shucky's bar first to ask Rayleigh to coat Sunny. Alice is playing a waitress game right now. She is helping Shucky serve customers, including beating up customers who don't pay. The Straw Hats come right in time to see Alice drags out a beaten-up man out of the bar. They are very stunned to see her welcome them with a big smile after rolling the beaten-up man down the hill. It's a very unusual sight, after all, but they have seen many things, so they try to ignore it. Things go similarly to the series in Shucky's bar. Except for their surprise when they know that Hatchin is a Clown Pirates member and there is a rookie who has a bounty of 600 million. That's 2 times higher than Leo's bounty, which is very high already for a rookie. People call rookie pirates who haven't crossed to New World with more than the bounty 100 million as supernova. So if we ranked the supernovas from the highest bounty, then Monkey-chan will be second with 330 million and Leo-chan is fourth with 300 million. The third is Captain Eustace Kid with 315 million. As for Roranoa-chan, you are 12th, second from below. There are 13 supernovas now because Kuroko Buggy and Leo are in the rank. This is the most supernovas Grand Line has ever had in a generation. This Kuroko guy, we have fought him once. Oh, really? Then you must get beaten up quite badly. The Straw Hats see Shucky's smile, which makes them assume she knows him. That's right, I know him quite well. This little girl is his foster daughter and he left her here for a while to take care of something. What? They are very surprised, but now they can understand why Alice could drag a beaten-up guy while smiling. Nami is still pissed at Kuroko Buggy, so she asks Shucky about him. Ha ha ha, so you met him on a sky island where he fought everyone there, huh? Well, he likes to fight, that's for sure. I think that is the reason he goes around places. But I can tell you that he is not a bad person at all. Although he can be very ruthless when he sees something that goes against his morale. The reason why his bounty is very high was because he attacked a celestial dragon and defeated a vice admiral. The Straw Hats don't know about celestial dragon, but they sure know about vice admirals. Though the fishmen are very shocked to know someone is crazy enough to attack a celestial dragon. Hatchin even says that Kuriko should have a higher bounty just because he dared to attack a celestial dragon. That's just how crazy it is. Anyway, because Rayleigh isn't there, they decide to search for him. Although they also want to see Sabayati Park and play around for a while. Hatchin goes to find Rayleigh because he knows this place more and he is the strongest here, so he can protect himself. That is a bad decision though, because then Cammy gets captured by slave traders. Buggy has monitored their movements since they arrived, so he knows everything, but he doesn't do anything yet. He follows Cammy to the human shop that still exists here. Buggy has tried to end the human shop business, but they have strong backing from celestial dragons. Although the shops can be destroyed, slavery itself can't be stopped that easily. Well, he has planned a lot of things, but it's not the time to execute that plan yet. Anyway, when Hatchin hears that Cammy gets captured, he gets angry and goes to find her. He beats up some slave trader gangs to find where she was sent. He finds her and goes to the human shop that will sell Cammy. Hatchin breaks the door and enters angrily after beating up the guards. He will beat up everyone in the building if needed, but he doesn't need to. Right when he comes in, Luffy is punching a celestial dragon very hard. Straw Hat, was he the one trying to buy Cammy? Luffy nods at Hatchin's question. Hatchin looks at Cammy, who is being held in a glass container. Leo is standing in front of her to protect her from anyone trying to take her. Good job, I would beat him up myself if you didn't do it. If that happened, then he won't be alive by now. Hatchin is not joking. He will really kill this celestial dragon who tried to enslave Cammy. The current Hatchin, who has joined clown pirates for years, won't fear the celestial dragons. A member of the strongest emperor crew shouldn't fear people in bubbles. Buggy, who watches from the dark, grins widely seeing Hatchin acts like that. He is proud of Hatchin for standing up like that. Buggy doesn't need a crewmate who would let those they are caring for suffer. You've grown up, Hatchin. Now, the main events will start. Let's see how things will turn out. It's about time to start the plan. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 432, Pacifista. A big commotion happened because Luffy punched a celestial dragon. People are panicking and trying to run away because they know an admiral will come here. Hatchin also knows that, so he immediately goes to release Cammy. Leo cuts the tank and Hatchin picks Cammy out of it. A female celestial dragon suddenly comes up the stage and points a pistol at Cammy. Hatchin just peeks at her before flicking one of his tentacles to shoot a water droplet. He is quite good at using fishman karate now after learning it along with swordsmanship. The water droplet hits the female celestial dragon's forehead and knocks her out instantly. It surprises the Straw Hats because they never thought that Hatchin would be this strong. Hatchin only uses enough power to knock her out because killing her will create big problems. His action might put Fishman in bigger danger, after all. The celestial dragons will see him as a fishman before a pirate, so they will blame Fishman first before clown pirates. After knocking out the female celestial dragon, who is the sister of the one that Luffy knocked out, he knocks out their father, who shouts from his seat. The auction house falls into chaos as fights break everywhere. The Straw Hats are fighting the celestial dragon's guards, who seem very angry. There are 2 other rookie pirate crews led by 2 supernovas there. The Heart Pirates led by Law and Kid Pirates led by Kid. They aren't panicking like the other people and just watch the show calmly from their seats. Buggy is looking at Law and Lamy, who have grown well. He has met them a few times before they entered Grand Line and they are still in contact, albeit rarely. Law still has the ambition to take revenge on Doflamingo because that pink guy almost killed him and his sister. That is the biggest reason why Doflamingo is still alive now, despite being Buggy's biggest rival in the underground business. Jester and Joker are 2 biggest names in Underworld. Although their market targets are different, as Buggy targets the upper tiers and Daffy targets the lower tiers because he can't defeat Buggy's high-quality goods that are chased by the upper tiers. Back in the human shop, the Straw Hats are still fighting the guards. But suddenly, all the enemies pass out when a mysterious energy wave hit them. It takes everyone's attention and they look at the source, which is an old man who has broken through the stage's back wall. "So you're here, really? Oh, Hatchin, long time no see. Are you on vacation?" "Yeah, but some people tried to ruin it." Rayleigh looks at Cammy and now understands why Hatchin said that. "Well, it will get even more messed up." Rayleigh says that while looking at the unconscious celestial dragons. "I know, that's why we need to leave before an admiral comes." "Right, but I still have a business." "Straw Hat Luffy, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." "Meet me? Do we know each other?" "You don't know me, but I know you and wanted to meet you." "I want to talk, but I think this is not a good place to talk, so let's move somewhere else." "Hatchin, take them to Shucky's bar, I will go there first with the Little Mermaid." Hatchin nods and they go out of the human shop, but many marine soldiers have waited outside. Hatchin wants to take care of them, but 3 people move before him. They are the 3 supernova captains: Luffy, Law, and Kid. Buggy isn't too interested in this because it won't even be a show. So he decides to do something about the celestial dragons. He moves stealthily and uses his awakened power to a piece of each of their hearts. Now he can kill them anytime he wants or needs. "I think I need to do this more." He grins at the prospect of controlling the celestial dragons using this as a threat. It's not like he never thought of it, he just hasn't found the best time to do it and he isn't that bored yet. Even now, he only wants to experiment using these guys to see if anyone will find out about this. Buggy leaves the auction house after he's done with the celestial dragons. He goes to the highest spot on Sabayati to see if the admiral comes. It's been a long time since he fought an admiral, so he is quite excited by this. "You 3 can come if you want, but I'm sure only Kizaru will come. Aokiji and Fujitora really don't want to do things for celestial dragons and only Kizaru can tolerate it even though he doesn't like them too." "Well, let's see how good you are now, Lightman." While waiting, Buggy sees marine soldiers chasing after pirates everywhere. It's a very rare sight on Sabayati because Marine usually lets pirates away even though they have a branch unit here. Buggy watches it from above amusedly as many rookies got captured. Then just a while later, he sees something he has wanted to see for a long time, the Pacifista. The Pacifista attacks kid pirates who try to escape and obviously, they don't stand a chance. Even after heart pirates arrive and assist them, the Pacifista is still overwhelming them. Buggy grins and jumps down from the highest treetop. He is getting quite bored, so he decides to test the Pacifista himself. The work of a genius scientist, hey? Let's see how good it is. Too bad Ruff isn't here. He will be very excited to dissect Vegapunk's work. Boom! Buggy lands right between the pirates and the Pacifista. Of course, his sudden appearance surprises the pirates there because they know who he is. The Pacifista also scans him. "Babysitter Kuriko. Bounty of 600 million belly. Can't you guys change that moniker? I'm just taking care of a kid and you called me babysitter?" Alice was angry because you called her a baby, you know. Kid and Law look at Buggy interestedly because he has the highest bounty in their generation. But what makes them much more interested is his appearance that doesn't look strong at all. So that's Kuriko. He doesn't look strong at all. Don't be deceived by appearance, Eustacia. Sometimes the most dangerous people are those who don't look dangerous. Shoo! The Pacifista suddenly shoots a laser beam from its mouth. It hits Kuriko Buggy and the explosion engulfs him. Everyone is surprised by the sudden attack that hits Kuriko Buggy directly. But then they get even more surprised when he shows up without any damage to his body. Not bad, it stung a bit. You can kill some babies with that shot. The pacifista shoots a few more times, but now Kuroko Buggy is slapping the beams, redirecting them to other places. Such a thing shocks the pirates who watch it. Their eyes become very wide because all of them almost died from those beams, but Kuroko Buggy just shrugs them off. Currently, Buggy is trying to understand pacifista's power, but he isn't a scientist, so he can't really understand it. So he decides to end this because he can feel a strong presence has arrived on the island. Playtime's up. Buggy jumps toward the pacifista and reaches it almost instantly. He punches it and it flies very fast toward a giant mangrove. A massive explosion happens and the pacifista is destroyed instantly. It shocks the pirates even more because they could only scratch it before. After finishing the pacifista, Buggy leaves to find the strong presence. He knows well that it must be an admiral and the one who can arrive this fast is just Kizaru. Buggy is very excited to fight Kizaru again after a long time. Although he has another plot other than just fighting Kizaru. He leaves the shocked pirates who still can't believe what they saw. Seeing someone from their generation being this strong makes them more motivated to get far stronger. But they need to leave this island alive first. It's not just the pirates who get surprised by the pacifista's defeat, the marine that monitors the pacifista also gets very surprised. They immediately report it to their superiors and also Vegapunk. It will be good data to improve the pacifista. Sometime after Buggy destroyed the pacifista, he sees Hawkins, Urage, and ex-Drake face Kizaru and a pacifista. Appa watches from a rooftop and meddles in. He knows the four of them will get defeated very easily, an obvious result. So he leaves and finally finds the Straw Hats who are now fighting a pacifista and Sentomaru. He grins and hides to watch the kids fight. Buggy can see they've improved a lot since their fight on Sky Island, but this is not enough to defeat a pacifista. Hatchin is actually helping them, but he can only stop Sentomaru. Even though he is stronger than Sentomaru, he is not so strong that he can defeat Sentomaru instantly. And because of his appearance, Sentomaru calls two more pacifistas to help. Now, Hatchin is facing Sentomaru and a pacifista while the Straw Hats face the other two pacifistas. They are struggling really hard and Buggy just watches from the side amusedly. He is watching Leo who starts finding his own battle style, but it's clear that he is just trying some things. Then when things look bad, it gets even worse. Kizaru finally arrives after defeating the other supernovas. His priority is still the Straw Hats, so he left them and came here. Now the Straw Hats' nightmare will really appear. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 433, Plan to Lose. Kizaru's arrival is simply a very bad thing for the Straw Hats right now. They are already having a hard time fighting 2 pacifistas. But now Kizaru will fight them alongside the pacifistas while Hatchin is fighting Sentomaru and a pacifista, so he can't help them. Buggy watches as Kizaru bullies the Straw Hats like an adult fighting kids. No one among the Straw Hats can touch Kizaru. The only one who has the chance to do it is Leo with his fire logia power that can affect Kizaru's light body because fire and light are energy, so they affect each other. But both of them are in very different leagues right now. So even though his fire ability gives him the biggest chance among everyone in the crew, he still doesn't have a chance to even hurt Kizaru. The Straw Hats simply don't have a chance to win this at all. Sometime later, Rayleigh appears and assists the Straw Hats when they are cornered. He stops Kizaru so that the Straw Hats just need to focus on a pacifista. Yes, they just need to fight one because Hatchin has almost destroyed the pacifista he fought. Sentomaru ordered one of the pacifistas that fought Straw Hats to assist him and the almost broken pacifista. Kizaru alone was enough to stop the Straw Hats, after all. So taking one of the 2 pacifistas was not a problem, at least until Rayleigh appeared. Now, with Rayleigh stopping Kizaru, the Straw Hats just need to face a pacifista. It isn't easy though because they are tired and some are injured, especially Leo and Zoro. Zoro still has yet to recover after being beaten by Kuma on Thriller Bark. As for Leo, he has recovered from his injuries on Thriller Bark actually. He has a very strong metabolism that allows him to recover from injuries very fast. It is surely a genetic trait he got from his parents that defies common sense. Anyway, he is now injured, but his current injuries are caused by the fight against Kizaru. Leo is the one who attacks Kizaru the most and Kizaru hits him more than the others because he is the only threat to Kizaru there. Although he would get even more beatings if Kizaru knows he is Buggy's son. As an admiral, he can't let an emperor's son grow like his father, after all. While watching the fight that overwhelms the Straw Hats, Buggy is approached by someone. It's none other than the real Bartholomew Kuma who will turn into a cyborg. Both of them have been in contact for years after Dragon introduced them. Your current appearance is really deceiving. Even the system in my brain is recognizing you as babysitter Kuriko instead of clown Lord Buggy. Anyway, it's time to execute the plan to save Dragon's son and his crew. I won't harm your children, Clown Lord, so don't worry. Sure, your plan will surely help them grow by showing them their current standing. But I have a small request, Kuma. Buggy tells Kuma his request and Kuma agrees easily. There is no plan dangerous enough for Buggy, the strongest individual in the world. So Kuma agrees and charges the paw pads in his right hand for a while before hitting Buggy's stomach as strongly as he can. Kuriko Buggy flies very fast and hits Kizaru who fights Rayleigh now. He doesn't coat his body with haki, so he can't touch Kizaru. The crash simply breaks Kizaru's body into bits of light, so he keeps flying until he crashes very hard into a giant mangrove. It takes everyone's attention, so they look at the crashing spot. They see Buggy comes out of the dust cloud with blood dripping out of his mouth. He also looks to be in very bad shape even though he only got hit once by Kuma. Well, it's because Buggy made sure to lower his defense to the minimum and he also hit himself a few times using advanced haki before Kuma hit him. That is babysitter. Sentomaru shouts in surprise when he sees Kuriko Buggy. Kizaru also seems interested while Rayleigh is raising an eyebrow because he doesn't know what Buggy is planning now. He knows about Buggy's undercover, but Rayleigh never thought Buggy would appear like this. Their attention then shifts toward Kuma who finally shows up. They thought he is just another pacifista, but then they see the Bible and paw pads in his hands. So they realize that he is the real deal. And now they assume that Kuriko Buggy was fighting the real Kuma. Ha, so you sent me to an admiral, hey? Not a bad plan if I must say. Buggy starts his act and gets ready to fight Kizaru and Kuma at the same time. Kizaru is quite stunned by this because he was also tasked to capture Kuriko Buggy a few months ago when Kuriko Buggy hit a celestial dragon so hard that the trash got into a comatose state. Sigh, this is a problem. I am under an order to capture the Straw Hats. But you also need to be captured and you should be prioritized because you are more dangerous. Sigh, what should I do? Kizaru is in trouble, or so it seems because he suddenly shoots a light bullet from his finger. The light bullet is insanely fast and it hits Kuriko Buggy who has bad injuries. It pierces Kuriko Buggy's stomach and makes him fall to his knees. Kuma suddenly moves when that happens. But he doesn't attack Kuriko Buggy and goes to the Straw Hats instead. Then just like in the series, Kuma sends the Straw Hats to different places using his ability. Now, Kuriko Buggy is the only enemy left because Rayleigh leaves after Buggy gnawed at him. Now, I should capture you at least. Sentomaru, stay on guard, and don't let him escape. Kizaru flashes toward Buggy and sends a very fast light kick. Kuriko Buggy blocks it with his hand, but he still gets flung very fast and crashes onto some buildings. Then he fights against Kizaru while Sentomaru and the Kumas guard the perimeter. Kuriko Buggy is fighting Kizaru better than the Straw Hats working together. He also uses haki, so he can touch Kizaru's intangible light body. But he is holding back a lot to hide his real power. Kuroko Buggy even wears a sea stone bracelet on his left foot to seal his devil fruit and reduce his power. Even so, he still can use Haki and his power doesn't decrease that much. Buggy has used a sea stone bracelet in his training for years, so he is used to this weakened state. That's why he still needs to consciously reduce his power to not appear suspicious. Kuroko Buggy fights Kizaru with all he got and he can surely hold his ground against Kizaru. The power level that Kuroko Buggy shows is at the level of a weak Emperor's commander. If he goes to New World with his current identity, then there is a high chance that the Emperors will recruit him, which will be funny. But that will never happen because Buggy has planned things thoroughly. The key point is this fight against Kizaru. He fights the Admiral in a rather destructive battle. Their fight causes a lot of damage, but luckily there is no civilian there, so no innocent dies. Rayleigh watches from afar to see the battle for a while before leaving. They have met yesterday, so Rayleigh knows what Buggy is planning. He was very surprised by it, but he didn't oppose the idea because he doesn't have the right to it. Buggy only told him because of Alice and nothing else. The battle continues and Kuroko Buggy succeeds to land some hits on Kizaru. However, he got more hits and damage. By using a weak Emperor's commander level of power, Buggy surely doesn't have a chance to win against an admiral, and obviously, he loses after fighting for an hour. Sentomaru places sea stone handcuffs on Kuroko Buggy's hands. Then he calls Sengoku because he can't really trust a man who tried to call him using a black Denden Mushi to make a decision. Sengoku orders them to take Kuroko Buggy to impel down immediately. We are not judging him first. No, we don't have time for that in this current situation. Besides, an ice lobby is currently under reconstruction, so it can't be used. We will put him in impel down first and think of what to do later. Kizaru, return to Marineford immediately after you're done. We still have to prepare many things. Sigh, all right. I understand, Sengoku-san. Kuroko Buggy smirks thinly when he hears that. It's his plan all along to let himself get captured because he wants to go to the world's biggest prison, Impel Down. It's a place he couldn't visit without being captured as a criminal, after all, so he planned this. Also, this is a good time to go there because he will witness one of his favorite arcs in the series. Ace was still captured by Teach because even with magma fruit, Ace was still weaker than Teach. That guy hid his power very well for years, but he is very strong and has gotten stronger after eating his devil fruit. Ace never stood a chance against Teach and his rash personality made it worse. He would get angry at the slightest provocation that someone as smart as Teach made. Ace was simply dancing in Teach's hands when they fought. But none of those matters now because Buggy decides to do something about it. He has done so much for the idiot to let Ace die this young. Also, he really wants to get involved in the main events that seem to still go similarly to the series even though he has changed many things in the PSST. Well, I can't control how the world runs, so I'll just do what I want to do and change what I want to change. I will involve myself in anything I want and this will be the one I've waited for the most. Buggy smirks excitedly as he is being sent to Impel Down using a heavily guarded marine ship. The Marine and world government won't be ready for what he's going to do. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 434, Impel Down. Impel Down, the biggest and most secure prison in the world. Along with Marineford and N-Ice Lobby, these 3 places are known as the main islands for Marines. These 3 are the pillar locations to uphold justice in this world. No one has ever escaped Impel Down, or so it says, but there are actually some who did it in the past. One of them and the most recent is Shiki who escaped 20 years ago after cutting his feet. The others are in the distance past that no one remembers now. Even with that, Impel Down is still without a doubt the most secure prison in the world. Escaping is almost impossible and Buggy knows that very well. Yet he still wanted to come here, and now his wish has been granted as he finally sets foot on the infamous Impel Down, even though he uses another identity as Kuriko. Buggy gets off the ship and is escorted to enter Impel Down. Everything he has gets confiscated, including his sea stone bracelet that makes the guards confused. They don't think deeply about it and just do their job until Buggy is clear and wears the prisoner's clothes. All his hands and feet are cuffed with sea stone cuffs so that he won't be able to escape. The cuffs are linked by chains, so he can't move freely while being escorted to his prison cell. As someone with a bounty of 600 million, Kuriko Buggy is dangerous enough to be detained in the 6th level where notorious criminals are placed. When he arrives, all prisoners' eyes are focused on him. They judge him from hair to toe as if looking at a new prey. It's not just the prisoners who look at him that way, an officer also looks at him like that. It's none other than the head jailer Shiryu, who likes to kill prisoners. Kuriko Buggy just smirks when feeling their bloodlust. What a warm welcome, too warm instead. I thought I would see violence as soon as I stepped inside, but I just see a bunch of demoralized pathetic losers. What he said riles up the prisoners, who immediately shout angrily at him. He just smirks while keep walking as the jailers try to silence the prisoners. Kuriko Buggy walks proudly toward his cell that's located quite deep. He is placed in a small isolated cell surrounded by big cells filled with many people. The prisoners in those big cells are happy seeing him there because now they can disturb him anytime after angering them. It is a safe cell because he will be alone, but the location is really bad. A private cell. You guys really care about me, hey? This is a direct order from the Fleet Admiral. We need to keep you alive until the current problem gets solved. So behave yourself and stay quiet in your cell. Shiryu locks the door after locking the chains that connect Buggy's cuffs to the ground. The jailers then leave the 6th level after making sure Kuriko Buggy is secured in his cell. Their leave is the signal for the angry prisoners to attack Buggy. Well, they are separated by prison bars, so they can't attack freely. They are mocking him and throwing pebbles at him through the gaps between bars. Kuriko Buggy just grins and stays in his spot without moving even a bit. The pebbles hit him, but none of them really injure him because he covers his body with an invisible advanced haki. Buggy has succeeded to activate advanced haki around his body without showing his blackened armament haki. It takes years to achieve this, but now he can make invisible armor around his body. These guys are strong, but they surely can't break through his advanced armament haki with mere pebbles even if they coat the pebbles with their armament haki. The pebbles simply break or just bounce off Buggy's invisible armor. It will be another case if they coat the pebbles with advanced haki, but none of these idiots can use it. Besides, most of these guys are devil fruit users, so the sea stone cuffs have weakened them. The non-devil fruit users are also restrained by getting chained, so they can't move freely. Buggy isn't worried about these petty losers. He is more worried about the ones who don't do anything and just do their things. Only weaklings will get angry at him over a petty mockery, so he doesn't need to mind them. The silent ones are more dangerous than these idiots. His attention then shifts to a cell quite far from him. He can see the troublemaker that becomes a hot topic nowadays. Buggy is looking at Ace, who gets imprisoned in the same cell as Jinbe, who refused to help the Marines fight Whitebeard pirates in the upcoming war. There are still some days left, but it seems I won't get bored while waiting. Kuriko Buggy smirks before he leans on the wall and looks around. He spreads his observation haki to find out how many people are imprisoned in the 6th level. There are quite a lot of them, so he is quite surprised because the 6th level is supposed to be used for the most dangerous criminals, which shouldn't be that many in number. Well, their number doesn't matter. They are confined here, after all. The problem is, how can I get out of this cell and go around this place? I need to do it at the right time. This will be fun. Kuriko Buggy smirks before he falls asleep after the idiots run out of ammunition. They don't have unlimited pebbles, after all, so they finally stop throwing and just shout at him. He is used to a very noisy place, so he can sleep soundly in this situation. Eventually, the idiot prisoners stop their useless action and the level 6 becomes silent again. The smarter prisoners are quite impressed at Kuriko Buggy because he can defeat these guys by doing nothing. Though most of them don't know who he is as he is a rookie, they know he is a very dangerous person for being able to do this. Buggy wakes up after some hours when some jailers come to give food to prisoners. The food is just a small hard bread that can break normal people's jaws if they eat it, considering how hard it is. But these level 6 prisoners can chew this bread without any problem. They just need to make sure we stay alive, so they only give this kind of food to us. Well, bad bread is better than no food at all. Buggy eats the bread that tastes really bad. He can't even compare it to anything he ever ate because it's really bad. He has eaten a lot of things, but this bread has a very unique bad flavor that he never tasted on anything else. Nonetheless, he eats the whole bread and starts exercising. There aren't many things he can do here, so he decides to exercise with all limitations caused by the chains. Luckily, his chains are quite long, so he can move around a little. The other prisoners look at him for a moment before minding their own business. Exercising isn't a strange thing here because they don't have anything to do, so some of them are exercising sometimes. They are really bored here, after all, and that's why many of them were excited to bully the newcomer. Too bad for them, Buggy doesn't react as interestingly as they thought he would. But well, that's to be expected from someone who got sent to the lowest level in Impel Down that isn't even known by the public. All of them are the worst criminals throughout generations, so they won't have weak hearts. Alice must have realized it by now. Sigh, I hope Shucky can do something about her. She is quite something when she throws a tantrum, after all. The news of Kuriko's detainment has spread widely. Shucky can't even hide it because it is in the headline and Alice always reads the news since she sailed with Kuriko Buggy. So she reads about Kuriko's arrest and now he is being imprisoned in Impel Down. Alice cries when she reads that because it might mean that he'll never return, so Shucky tries to calm her. Shucky tells her that Buggy must have had a plan to go there. He won't lose to an admiral that easily, so he must have gone there of his own volition. Really? He's going to return? Of course, Alice-chan. Didn't he promise you that he will return? Then you just need to wait here with us. Ray-san will take you on a tour of Sabayati while waiting if you want. Alice nods while wiping her tears and she also says she will punch and kick Buggy when he returns. Shucky and Rayleigh can see that she is really upset because Buggy didn't tell her anything. They can only laugh while imagining the scene of Buggy being beaten up by a little girl. There's someone else who gets upset too after receiving the news. He has told Belmere of his plan to play around as Kuriko, so now Belmere knows that he is being imprisoned in Impel Down as Kuriko. Although she knows he goes there purposely, she can't help but get upset that he didn't tell her about this worrying plan. Meanwhile, his crewmates are laughing at the news without showing a single bit of worry except for Bon-chan who acts as Buggy right now. He knew acting as Buggy would be hard, but not this hard. His stress has accumulated so much that his only wish right now is just for this to end as soon as possible. So Buggy's detainment is bad news for him because that means he needs to do this even longer. Just being an emperor is already very hard for him because attacks keep coming to him. Even though Cricket and Co take care of everything and he will be safe, being a target of dangerous people is still very stressful. Sigh, why are you doing this to me, Buletin-chan? Buletin-chan knows the ones who know him will have those kinds of reactions. But he doesn't really care about it for now and only thinks of what he needs to do after this. He keeps exercising while brewing the best plan to fulfill his goal here. Then a few days later, someone that he has been waiting for finally comes. He grins widely as he sees Hancock arrives at the 6th level to see Ace. That means Luffy is here already and chaos will fall on Impel Down. This is the time to execute the plan he has brewed for a few days. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/capped mermain. Chapter 435, Massacring Level 6. Hancock has appeared in Level 6, so Luffy must have arrived too and would start a ruckus. Buggy is excited to execute his plan, but it's not the time yet. He waits patiently and just watches as everything unfolds in Level 6. Buggy wants to wait peacefully, but the men are being very noisy. They haven't seen a beautiful woman for so long, and even if they have, Hancock's beauty will surely make them react like this. As a fellow man, he can understand that they like seeing a beautiful girl, but this is just too exaggerated. Bam! Shut up, you bird brains! I'm trying to sleep here, so shut your filthy mouths. It's just a woman. Buggy kicks the ground really hard that it creates a big impact, and he shouts at them. His shout is very loud that it can be heard from the whole Level 6. Silence falls there once more because everyone is surprised by his shout, which also contains a little bit of Conqueror Haki's intimidation. Buggy closes his eyes after that and the others shut their mouths. Hancock resumes his talk with Ace, even though they are also surprised by what Buggy did just now. After talking for some time, Hancock leaves Level 6 while looking at Buggy, who just sleeps while everyone shouts angrily at him. Well, they surely are angry because he has just basically started a fight with them. They can't do anything with him being in an isolated cell, after all, so they can only shout. Only the weak idiots are getting angry, the strong ones are more interested in how Buggy releases a little bit of his Conqueror Haki in here. Shiryu also looks at Buggy with interest from his cell. Not long after Buggy was imprisoned, Shiryu also gets imprisoned by Magellan for abusing the prisoners excessively. Magellan has had enough of it, so he put Shiryu in Level 6 as punishment. Buggy just sleeps while waiting for things to happen here. Some hours later, some jailers led by Magellan himself come to Level 6. They take Ace out of his cell and bring him away, leaving Level 6 as he will be sent to Marineford for his execution. Then some hours later, Luffy finally shows up in Level 6 along with Ivankov and Inajima. They are too late to take Ace out of here because he must have reached Marineford already. There are no real changes here and things go as they should be, like freeing Crocodile and Jinbe before leaving Level 6. Their leave is a signal for Buggy to execute his plan. He takes out a key out of his pocket and opens the locks of his sea stone cuffs and chains very easily. Everyone else is surprised to see this, and they start shouting at him to release them too. Buggy just smirks while opening the cell door with another key. These keys were obtained from the jailer who sent them their bread. There was one time when the jailer in duty changed. He was the one who gave Buggy the keys by hiding the keys inside the bread. Why would a jailer give him the keys to free himself? Well, it's because that jailer is one of his men who infiltrated Impel Down. Buggy placed a few people from the Caribbean in Impel Down to get information from this place and also help their captured brethren to escape when needed. After getting out of his cell, Buggy looks at the camera Denden Mushies on the ceiling and releases his Conqueror Haki. He knocks out all the Denden Mushies in Level 6, so no one will be able to see what happens next. It's also a signal for his men to release their captured brethren. There are many of Buggy's men who got captured and imprisoned here since years ago. They can't just get saved anytime, so they kept waiting until this day. This will be their first prison break and the chaotic situation is really helpful. There's no one of us in Level 6 other than me. That means I can do whatever I want, right? Buggy grins excitedly before walking to a cell on the left of his cell. It's filled with some prisoners who ask him to release them. Buggy just grins before crushing the keys in front of them, which render them speechless, and then they got very angry. But then, Buggy suddenly swipes his right hand sideways. In that instant, the sea stone bars and everyone in that cell get chopped to pieces. Everyone who sees this widens their eyes and they are speechless because of what they see. Buggy enters the broken cell and smirks while looking at a chopped head who looks at him with a disbelief expression. Then out of nowhere, Buggy stomps on the head and destroys it, killing the man instantly. Blood splatters everywhere under the shocked gazes of everyone there. Now, let's start the massacre. This world doesn't need any of you, so I'll help you to leave it. After saying that, Buggy starts killing the other prisoners. He cuts the sea stone bars and then enters their cells to kill them. No one can resist because they are restrained, so they can't move freely and get weakened. He kills the weaklings first before going for the stronger ones. The first he visits is a man encased in ice who somehow can survive even after years of being frozen. He simply punches the ice and breaks it to pieces, then stabs the man's heart to kill the man. Burned eye world, not a strong guy, but the way he got imprisoned is unique. Now for the main dishes. Buggy grins and walks deeper into level 6 to kill the strongest ones here. The only ones left are the ones who will get recruited by Teach, which are Katarina Devon, San Juan Wolf, Vasco Shots, Avalo Pizarro, and Shiryu. Then there is one more man, the man he hated when he was still in Roger Pirates, Douglas Bullet. He has met some non-canon characters he knows, so he has predicted that Bullet would be here as well. In the past, he also thought that Who's Who would be here, but that guy was imprisoned in a special prison because he was a Cypher Paul agent who knows a lot of secret information. Back to Impel Down, Buggy is killing the ones who will get recruited by Teach. He starts by killing Vasco by ripping the guy's heart. Vasco actually gives some fight even with all the restrictions on him, but he is no match for the unrestrained Buggy. The same also goes for Avalo, Devon, and Shiryu, with Shiryu giving the hardest fight. Shiryu only gets cuffed, after all. But he isn't a devil fruit user, so the cuff doesn't reduce his power, only gives him some inconveniences. That's why he can fight better than the others. However, without his sword, Shiryu is nothing against Buggy. Their levels are already too far apart anyway, even if Shiryu uses his sword. Buggy only blocks a few attacks because he is interested to know Shiryu's power, but he gets bored and ends the fight by punching Shiryu's chest. His punch is coated with advanced haki, so it damages Shiryu greatly. Shiryu feels as if his heart is about to burst, and it's true. Buggy then rips Shiryu's heart by forming his left fingers into claws to destroy Shiryu's left chest. After killing Shiryu, he kills San Juan Wolf, who doesn't even retaliate. The giant is restrained to the max until he can't move, after all. So he can't fight back at all, and Buggy just needs to break Wolf's neck. It's not difficult for someone at Buggy's level to break a giant's neck. Lastly, he goes for Bullet, who just watches the entire thing with a grin on his face. Obviously, Bullet doesn't recognize Buggy, who disguises himself as Kuriko. Buggy also doesn't have any intention to let Bullet know who he is because he couldn't care less. Demon Heir, hey? Hat, what a useless title. I heard you want to surpass Gold Roger. But the only thing you have to surpass him is strength. You don't have his charisma, his dignity, his will, etc. In another word, you are worthless without your strength. The Pirate King is still respected even after his death, while you will just be forgotten. What are you rambling about, you bastard? Sigh, of course, you won't understand. Buggy cuts the bars and suddenly Bullet jumps toward him and sends a punch. It's a very strong punch, but Buggy stops it with just a hand. Bullet is excited to see someone stops his punch. He is still very powerful even though he is weakened by the sea stone cuffs. For years, Bullet always trained in prison, so he doesn't lose his strength. Now, the sea stone cuffs can only block his devil fruit ability and weaken him a little. The current him is similar to Buggy, who has sea stone cuffs on, still powerful, just without being able to use his devil fruit ability. Not bad for someone who rots in prison for more than 2 decades. Then, how if we make this more interesting? Buggy grins widely before chopping the sea stone cuffs on Bullet's hands and feet. Bullet is surprised, but then he grins widely because now he can finally fight for real after so long. There's no spectator here because everyone else is dead, but it doesn't matter because both of them are anticipating this fight. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 436, Escaping Impel Down. The battle between Buggy and Bullet in level 6 finally starts. Bullet immediately uses his ability to control the pieces of broken bars and rocks. The bars are made of sea stone, but Devil Fruit users can use their abilities on sea stone as long as they don't touch it. That's also the reason why Bullet immediately uses the broken sea stone bars. He wants to nullify Buggy's Devil Fruit ability using the sea stone pieces. Bullet is a mechanical expert, but there's no machinery or metal here, so he can only use stones. He covers his body with normal stones before covering his stone body with sea stone. This way, Buggy's power will be nullified when they collide. There aren't many things here, so this is the best solution Bullet can think of for now. Besides, he himself is very powerful already, so he is confident he can win even without making machines. Bullet suddenly disappears and appears right in front of Buggy. He sends a punch using his big fist, but Buggy evades it by jumping to the left. Bullet is very fast, but Buggy has fought Kizaru a few times, and there's no way Bullet can be faster than Kizaru. Soru? Hat, you've learned something quite nice. You are not bad yourself. Bullet chases Buggy with high speed and sends punches. He also creates spears using his Devil Fruit ability and throws them toward Buggy while he attacks. But Buggy can evade them very easily using his advanced observation haki that lets him see some seconds into the future. Are you sure you want to surpass Roger with this level of power? You can't even touch me from the beginning. I bet Roger would pummel you to pulps from the afterlife. Bullet gets furious and attacks Buggy with more power. Each of his punches is strong enough to create big cracks in the ground. The corpses that were already in bad shape get destroyed even more until they can't be recognized. Hey, you shouldn't disrespect the dead. Buggy's empty words don't enter Bullet's ears and he keeps chasing Buggy while destroying level 6 even more. It has been quite long since Luffy's group left level 6, so the Blackbeard might come anytime soon. Right when he thinks of that, Buggy feels some presence getting closer. Sigh, time's up. Buggy decides to end the fight and swipes his hand down from above as Bullet gets closer to him. Vertical lines appear on Bullet's body that then gets chopped into 5 pieces. Buggy evades Bullet's chopped body that falls on him. Bullet can only look at Buggy in disbelief while Buggy is looking down on him. He is furious when he sees Buggy's condemning gaze, but he can't do anything because his body gets chopped to pieces. Their difference in power is also great enough because Buggy only needs to attack once to win. Maybe you will get stronger if I let you go and fill your energy. But I am not stupid enough to release you and let you rampage out there, endangering innocent people. So let's end this here. Bullet wants to scoff at Buggy's thought of protecting innocent people. But he can't even say it because Buggy already stomps on his head, destroying it. After all, Buggy uses a powerful advanced haki. Bullet's head gets destroyed to pieces, he is finally dead. After killing Bullet, Buggy uses his power to chop everything in level 6 into very small sizes. Corpses, broken bars, pieces of stone. Everything becomes very small like dust and then he combines them all into a big block that he puts in the corner. Right when he finishes, some people enter level 6. They are Blackbeard pirates who still only have 6 members including their captain and horse. The 6 of them were expecting to see notorious criminals everywhere on level 6, but they only see empty and broken cells. Oh? I didn't expect guests to come. Do you have a business here? Buggy walks out of the dark area in the deeper part of level 6. Now the Blackbeard pirates can finally see someone here. But they can't even say anything when they see the blood that covers Kuriko Buggy's body. You aren't you? Burgess can't even finish his words because he gets stunned when he sees Kuroko Buggy's grin. All of them suddenly feel nervous and scared when they see that grin. Buggy doesn't even use his conqueror haki, yet he can intimidate them already, even teach. He walks past them and enters the lift without touching them. Buggy doesn't plan to kill them now because he has another plan for these guys. So he just needs to go up to the top level to leave Impel down. He has a war to attend and watch, after all. However, the lift doesn't work because the officers turn it off. Buggy sighs and then climbs the lift path by jumping from side to side. He rather does this rather than climb the stairs. With his power and agility, doing this is very easy for him. Buggy reaches the top level very fast without the need to face any obstacles. He arrives when Luffy's group is still facing Magellan. Mr. 3 is in their group too, so they can face Magellan's venom with his candle. Magellan has activated his awakened devil fruit ability, so this battle shouldn't take too long to finish. Buggy decides to give them help, but not by defeating Magellan. He goes to the control room to open the gate of justice. Buggy knocks out some guards on his way to the control room. Then when he arrives, he breaks the door by kicking it hard enough. It surprises everyone inside, but they don't have the chance to retaliate because Buggy knocks them out using Conqueror Haki. That is a mistake though because he doesn't know which switch they use to open the gate. So he decides to wake someone up by slapping the man multiple times. The man wakes up just to tremble in fear of being killed. Buggy forces the man to show him the switch used to open the gate. The man is surprisingly brave enough to refuse Buggy's order even though he trembles in fear. He won't talk until Buggy threatens to kill everyone there. Buggy doesn't like this method, but it's the only choice. After finding the switch, Buggy opens the gate of justice using the switch he has just found. He looks at the monitors and sees that one of level 6's camera's Denden Mushies has woken up. Blackbeard pirates are still in level 6, searching for someone alive. What a useless effort. Hey, you, is there something we can do to level 6 from this place? Why would you ask? Look at those bastards in there. Don't you want to punish them even a bit? They are a warlord crew, but they suddenly entered Impel Down without any notice. Don't you think they are up to something? Besides, they are in level 6 out of all places. It is a secret level, right? The poor guard doesn't know what happened in level 6 because it's empty now. But he knows that Buggy is right. The Blackbeards must be up to something. Too bad though, there is nothing they can do from the control room other than close level 6's door and stops the lift. Sigh, so disappointing. Alright then, thanks for your help. Buggy knocks out the poor guard and leaves the control room. He goes to the entrance and sees many prisoners are gathering there. They are waiting for the battle behind them to finish and for Jinbe, Crocodile, and Dawes Bones to return with a ship for their escape. Damn, they are too slow. Luffy's group still hasn't defeated Magellan, so Buggy decides to give a hand. Besides, he needs to make sure Magellan gets knocked out very well so that the big guy won't close the gate of justice before they escape. Buggy arrives and sees Luffy's group struggling against Magellan's awakened power. Move aside, you noobs. They all look at the source of that voice. Luffy and Magellan look very surprised when they see Kuroko Buggy comes. Magellan is especially surprised because a prisoner from level 6 has escaped and reached this place. You. The one from Skypiea. What are you doing here? Save the talk for later. You are taking too long to defeat him, so I came here. After saying that, Buggy flashes toward Magellan at a very fast speed that looks like Soru. Well, he has a technique that Cricket made to copy Soru. It is faster though because of Buggy's high physical power. Kuroko Buggy appears in front of Magellan's face and sends a strong punch. His punch hits Magellan's face and sends the big red venom man flying to the wall behind. Magellan crashes onto the wall very strongly and makes the wall crack. Then Buggy punches Magellan a few more times to knock him out. Buggy didn't use his full power in the first punch because he still wants to hide his power in front of these guys. That's why he needs to punch Magellan a few times to knock out the chief warden. After Magellan passes out, Buggy leaves for the entrance, followed by the stunned pirates. They were having a very hard time against Magellan, but Buggy defeated him with a few punches. They give him some questions, but he doesn't answer anything. He just stays silent until they finally get on the ship that Jinbe and Co got. Of course, Jinbe is very surprised when he sees Kuriko Buggy there. Crocodile doesn't know anything because he got imprisoned before Buggy really made a name as Kuriko. But anyway, the prisoners finally leave Impel Down and now sail in the Terai current. They are on their way to Marineford where a big war between Whitebeard pirates and Marines will happen. Buggy is really anticipating this because this is one of the most important events in the story. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 437, to Marineford. Kuriko, how did you escape level 6? Jinbe asks Buggy immediately after they entered Terai current. Obviously, Jinbe is worried about his presence here because even though Buggy never did anything atrocious as Kuriko, he is still a powerful pirate with a bounty of 600 million. No one knows what Kuriko Buggy will do, so Jinbe needs to be on guard all the time. I don't have any obligation to tell you, Jinbe. You just need to know that I won't be your enemy. I just need a ride to leave that damn prison. Jinbe looks at Kuriko Buggy for a while. If that's really what you want, then I don't have any problem. We will go to a war, so if you don't have any intention to help, then at least don't disturb us. War, hey? It's because of Magma Fist, isn't it? A war between Whitebeard pirates and Marine, this will be interesting. Jinbe leaves him be and continues to take control of the ship. The others are now interested in him because Jinbe's reaction to him being here was unusual. So they ask around to find out about Kuriko, who isn't known well by these guys because he got infamous just recently. Some of them who got captured just recently tell them about Kuriko. Luffy also joins in, but he just listens because he himself doesn't know much about Kuriko other than that Kuriko is strong and has a high bounty. He is actually very curious about Kuriko, so he listens to them. Some of them who only get captured recently tell the others about Kuriko. Well, they only repeat what they read in newspapers and heard from rumors. He is the best rookie, after all, that's why there are many news about him. Whoa, he is very amazing, isn't he? But how did he get captured? I don't know, I got captured when he was still roaming around. I think it's because he fought an admiral. Luffy suddenly speaks something that really surprises them. They ask him to tell them more about it, so he tells them how an admiral showed up and attacked his crew. Then Kuriko suddenly appears there because of his battle against Kuma. That big man used strange attacks that sent me and my friends to unknown places, separating us. He was left there, so I think he fought against both the admiral and that big man. An admiral, hey? No wonder he got captured. He defeated a vice-admiral in the past, but an admiral is on a whole different level. Buggy ignores them and enters the ship's inner cabins to get some food. He only had disgusting hard bread for a few days, so he wants to eat real food. No one else thinks to eat the food on this ship, so he can eat everything he wants without any disturbance. After filling his stomach, Buggy comes out to the deck while drinking wine from its bottle. He also has some more bottles of alcohol that he tied around his waist and a metal pipe he tied on his back. Such a thing stuns the others who have just realized they can loot this ship. They immediately enter the inner cabins and take everything they want. Luffy is also one of them and obviously, he searches for food. Luckily for him, Buggy didn't eat all the food because there was a lot of it. So Luffy eats the remaining food and empties the kitchen before anyone else comes. Buggy is drinking calmly on the front deck while looking at the sea. Some time later, Luffy and Ivankov talk about what Dragon will do because Ivankov thinks that Ace is Dragon's son too. But then Luffy tells him that Ace is Roger's son, surprising everyone there, save for Buggy. Things go smoothly for some time, but then a massive tsunami suddenly appears. Jinbe controls the ship so that it won't flip and the ship climbs the tsunami. They succeed, but then the tsunami pushes the ship and it's about to fall off the tall tsunami. However, the tsunami suddenly freezes, and Jinbe mutters that it's Aokiji's power. Buggy just grins because the big war finally starts. It will have more impact than the war between his crew and Marine years ago when he defeated Garp, Sengoku, and other big officers while also killing Sakazuki. Buggy gets down from the ship to look at the war below. He can see many people down there, but they just look like ants except for the giants because of how far apart they are. Still, he can sense the tense atmosphere down there. After a while, he can see the pirates are moving forward. The marine soldiers also run toward the pirates while also shooting cannons from the sides. Buggy can't see the details well, so the pirates and marines just look like ants bumping each other. Sigh, it's so boring to just watch like this. They don't even look clear, so I can't see the war properly. I can't even get down yet because I'll attract attention that I want to avoid for now. Just when he grumbles, Buggy sees a big slash attack and runs across the ice toward Moby Dick. It's Mihawk's attack that is aimed at Whitebeard on the ship. But then it gets stopped by Yozu, who turns his body into a diamond to block the slash attack and then throws it to the sky. Some time later, Buggy sees bright light bits that gather quite high in the air in front of Whitebeard. It's Kizaru who moves to attack Whitebeard by shooting light bullets. But then it gets blocked by rotating blue fire. Marco blocks the bullets by transforming his arms into blue phoenix wings and spins himself. Both Marco and Kizaru engage in a short battle that results in Kizaru being thrown to the base. But he comes out unscathed because he turned himself into light. Some time later, Yozua punches the ice ground to create a huge round ice chunk. Then he throws it toward the plaza. His power surprises the normal soldiers, who also get afraid because the huge ice will fall on them. But then, it suddenly stops midair and floats there without moving. Fujitora, who has become an admiral already, is stopping the ice using his gravity power. Then he uses his gravity to throw the ice toward Moby Dick. Of course, Whitebeard won't let it fall on him and his ship, so he breaks it into pieces using his quake power. After that, a giant being bigger than the giants themselves appears. It's Little Oars Jr., one of the last oars in the world. He moves forward, scaring the marines and motivating the pirates because he is a very great force. He should be. What a shame. An oars can be stronger than anyone in the world easily, just physically though. They are not that great in battles because of their big sizes though. Buggy is commenting as he watches while the others beside him are thinking of a way to get down. He can just jump, but he doesn't want to attract attention for now. Buggy just wants to watch the war that happens below him from a good spot. He sees as Doflamingo cuts the oar's right leg and then Moria stabs oars with a giant shadow spear. Buggy just sighs seeing a massive and powerful person like oars gets defeated so easily. It's truly a shame that Whitebeard can't nurture such a potential subordinate. Oars' defeat angers the Whitebeard pirates, so they start attacking the marines angrily. But it also looks like a chance for the marines, and a giant vice admiral sees Whitebeard getting distracted, or so he thought. The giant vice admiral, Ronz, attacks Whitebeard using his axe. But Whitebeard simply punches the air and cracks it before catching Ronz's mask. Then the old man slams the giant's face onto the floor and pummels him with a quake punch, defeating him easily. Arino.cm. Whitebeard then orders the pirates to use the path that oars made to invade the plaza. Battles rage on the frozen sea as pirates try to reach the plaza while marines try to prevent it. Buggy watches in amusement as things get chaotic. He doesn't take anyone's side right now, even though he is a pirate and quite close to Whitebeard pirates. Although he is a One Piece fan, he is now living in this world, he is a part of this world. Buggy is just amused to see the war he once watched on a screen personally. The war is getting more heated up while Buggy is getting more interested. He wants to know if the Marine has the same strategy as in the series, and he doesn't need to wait too long to know that. They indeed have the same strategy, which is to hasten Ace's execution. Akainu is dead, so who will be the one that provokes Squard now? While he thinks of that, the other escapees are trying to get the ship down from the frozen tsunami. Luffy is hurrying them up because of the order to hasten Ace's execution that they heard on the Marine ship. The escapees then break the ice below the ship and try to push it in the hope it will slide on the back of the frozen tsunami wave. But instead, it breaks the ice completely and the ship falls from the top of the frozen tsunami. Buggy, who is just sitting calmly on the edge, also falls because the ice he uses to sit breaks. He sighs and just looks down at the hole that Yozuo created. They will fall there and he'll surely sink if he falls into the seawater because he can't swim. He needs to move and evade it, so he uses the broken ice chunks as stepping stones to move away. Buggy also uses the falling escapees to move away from the hole. He jumps quite far and now he won't fall on the hole, so he won't sink. While the ship and other escapees are falling into the seawater, Buggy himself is landing somewhere else. He lands on a surprising place, Moby Dick's front deck. Buggy lands right behind Whitebeard. He lands really hard in a superhero landing pose, but luckily, Moby Dick is tough, so it doesn't break. "What are you doing in my ship, brat?" Excuse my rudeness, big-ass geezer. I simply evaded falling into the pit made by your ugly crew member because this humble me can't swim." Buggy smirks while bowing politely like a noble even though he is saying something rude, so Whitebeard is obviously pissed. Their little skirmish is interesting, but people's attention is gathered on the falling ship. Now the war will enter a new round. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 438, Marineford War. Whitebeard takes a closer look at the irritating young man who has just dropped on his ship. Aren't you that rookie who became the talk of the world lately? It seems you escaped Impel Down, brat. Furthermore, you brought those guys too. You are mistaken, oh big-ass old fossil. I wasn't the one who released them. They came out because of someone else. Kuroko Buggy still acts politely but talks without any politeness whatsoever, and it pisses the old Whitebeard. Bam. Stop that annoying act of yours. I have no time to play around with you. A.K.A. Suddenly, they hear Luffy's screams from the ship, so they look there. They see Luffy poses on the wrecked ship with the other escapees while shouting that he'll save Ace. You don't want to join them? No. I will look like a side character if I join that group pose. What a peculiar reason. So, what will you do now, brat? I don't care what you'll do, but don't get in my way. Whitebeard slams his bicento to the floor again to intimidate him, but obviously Buggy won't budge even though the bottles of wine on his waist shakes and the metal pipe on his back vibrates. Now everyone finally notices him because their focus was on the fallen ship before. They are surprised to see the most super of the super rookies is also there. Me? Getting in your way? Are you sure it's you who are getting in my way, geezer? Kuroko Buggy takes the metal pipe on his back and slams it on the floor, creating an impact that doesn't lose to Whitebeard's bicento slam. It shocks everyone there because it looks like Kuroko Buggy is challenging Whitebeard while in truth, Buggy just wants to play around. I will be the one who'll take your head, Whitebeard. Crocodile suddenly appears behind Whitebeard to attack the old man. He doesn't want Kuroko Buggy to attack Whitebeard before him. But just like in the series, Luffy stops Crocodile while being drenched with water, so he can touch Crocodile's sand body. Buggy watches the drama unfold similarly to the series with great interest. He keeps watching while nodding along impressedly when Luffy gets into an argument with Whitebeard. But from his point of view as Buggy, the Emperor of the Sea, Luffy is nothing more than a weakling who doesn't have any fear now. Well, I was the same back then, so I can't judge him. Though I always calculated everything I did because I didn't have a strong plot armor like this guy. We may have the same strong mentality, but our way of thinking is different. Luffy finally rushes to the battlefield after telling Whitebeard about the message that he heard on the marine ship. Buggy also thinks he has played enough, so he wants to leave. Alright then, geezer, I will just watch your war. At the very least, I won't get in your way by watching. Humph, do as you please. Out of Whitebeard's expectation, Kuroko Buggy is climbing to Moby Dick's crow nest. It pisses the Whitebeard pirates including its captain. But Whitebeard tells his men to let Kuroko be. Right now, they need to focus on the Marines, after all. Crocodile, Jinbe, Ivankov, Luffy, and even he is here. Babysitter Kuroko. What a strange yet worrying lineup. At the very least, we know quite a lot about Crocodile, Jinbe, and Luffy. But that babysitter, that guy is full of mystery. I can only feel danger coming from him even from this distance. Sengoku, are you sure that Borsalino defeated that guy without getting a scratch? What are you on about, Garp? I have a strong feeling that he is the most dangerous here, even more than Whitebeard himself. Different from Luffy, that guy didn't just look afraid when facing Whitebeard, but also confident if things went wrong in their brief talk. Unless he has the confidence to block Whitebeard's attack without any problem, he won't tease that guy like that. Only other emperors have the guts to talk like that to Whitebeard. Humph, he is just a fool who overestimates himself. I hope so. Garp gets silent while looking at Kuroko with a very serious expression. Sengoku actually understands Garp's feelings because he feels it too. But he needs to remove that thought because he needs to focus on commanding the Marines. Their talk ends when they see Luffy storming into the battlefield. Kizaru attacks him, but Ivankov saves him. Then he gets attacked by Hina and Moria who also fail because Luffy has gotten stronger and faster as he reveals his gear too. Stop it, Luffy! Don't come here! Ace shouts at Luffy and tells him to leave. He says he doesn't need Luffy's help because it will shame him. They both have their own adventures and friends, so they shouldn't meddle in each other's business. That's the pretense Ace says to make Luffy leaves the dangerous war. Obviously, Luffy doesn't agree and tells Ace that he needs to save his brother. It shocks the Marines when they hear that Luffy is Ace's brother. They assume that Luffy is also Roger's son. But Sengoku then tells them that Luffy and Ace are just sworn brothers as Luffy's father is Dragon. It still shocks the world though because Dragon's reputation is as bad as the Pirate King himself. At the very least, Pirate King Roger has died, but Dragon is still alive and poses danger to this world now as the worst criminal. The emperors are still better in this sense because they don't stir up the world like Dragon. Buggy watches in amusement as Luffy breaks through the Marines' defense using his Gear 3 while shouting that he'll save Ace even if he dies. It reminds Buggy that he'll do the exact same thing as Luffy if this happens to his family. But because of that, Buggy knows the importance of power, that's why he always chases it every day. Buggy keeps watching as battles happen everywhere across the battlefield. There are many interesting battles here and there, but he is waiting for something more interesting. Akainu has died, so he wonders whether the Marine will provoke Squard to stab Whitebeard or not. But then his attention shifts to Mihawk who approaches Luffy. It's been a long time since we clashed our swords. Sigh, I missed my Kopis swords now. It was just a few months, but I felt like I haven't held any sword for years. Buggy hasn't used swords for real battles when he acts as Kuroko. His reason is he might get found out because of his swordsmanship and he wanted Kuroko to have a different image. He still trains his swordsmanship every day in secret though. So now he is quite jealous of Mihawk who swings his big-ass sword freely. Buggy then remembers that Mihawk said he won't hold back against Luffy. But no matter how he sees it, my hawk is holding back a lot right now. If my hawk doesn't hold back, then Luffy would have been cut in half. But it's not Luffy that gets cut in half, it's the frozen tsunami. My hawk slashes horizontally and Luffy barely avoids it. The wave of that slash flies across the battlefield and then cuts the frozen tsunami in half. It obviously shocks the people there except for a few individuals. Buggy is one of those who don't get shocked, but he is jealous of my hawk being able to show his power like this. Well, Buggy has a plan of his own, so he just looks as the upper half of the iceberg falls on the battlefield. Then suddenly he remembers that he needs to secure a broadcast Denden Mushi. The marine will stop the broadcast soon, so he needs to get a broadcast Denden Mushi to keep the broadcast on. After all, he can't let the world down by not showing the epic scenes of the war. Well, his main reason is he wants to show something interesting later. That's why he needs to find one and he scouts the surrounding. He finally finds one on the port wall which is quite far from his position. Oi, geezer, I will leave for a while, don't miss me, alright. Kuriko Buggy leaves Moby Dick under Whitebeard's pissed but amused look. It's not just Whitebeard who's watching him, the whole battlefield is looking at him right now. He hasn't made any moves so far, but suddenly he rushes into the battlefield, after all. Kuriko Buggy rushes toward the escapees' side because they are on his path. He holds his metal pipe and coats it with invisible haki before he starts attacking the marines who got in his way. With every swing, he defeats a marine soldier, and even the marine officers there also get defeated with one attack. Babysitter Kuriko. We won't let you do as you please. 3 vice admirals and some high-ranking officers suddenly get in his way to stop him. There are also marine soldiers who come to assist the officers. Kuriko Buggy grins before looking at the escapees beside him who also get ready to fight because they are also surrounded. You guys, I will take care of them, so you don't need to fight them. However, I have a task for you right now. Why you'll really fight them alone? Yeah, so you don't need to fight. I will even help you survive this war and find a place to work after this as long as you do what I ask. Is it dangerous? Everything here is dangerous. But your chance of survival will increase if you do as I say. The escapees look at each other for a while before agreeing to follow him. He grins and tells them to get the broadcast Denden Mushi. It will be better if they can catch some, but even one is alright. Go. Kuriko Buggy opens up a path by blasting some marine soldiers using his metal pipe. The escapees runs away while he attacks the other marines. He defeats the marine soldiers and officers before finally facing the 3 vice admirals. So he was the one who defeated Onigamo, hey? He is quite formidable. Don't let your guard down. He defeated Onigamo without receiving any major injuries. The 3 vice admirals who stand in his way are Yamakaji, Doberman, and Dalmatian. Well, it seems I will need to beat some vice admirals' asses again. Onigamo couldn't entertain me, so I hope you guys can do it in his place. Compared to the 3 of them, Kuriko looks very small because of his normal height. However, his presence doesn't lose one bit to them and his confidence is overwhelming. There's no way Buggy will lose to them just because he is disguising himself, so he just wants to have fun. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 439, Joining the War. Dalmatian attacks first by jumping at Kuriko in his half-beast form. He sends a punch at Kuriko but it gets dodged, so his fist hits the ice ground. Kuriko jumps to the left and Doberman chases him. Doberman swings his sword from the left while Kuriko is still jumping. He thought that Kuriko can't dodge, but he is underestimating Kuriko too much. Kuriko drops his body and slides on the ice ground to evade the sword that moves right on his face. However, Kuriko doesn't just slide on the ice, he catches Doberman's right foot. He uses it to spin around and kicks Doberman's left foot from behind. Doberman falls behind while Kuriko gets ready to attack again. Yamakaji doesn't let him do it and attacks from behind. But Kuriko parries Yamakaji's sword using his metal pipe that has been angled at 45 degrees. Yamakaji's sword slides on the metal pipe and Kuriko takes this chance to send a back kick at Yamakaji. He sends Yamakaji to fly some meters back before he pushes himself up using his metal pipe. He does it to evade Dalmatian's attack. Then Kuriko spins himself in the air as he falls and he swings his metal pipe at Dalmatian. Dalmatian blocks it using his arms, but he still gets flung because of the powerful impact. Kuriko grins while looking at Doberman who has gotten up and rushes to attack him. These vice admirals are really tough and don't know when to stop. Kuriko blocks a straight swing from Doberman using his metal pipe. He is still in the air, so he can't stop the force of Doberman's attack. The force sends him flying quite fast and he is moving toward Yamakaji who is ready to slash him. But he uses his flying speed to increase his attack power instead. He clashes his pipe attack with Yamakaji's sword attack. Both of them get pushes back a little and Kuriko finally stands on the ground again. The three vice admirals attack him together again and he is getting more excited as their fight goes on. Kuriko Buggy mostly blocks or evades the vice admiral's attacks. He only attacks once in a while, but his attacks are just enough to push them back without injuring them too much. Amazing, he holds up against three vice admirals on his own. Tashigi is very impressed with Kuriko, but Smoker thinks otherwise. Do you really think so? He doesn't seem to be trying in my eyes. He could defeat Vice Admiral Inigamo in a short time, so his attacks should be very powerful. Yet all his attacks can only push them back even though he landed a lot of clean hits. Then. He is holding back, or should I say, he is playing with them, and I'm sure they realize it too. Smoker is right, Kuriko is playing around with them to buy time when the escapees try to get the broadcast Denden Mushi. The three vice admirals who realize that he isn't serious are getting irritated by this. They have done their best, but he is still matching them even though he isn't serious, so obviously they are pissed. The three starts to attack more fiercely, but Kuriko can still handle them with ease. He even starts to play by redirecting their attacks so that they will hit their comrades. It's a fun way to fight, but he rarely uses it because he likes direct clashes more. Oi, oi, oi. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you say you would defeat me? So why are you fighting each other now? Ugh, this damn bass. Dalmatian can't finish his sentence because Kuriko redirects Yamakaji's attack at him. Then he trips Doberman who rushes at him. He makes Doberman falls on his two comrades and the three of them are falling in one spot. Ah, so sweet, you are hugging each other. Kuriko teases them before the escapees suddenly call him. He looks at them and sees that they've captured not one, but two broadcasts Denden Mushis. They've done better than he thought, so now it's his time to finish his job. Sorry about this, guys, but your job is done here. Kuriko spins his metal pipe and coats them with armament haki while making a hitting stance. A.K.A. The vice admirals are surprised because Kuriko has just used blackened armament haki. He only used invisible haki previously, so they didn't realize it. See you later, boys. Kuriko says that before swinging his hardened metal pipe very strongly toward the three vice admirals. He sends them flying far to the center of the battlefield. It attracts people's attention, but he just walks away to meet the escapees. You guys don't look good. Hehe, we fought a bit there, but we managed to get these two. Good job, you guys. Now, why don't we set up an interesting thing? Kuriko orders the escapees to go to an abandoned marine ship outside the battlefield. They need to record everything that happens here using the broadcast Denden Mushis. But some enemies will surely try to get the Denden Mushis back, so they need to defend too. For now, just activate one Denden Mushi. If things go wrong, then you can activate the other one to replace it. These Denden mushies are precious, so take good care of them. I will compensate you guys very well as long as you do a great job. How can we believe what you said? You can't. I don't have any proof, after all. But whether you want to follow me or not, it's all up to you. Believe what you want to believe, that's the way of pirates, isn't it? Kuriko just smirks before turning around and walking toward Moby Dick. He can't stay with them to broadcast the war because he has become one of the main targets in this war. If he stays with them, then the chance of the broadcast getting disturbed will increase, and he can't let the broadcast stop before the war ends. Why'd you come here again, brat? I need your protection, old man. I'm scared, you know. They suddenly attack me and even sent 3 vice admirals. I thought I was going to die. Kuriko said that, but there was no sign of fear in his face or tone. Whitebeard knows he's just messing around, so the old man just scoffs. Even so, the old man is a little grateful because Kuriko has defeated a lot of marine soldiers and 3 vice admirals, reducing the number of enemies. That's why Whitebeard doesn't say anything when Kuriko just sits relaxedly on Moby Dick's front edge. Both of them are watching the war's development from the ship. Then after a while, the moment that Kuriko Buggy has been waiting for finally comes. Squard comes up the ship and talks to Whitebeard while being annoyed by Kuriko's presence. However, he ignores the blue hair and talks to his pops. Surprisingly, Squard doesn't stab Whitebeard. Instead, he is informing Whitebeard that a vice admiral came to him and told him about Ace's real father. It seems they want me to question you and maybe betray you. But I know better than blaming a son for his father's deed. My grudge is against Roger, so I shouldn't target Ace for that. The last time I did that, I almost died if it's not for you. Your battle against the clown brat, hey. Yeah, he was putting some sense in my mind using that fight. It would be a different case if Ace is hostile to me, but we are friends. That is the most important thing now. If I want to seek revenge, then I should go for the remnants of Roger pirates. Whitebeard looks at Squard and smiles before telling him to help the others. Squard rushes to the battlefield along with the other Whitebeard subordinate crews. Whitebeard himself is looking at Sengoku, who seems disappointed that his plan fails. How boring, I thought he would stab you in the chest. He could stab me if he wanted and nothing will change. I will still love him as my son. He just needs to be guided because it's the Marine that tried to provoke him. Yeah, whatever you say. Anyway, the Marine seems eager to fight you, old man. Why don't you go there and show them who's the boss is? Is that so? Then I guess I shouldn't disappoint them. But I feel lonely attacking alone, so why don't you accompany me, brat? I'm tired after fighting 3 vice admirals. Oh, I've just realized that my hands are feeling sore. So I'll just rest here to recover. Kuriko Buggy says that while picking his nose and throws the bogger to the ice ground below. Yeah, he is lying, and he doesn't even try to hide his lies. It pisses Whitebeard, so he picks Kuriko Buggy's back collar quite high. I won't leave a stranger on my ship without supervision, so you will come with me. Whitebeard doesn't wait for an answer and just jumps out of the ship with Kuriko in his left hand. He runs forward while swinging Kuriko on his left. Then when he spots enemies, he throws Kuriko toward them. Kuriko sighs and covers his body with haki before he slams onto them. He knocks out some of them when he lands very hard on them. Kuriko stands up while standing on a defeated marine soldier with a rather pissed face. Damn, what a violent geezer. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 440, Invading the Plaza. Kuriko Buggy doesn't have any choice but to join the war for real now after Whitebeard threw him toward the enemies. However, he chooses to avoid battles for now. He is just moving around evading the Marines' attacks while observing the war. Pacifistas are coming from the sea and they are shooting the pirates using their beam attacks as they get closer. Some beams are also aimed at Kuriko, but he dodges them all and they hit the Marines around him instead. He doesn't need to lift a finger and they get defeated already. Ooh, friendly fires, as I thought of Kuriko-san. He uses their own attacks against themselves. The escapees who are doing his order are hiding on an abandoned marine ship on the outside now. They record the war from a safe place, but these guys are truly idiots. Instead of recording the whole battlefield, they are focusing on Kuriko because they've decided to follow him, so they think it's better to show him what he does. Luckily, they forget to turn off the other broadcast Denden Mushi. The puts it on the side while it's still on and it records the entire battlefield clearly. So the audience on Sabayati can see the whole situation in Marineford and Kuriko's battle now. Then, everyone can see clearly the power of someone who once rivaled the Pirate King. John Giant tries to attack him, but then Whitebeard pulls the air from above as if he is pulling a curtain. The effect of his action is incomparable to curtain pulling. A very powerful earthquake appears and affects the whole Marineford. It's so powerful that the island tilts to a side and the sea around the island rise. It's like he splits the world around him into circles with him as the center using the earthquake. Everyone who never saw Whitebeard's full power is shocked by this. But Kuriko Buggy just grins because the old man who became his goal once still has that spark. It makes him want to fight Whitebeard again, but he doesn't want to fight a weakened Whitebeard who almost died. It won't be a good fight, after all. Whitebeard punches John using an earthquake punch and defeats the giant Vice Admiral. The quake power of that punch, however, is still moving toward the plaza. It's about to hit the execution platform and the pirates hope it will destroy the platform, but it suddenly stops right before hitting the platform. It gets stopped by the three admirals who used advanced haki. But Kuriko Buggy can see the admiral's arms are shaking slightly. He grins because this means that Whitebeard is not as weak as he was in the series. Besides, Squard didn't stab him, so he is still in full health. Well, he also contributed to this, or to be correct, his crew contributed to Whitebeard's better health. Manhwa was treating Whitebeard a few times and gave Marco the medicine prescriptions for Whitebeard's condition. Marco might have a kind of healing ability because of his devil fruit, but Manhwa is a much better doctor than Marco. Manhwa could make a perfect cure for Whitebeard, but the old man refused it and only accepted a little treatment. After all, Manhwa's treatment wasn't free, and the price to get fully cured was very high. Whitebeard would need to pay by giving clown pirates some of his territories, and he refused to do that. Buggy could have just asked Manhwa to cure Whitebeard for free, but he didn't want to do that. No matter how good their relationship and how big his respect for Whitebeard is, both of them are still rivals and enemies. They can't just give free things to each other, especially something so big such as curing a deadly disease. Besides, Whitebeard wants to fight his illness alone, just like Roger. He feels as if he would lose to Roger if he relies on people who aren't his men to cure him. Even after Roger's death 22 years ago, Whitebeard still respects the man and feels a strong rivalry toward him. Other than that, Buggy also has another reason. He values his men a lot, so he knows that giving Manhwa's service to someone who isn't one of them free of charge is the same as showing he doesn't value Manhwa's ability as a doctor that much. Manhwa is his crew doctor, so the only ones who should get his free service are their people. This world is his reality now, so he can't help Whitebeard just because the old man was one of his favorite characters. They are enemies and rivals now. Even though they seem to be on good terms, actually both of their groups often have clashes regarding territories and business. Well, it will still give me a bad taste if that old man dies here and Teach gets his power. Kuriko Buggy watches as Sengoku gets furious that the broadcast hasn't stopped yet because 2 Denden Mushis were stolen. But then he makes a decision to continue the plan. Their enemies are getting closer, so they can't hesitate just because they're worried about ruining their image. Do it, Isho. Understood. Fujitora lowers his stance and unsheaths his sword. He swings his sword to the side, but he creates a spiral of purple energy that shoots to the sky. After a while, holes suddenly appear in the clouds as a lot of meteors are falling from the sky. The meteors burn as they descend and they are falling toward the ice ground where the pirates are. The marine soldiers have retreated to the plaza when Sengoku gave his order. They are now stopping the pirates who try to enter the plaza to avoid the meteors. As for Kuroko Buggy, he just stands in his original spot while grinning without any worry. Well then, let's play a little. Kuroko Buggy takes his metal pipe and just stands there while the other pirates are going back to their ships to avoid the falling meteors. There is a big meteor coming toward him, but he just looks at it while grinning. Then when it reaches him, Buggy swings his metal pipe and hits it as if he is playing baseball. The burning meteor flies toward the execution platform. When it still flies, Kuroko Buggy runs very fast using his Sora-like technique to hit the other burning meteors too. He is treating them like balls and hit them using his metal pipe that has been coated with haki. Of course, the Marines are surprised by this and now it's their turn to save themselves. They run to safety, but luckily their high-ranking officers are powerful enough to destroy the meteors that Kuroko Buggy hit. The one that flew toward the execution platform is stopped by Fujitora's gravity power before it hits the platform. Still, Kuroko Buggy can only hit a few burning meteors. There are still many that fall and hit the ice ground. The impacts destroy the ice and the heat melts it. Kuroko Buggy starts losing his footing now because the ice gets destroyed. He is still calm though, and when the ice below him breaks, he simply jumps into the air. Then, the Marines are surprised to see him keeps jumping in the air without any foothold. A lot of them know this technique, after all, and this is none other than Jeppo. Kuroko Buggy learned it from Cricket, who copied it from a Marine officer he fought in the past. Cricket is a genius martial artist who can copy every martial art move since he reached a very high level years ago. Rokushiki is one of many martial arts that he copied and many crew members have learned it too, including Buggy. He keeps jumping in the air and lands on the wall that protects the plaza. The Marines are looking at him warily because he has shown much greater power than they thought. But then their attention shifts to a water pillar that shoots up from the sea and falls right in front of the admirals. Kuroko Buggy avoided that place because of it. He doesn't want to get wet, after all. Besides, he wants to see how it will go. He wonders about it as he sees Luffy appear on where the water falls while holding a big ship mast. Luffy throws it to the admirals, but Aokiji freezes the mast. Then Luffy kicks it multiple times, breaking it, and sends the broken frozen mast to the admirals. Of course, such an attack is not a problem for the admirals. But Luffy just wants to distract them for a while. He uses his gear too and jumps toward Ace at a high speed. But it's still slow for Kizaru, who catches up to him easily and kicks him away from the execution platform. Sengoku suddenly gives an order to the executioners to execute Ace. Luffy tries to move and stop it, but he can't get closer at all. Luckily, Crocodile, who has reached the plaza, uses his sand to stop the execution. He doesn't want the Marine to succeed, so he stops the execution. Doflamingo confronts him and they get into a fight. Marco also suddenly appears to attack Aokiji and saves Luffy. Right after that, the Whitebeard pirates enter the plaza on their ship with the help of oars. The war is entering a new stage, so Kuroko Buggy is very excited. Soon, let's start my plan after a while. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 441, Admiral's Power. The war moved to the plaza after the ice ground gotten destroyed. Whitebeard pirates have invaded the plaza and the Marines are stopping them from getting closer to the execution platform. Kuroko Buggy just watches them fight from the top of the wall. He lies sideways while supporting his head with his hand. If there are snacks, then he would have eaten snacks as if he is in a cinema or something. The Marines can't even be bothered by him because their hands are already full to take care of Whitebeard pirates. They can't bother to play with Kuroko's antiques, so they let him be. Sengoku still keeps an eye on him though because he can move so suddenly. Kuroko Buggy is focusing on Whitebeard because he wants to know who'll stop that old beast now. Buggy has killed Akainu years ago, after all. So he is curious about it and he thought that maybe Garp or Sengoku would make their moves to stop Whitebeard. But he is wrong and surprised by how it turns out to be. The one who stops Whitebeard from rampaging in the plaza is Kizaru. It would make more sense if it's Aokiji or even Fujitora. But it's actually Kizaru who is lazier than Aokiji. It seems the reports were true. Kuroko Buggy recalls the reports he received from the spies he planted in the Marines. Kizaru was quite diligent in his training and now he is the strongest admiral. The reason for his change of behavior is none other than Buggy. Kizaru never won against Buggy since they fought for the first time. Now that Buggy has become the strongest in the world, Kizaru thought that he also needs to be the strongest. Even Kizaru isn't sure himself why he is very competitive towards Buggy, but he really doesn't want to lose against the clown. Every time he heard about Buggy, the scars caused by their battles, especially the big cut scar on his torso itched. He felt like these scars would stop itching if he defeat Buggy. That's why he started training harder since Buggy became the strongest by defeating Whitebeard. Kizaru couldn't even defeat Enel in the Great War that killed Akainu. Well, Buggy stopped the war before they could fight using their full power, but it was still frustrating for Kizaru. Buggy's victory against Whitebeard finally changed him and he started to get more serious to get stronger. Buggy hasn't confirmed this himself because he hasn't fought Kizaru since then. The Marine has been very careful with him since he defeated their great attack squad and killed Sakazuki. He never made any moves that threatened them directly, so they never attacked him and only watched him from afar. That's why Kuroko Buggy is surprised to see how powerful Kizaru has become. I don't remember where I heard this, but I thought someone said that if Kizaru and Aokiji weren't lazy, they would be very powerful, even more powerful than Akainu. Wait, maybe Aokiji also trained harder like Kizaru and get stronger now. This will be fun. Kuroko Buggy wants to see the reconstruction of the epic scene when Akainu stops Whitebeard's attack with his foot. But Whitebeard doesn't make the same attack though. He doesn't swing his weapon from below, but he swings it down after coating it with his quake power. Kizaru suddenly appears and blocks the Bicento using his vertical light kick. The impact of their clash spreads all over the battlefield, but no one dies because of it. Ooh, what a scary attack. That one was really dangerous, Whitebeard. Gururera, Kizaru, do you want to stop me alone? Obviously. I can't let you rampage more than this and destroy this place. I don't know if you are being serious right now when you talk like that. But you were having a hard time against Marco. Can you really stop me, lamp brat? I was holding back and you thought I was being serious before. There's no way I would use my full power from the beginning. Besides, it doesn't worth using my full power against that blue chicken. Gururera, how amusing. Whitebeard sends a powerful quake punch at Kizaru. The Admiral responds by sending a horizontal light speed kick at that punch. Kizaru's legs are more powerful than his arms, that's why he fights Whitebeard's ridiculously powerful punch using his kick. Their clash creates a massive impact that affects the whole battlefield. Whitebeard isn't as weak as he was in the series. Kizaru is also stronger than he was in the series. So their clash could create a much bigger impact than Whitebeard's clash against Akainu in the series. Everyone around them retreats quite far because they don't want to die by standing too close to these beasts. But they are more motivated now after seeing such a battle. They start fighting more vigorously, which makes Kuroko Buggy happy because the battles are more interesting to watch now. He watches the battles happily, but then he suddenly feels some presence that he has waited for. The Blackbeards have arrived on Marineford and now hide in the town. Kuriko Buggy is confused because they come faster than he thought. Whitebeard has just started fighting Kizaru, yet they are here already. But then he knows why they arrive so soon now. It's because they didn't get anything in Impel Down. He has killed all prisoners in level 6, so they couldn't recruit anyone. They didn't need to hold that competition to filter the prisoners, so they could come here faster. Even if they couldn't get new members, Teach surely couldn't miss the chance to get the Quake fruit. Too bad for you, Teach, I will ruin all the plans you've made to this day. I wonder what kind of face you'll make later. Kuriko Buggy's attention shifts to Whitebeard and Kizaru again. They fight so ferociously that no one could believe that Whitebeard is sick. He can still fight like that despite his illness that weakened his body. Whitebeard shows everyone that he is still the monster they thought of. Kizaru is using his inhumane speed to attack from all sides, but Whitebeard can read them all and counters them. Still, Whitebeard can't win against his old age. He still misses some of Kizaru's attacks because his body can't follow his mind and react to Kizaru's fast attacks. Whitebeard gets kicked in his right chest, punched in the stomach, kicked in the left face, cut on the left thigh, and stabbed in the left shoulder. Those attacks passed through him, but he is still standing tall and fights Kizaru as if he doesn't have any injuries. Don't you feel hurt anywhere, Whitebeard? Gururera, your attacks just tickling me, lamp brat. Attacks like these won't even hurt me, not to mention him. You won't be able to even touch that clown with this level of power. It seems you like to talk now, Whitebeard. Kizaru is quite pissed that Whitebeard brings up Buggy in their talk. But he isn't provoked because Kizaru is a very rational person. He knows better than to get provoked despite getting rather pissed by Whitebeard, unlike Ace who would get angry very easily at the slightest provocation. Instead of getting angry, Kizaru is getting more focused on his attacks. He becomes faster and more precise that Whitebeard starts to think that it was a mistake to provoke Kizaru. Well, Kizaru has learned to control himself because sometime Buggy likes to trash talk, so he shouldn't fall to it. The other two admirals are also fired up. Unlike in the series, Aokiji is fighting Marco now, while Fujitora is fighting Yozu. Just like Buggy thought, Aokiji seems to be stronger than in the series too. His ice can freeze Marco's entire body, only leaving Marco's head to not kill the pineapple head. As for Fujitora, Buggy doesn't know how he fares against someone at Yozu's level yet. But his gravity is strong enough to pin someone like Yozu down. Of course, it takes some time for him to defeat Yozu, but he wins not long after Aokiji defeated Marco. What's wrong with this old man's crew? They don't seem to grow that much since years ago. Does their captain's power decline affects them too? Buggy thinks about the fact that Whitebeard pirates seem to be just as strong as they were back then. It isn't a good thing though because the Marines are getting stronger while they stay the same. Maybe they've improved, but not that much because Buggy who fought against them years ago can't see the difference. He thinks that maybe the Whitebeard pirates' lack of battles against strong opponents for years has affected their power. Unlike his crew that likes to fight people, Whitebeard pirates rarely attack first and only fight when provoked. His crewmates even fight among themselves when they were free as training, but it's not the case for Whitebeard pirates. We attacked them every once in a while, but it was always me against that old man. He never allowed his men to fight my crew because our battles were always destructive that no one could stand on the same land as us when we fight. I think that was a big mistake, he protected his men too much. When Buggy thinks about that, Whitebeard pirates suddenly shout to call their pops. He looks at Whitebeard and sees Kizaru has stabbed his long light sword in the middle of Whitebeard's chest. Then he sees Blackbeard pirates finally coming out of their hiding and walking toward the battlefield. They are impatient. Well, it makes things easier. It's time to move. underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 442, Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard pirates finally enter the battlefield and surprise everyone there. Whitebeard pirates are surprised to see Teach and of course, they are angry. While the Marines are surprised because they thought that Blackbeard won't come after not showing up at all. The news of their infiltration in Impel Down hasn't reached Marineford because the Marines are focusing on the war. So they thought that Blackbeard pirates are here to help as a warlord crew. Teach also doesn't get any new members from Impel Down, after all, so the Marines don't know that the Blackbeards have rebelled. Teach, you finally show up, hey. Whitebeard suddenly gets more energy and breaks the light sword that stabbed his chest. Kizaru backs off a little because he senses a danger from Whitebeard. Besides, he wants to know too why Blackbeards suddenly appear after ignoring the Marines' call to assist them in this war. Yo, Pops, you look great as always. The Whitebeard pirates shout angrily at Teach and are about to rush at him, but Whitebeard stops them. He wants to take care of this personally and punish Teach himself because he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, so he needs to erect their rules. Blackbeard. Where have you been and why you suddenly come here? Sengoku is looking at Blackbeard pirates with a very displeased expression. But Teach just grins and says that he's here to settle things with Whitebeard. Of course, he gets ridiculed for only showing up when Whitebeard has been hurt in this war, which means that Teach was afraid. A stare down full of hate happens on that side, while on the other side, Fujitora hears Luffy and Ivankov talk about their meeting with Whitebeard in Impel Down. The Admiral is surprised and he immediately asks a nearby Marine officer to relay what he has just heard. Sengoku is surprised when he hears the report and obviously, he is very angry. Blackbeard. Is it true that you invaded Impel Down? What were you doing there? Teach's arrogant face suddenly turns into an angry expression. He is reminded of his ruined plan by Sengoku. So he immediately looks at Kuriko Buggy who is walking leisurely toward Whitebeard. Well, we meet again, trash. It seems you didn't get any friends in level 6, so you came here to play. But, are you sure this is a good time to show up though? You might get beaten up by this old man and his kids, you know. They are still very lively. The high-ranking officers are surprised to hear about level 6. They haven't received any report, but something must have happened there. Even the appearance of Kuriko, Crocodile, and Jinbe here has indicated that something has happened there, but it might be bigger than what they thought. Babysitter, I will kill you in the most painful way for ruining my plan. Reinvl.c. Ooh, how scary. But are you sure you can do that? You might die in that old man's hands first, you know. Kuriko Buggy points at Whitebeard who has run toward Blackbeard. Everyone is surprised and Kizaru tries to chase Whitebeard. But Kuriko Buggy stops him by attacking the lightman before he can move. Why don't you let them settle their family feud, Kizaru? I will play with you instead. Oh, it seems you have forgotten what happened on Sabayati last time. Well, I never remember something trivial, so why don't you remind me of it? Fine, just don't regret it in afterlife. Kizaru sends a light speed kick from the side, but Kuriko Buggy blocks it with a hand without getting pushed at all. It surprises Kizaru and the others who watch it. But then their attention shifts to Whitebeard and Blackbeard who have started their battle. Whitebeard sends a quake punch from above and Teach is jumping away to evade it. His crewmates are also jumping away, but the quake punch creates a strong shockwave that sends them flying away. The old man chases after Teach who is panicking because Whitebeard is still stronger than he thought. Sengoku gives the Marines an order to ignore Whitebeard and focus on attacking his crew members while their captain is occupied. He doesn't care who will win there, because any result is good for the Marines. Both of them can kill each other while the Marines will just need to attack the exhausted winner. But Kuroko Buggy won't let that happen. Oi, oi, oi. Is this how the Marines will play? Disappointing. Although I can understand such a strategy, but it is too boring. Let's make this more interesting, shall we? Let's make some adjustments. Kuroko Buggy suddenly releases a powerful conqueror haki that knocks out a lot of Marine soldiers. It doesn't just knock out the ones on the battlefield, but also those in the base behind. He knocks out a lot of Marine soldiers, so the pirates will have the upper hand now. Consider this my last help to you if you really die today, old man. Everybody is surprised to see a conqueror haki being used for the first time in this war. Furthermore, it is used by a rookie pirate who has just been captured and escaped from prison. His conqueror haki is also very powerful and precise, which means he has reached a high mastery of it. Those who own or are knowledgeable about conqueror haki surely know the meaning behind such a powerful conqueror haki. This means that Kuroko is much more dangerous than they thought and he was hiding his real power. People who also have it like Doflamingo and Hancock even get wary after sensing Kuroko's conqueror haki. It is already much more powerful than theirs and they feel that he is still not using his full power. But they are also conquerors, so they aren't afraid of him, they are just more wary of him now. Are you for real? Such power is coming from a rookie who has just been heard of a few months ago. Aokiji-san, what should we do now? The level of his conqueror haki and his control over it isn't that of a normal rookie. For now, we'll cover our men, leave the babysitter to Borsellino. We can't let our morale drop even further. Isho, keep your guard up, I have a bad feeling about this. Aokiji and Fujitora immediately move to attack the pirates again. They need to get very serious now because there are only Marine officers left on their side. Their number has dropped drastically with just an attack, so it will surely affect their men's morale. Kuroko and Kizaru start their battle which shocks the world. The 600 million worth rookie is holding on against Kizaru without losing his ground. He gets pushed by the admiral, but he isn't losing. Kuroko is giving Kizaru a better fight than even Whitebeard. Is this real? He is matching Kizaru-san's speed. Manga, who is close to them, is very surprised to see Kuroko blocking all of Kizaru's light sword attacks using his metal pipe. They know that he has armament haki already from his fight against Kizaru on Sabayati, but that battle also shows that he is much weaker than Kizaru. However, now he is fighting Kizaru again without losing his ground at all. This battle shows that Kuroko is as strong as an admiral already. A rookie who has just started a few months ago has become this strong. If he goes to New World, then he can surely challenge the emperors. On another side, Whitebeard is rampaging against Blackbeard pirates. Contrast to what Teach thought, the old man is still very powerful despite his illness and injuries. He still has enough strength to make Teach coughs up blood even when Teach nullifies his devil fruit ability by grabbing his arm. What Teach doesn't know is Whitebeard has received intensive treatment from Manhwa. Of course, the old man paid for the service because Manhwa is a member of Clown Pirates. Alongside Marco, the treatment gave a great result and Whitebeard is much healthier now. His condition won't last long though because his illness is too severe already. Even now, he is holding off the pain in his body because he pushes himself to use more power. But it's a good deal for him because he couldn't use this much power before even if he pushed himself. If even Teach can't handle the old man, then there is no need to mention his crew members. Burgess, who attacked Whitebeard hastily, has been beaten up to pulps. It makes the others don't dare to get closer and just shoot Whitebeard using their guns from behind. Only Lafitte comes forward to attack with his sword once in a while, but he retreats most of the time. They can't stay in safe distance for too long though because Whitebeard's commanders come to assist their captain. Jiru, Fasa, and Azua come to attack the Blackbeards so that the old man can focus on beating Teach's ass. Meanwhile, Luffy is still trying to reach the execution platform with Ivankov and Inazuma's help. Even Jinbe is helping them because they are being blocked by Fujitora. The blind man is trashing them and they can't even touch him, so they can't get past him to reach the platform. While they desperately try to reach the platform, 2 executioners have arrived up there. Sengoku is hastening the execution because the Marines are at a disadvantage right now. So he decides to execute Ace now and help with the war. Kuriko Buggy watches it while blocking Kizaru's attacks. Luffy should be activating his Conqueror Haki when Ace is about to get killed now. However, Fujitora is holding Luffy down with a very powerful gravity that makes Luffy unable to even raise his face. Kuriko Buggy thought he would need to move again. But then, the 2 executioners' swords suddenly get hit by unknown things and fly away. Kuriko Buggy, who watched them intensely, surely know what has just happened and what hit those swords. Why are they here already? Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 443, Shocking Marine Ford. The executioners fail again, but now the cause is unknown. What was that? Gunshots, but I don't know where they came from. Tisk, they kept disrupting it. Sengoku, those shots didn't seem to come from the ones below. I thought so too. But there's nothing on the sea, so it might be someone's ability. Sengoku and Garp can't talk about it for too long because a powerful earthquake suddenly occurs. Whitebeard is punching the air in front of Teach and creates a powerful earthquake. Teach is using his darkness power to absorb the quake power, but he still gets flung quite far and crashes onto Marineford's thick wall. Whitebeard still has what it takes to be an emperor of the sea. However, Teach won't dare to come here if he wasn't ready to fight the old man. He might have some injuries, but Teach also has inflicted a lot of injuries on Whitebeard's body too. So he isn't just cunning, but he has the power to back it up. Kuriko Buggy comments on it while still facing Kizaru. He takes his fight leisurely, but he doesn't lose at all. It makes Kizaru pissed because he is being played by a rookie. But it also makes him wonder why Kuriko could lose to him on Sabayati if he is this strong. Kizaru sends super fast and powerful sword attacks and kicks at Kuriko. But Kuriko can predict them all and handle them effectively. However, Kuriko just stays defensive and doesn't attack Kizaru at all. He is watching the other battles instead of attacking. The Whitebeard pirates are still having a hard time even though the number of enemies has reduced a lot. The marine officers that didn't get knocked out are big problems for them, especially the admirals. Aokiji and Fujitora are fighting a lot of strong people at once, but they are not troubled at all. Luffy's group is still held by Fujitora and they can't find a way through. Aokiji holds some Whitebeard pirates commanders without being pushed. The vice admirals and other officers are holding the other powerful pirates. Then suddenly, everyone's attention shifts to Sengoku because he suddenly shouts. No way! Why are they here? Sengoku is using his scope to see far into the sea. He sees a ship is getting closer to Marineford. A single ship can already make Sengoku has cold sweats. What's wrong, Sengoku? See it for yourself. RWVEL.O. Sengoku throws his scope to Garp, so Garp uses it to check what Sengoku saw. He has the same reaction as Sengoku, so Aokiji asks what they saw. It's those clowns, the clown pirates are here. Everyone is very surprised when they hear that and immediately stop whatever they do. Only Luffy is clueless about what happened because he doesn't know about clown pirates. Eva-chan, what happens? Why is everyone so wary? Straw Hat Boy, don't tell me you don't know anything about clown pirates. No, are they famous? Obviously. After all, they are the strongest crew in the world, and their captain is the strongest man in the world. Clown Lord Buggy, the man closest to Pirate King title. That's, so he is Leo's and Nami's dad, hey? Leo's and Nami's dad's crew is coming here. Leo? Nami? Yeah, they are my crew members. Leo is chasing after his dad, and we recently found out from Grandpa that his dad is the strongest man in the world. Is that so? I know he has children, but I never met them and he never even told me their names, so I never know. You know him, Eva-chan? Yeah, and your dad also knows him. Let's say that he is the only man dragon never dared to offend. The Black Pearl is getting closer to Marineford at a high speed. Sengoku and Garp are now very wary that they are ready to move anytime now, even after staying silent since the beginning. Clown pirates aren't opponents they can take lightly. They are very surprised though, because they have been observing clown pirates very tightly. But they ignored the fact that clown pirates have slipped out of their watches so many times. The crew can always find a way to get past every eye that watches over them. So that's how it is. What's wrong, Sengoku? The one who shot the executioner's blades was their sniper, Top Gun Maverick. Among all clown pirates members, only he can shoot accurately from a distance that even a scope can't reach. That means they might have observed this war for a long time. Clown pirates along with Whitebeard pirates, this is the worst case scenario. Sengoku, I don't think we can even think of victory now. Having sure our men survive this is already a good thing. The Black Pearl reaches Marineford in a short time. Everyone sees the members of Clown Pirates show up on the front deck of their ship. They are focusing on the captain of Clown Pirates, Clown Lord Buggy, who stands in the front while crossing his arms smugly. Buggy is looking around the plaza, looking for something. Ah, there you are. Buggy-chan, hurry up and come back to us. I feel like I am about to die from the pressure this position gave me. Everyone is confused because Buggy is calling someone else Buggy. They look at the man pointed by Buggy, which is none other than Kuriko. Sigh, so you came here hurriedly because you couldn't handle the stress, huh? Well, it's about time I stopped playing around too, anyway. Kuriko's whole body suddenly breaks apart into particles smaller than dust. Then his body reforms into an appearance that shocks everyone there. He turns into his original appearance as Buggy, the captain of Clown Pirates, but with short hair. What's this? There are two Clown Lords. The Marines are surprised, but then the Buggy on the ship finally shows his true appearance. Bon-chan, who finally can stop pretending to be Buggy, laughs happily as he returns to his original appearance too. He jumps and dances around on the ship because he's finally free. Everyone immediately looks at the real Buggy, who disguised himself as Kuriko. Now Kizaru and the other high-ranking officers realize why Kuriko was so powerful. But it also angers Sengoku because it means Buggy went to Impel Down deliberately to make a mess there. So you lost to me on purpose when we were on Sabayati Archipelago. What scheme that you had planned, clown? Scheme? I just wanted to explore Impel Down. If you guys just accepted my demand to explore Impel Down, Marineford, an ice lobby, and other marine bases, then I won't resort to something like this, you know. Then if you just let us capture and execute every single one of your crew, we will allow your bodies to visit all those places. Really? Then let's do it, if you have the capability to capture us, that is. Buggy just grins, but it makes people nervous already. Mihawk, who has fought against Vista, sheaths his sword even though he almost wins. He decides to stop participating in this war because he is not stupid enough to keep fighting in the war when he will go against Clown Pirates. Hawkeye, where are you going? I only agreed to fight against Whitebeard pirates, not Clown Pirates. This is already a different war, so I won't participate. Then, I will stop here too. Wah! Boa Hancock. Both Mihawk and Hancock don't want to continue this anymore because they know they can't win against Clown Pirates. Among the warlords, the two of them are the closest to Clown Pirates. Mihawk has fought against Buggy numerous times and Hancock is his spy after he helped her conceal her identity as a former slave. Different from them, Doflamingo is looking at Buggy hostilely. He failed to obtain Op fruit and killed Corazon because Buggy interfered. Even to this day, Buggy is stopping a lot of his plans because Buggy's underground organization is his organization's rival. Speaking of Corazon, that guy is still working as a spy to this day because he can't return to the Marines. He is already known as Doglamingo's brother, after all. His case is similar to Drake, that's why now he is joining Drake's crew, but of course, he is disguising himself because Doffy will kill him if his identity is revealed. Back to Marineford that has become silent because of Buggy's appearance. Everyone is looking at Buggy warily because they don't know what he's going to do. Even Whitebeard is wary even though he knows that Buggy will save Ace because they are close. Ace, how many times have I told you to control that impulsive mind of yours? I'm sure you were chasing and fighting that prick while being angry. Also, I always told you that you are still weak, but you always overestimate yourself. Do you need to die first before you come to your sense? Or do you need someone to die because of your idiocy first? I didn't help you and your mother just for you to die younger than your father. Ace, do you want to meet your mother before achieving great things? Buggy is scolding Ace who can only look down shamefully. Rogue asked me to help you when needed. I let you join the old man so you could learn a lot and grow up. But you are disappointing me. When this war ends, I will beat you up myself, so get ready. For now, I will put an end to this war. Buggy straightens his right palm before swiping his right palm horizontally. Nothing happens for a while, but then Marineford gets cut at the level of Buggy's swipe. Every enemy that stands on the plaza also gets cut, only Buggy's allies are spared. Time to flip the world. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 444, Black Blades. Buggy flips Marineford giant building after cutting it. He can control anything he chops, after all. Flipping the giant building will create a big impact in the hearts of those who watch it. He wants to show his level to everyone watching so that they will take this very seriously. His intro shocks everyone present, making their jaws drop to the floor. Even the veterans are speechless because Buggy never truly shows his full capability to outsiders. That's why seeing him cut and flipped Marineford without any effort is very shocking to them. Luffy, the rookie who has just started his crew a few months ago, is the most shocked here. He thought nothing could shock him after seeing Whitebeard tilt the sea. But now he sees Buggy cut and flips Marineford without any effort. It isn't the end yet though, because then Buggy controls the execution platform to make it fall toward him. Sengoku, Garp, Ace, and the executioners fall too. Ace falls on his face because he can't move well, only Garp and Sengoku can land on their feet. They weren't chopped like those Marines on the ground because they were in a high place. The massive base crashes onto the ground at the same time as the execution platform. It causes a massive impact that sends debris flying everywhere on the battlefield. What are you idiots doing? Take Ace out of there! Buggy looks at the Whitebeard pirates who only look with dumbfounded expressions. They immediately rush to save Ace, but Sengoku and Garp won't just stay silent. Maverick shoots the 2 of them a few times, forcing them to stop and defend themselves, so the pirates can save Ace. Buggy, Buggy looks at Ace who still has sea stone cuffs on his hands. Luffy is running toward them, but none of the Marines dare to stop him because the clowns are watching them. But then they get very shocked when Buggy suddenly punches Ace's face really hard. He plants Ace's face to the ground, but he doesn't use his haki or devil fruit, only pure physical power. Even so, he has enough power to break Ace's nose. Luffy is mad at Buggy for punching Ace, so Buggy also punches Luffy's face and plants his face beside his brother. Why are you punching them? I don't know, I just wanted to punch them. Don't worry Eva, I don't kill weaklings. That's not the point. Sigh, I just had a hunch that things will be more complicated if they are still participating in this war. Just take them to my ship so they won't disturb me. Eva can only sigh and take the two of them to Black Pearl. He could never understand someone like Buggy, but he knows it's better to just do what the other person wants sometimes. Besides, Eva knows very well that Buggy only needs his crew to end this war, so everyone else is not needed. Now, Marines, let's start the real war. Buggy grins widely while looking at the Marines that have organized themselves again. Kizaru and Aokiji are Logia users, so they can reform their bodies after being chopped by Buggy's power. Fujitora, on the other hand, is on another level. He uses his gravity to lift his upper body and attaches it to his lower body. But that's not all, he also helps the other Marines reattach their bodies. He can reattach the bodies of numerous people without any mistake, showing how good his observation haki is. Although he can't do anything about the destroyed base as it is already destroyed. Palu suddenly throws a pair of sheathed short swords at Buggy and Manba opens a case. Strands of long blue hair then fly out of the case toward Buggy. Buggy catches the swords without looking back and the strands of hair are attaching themselves to his short blue hair. He has cut his long hair for his disguise as Kuriko, so it feels really nice to have his hair back. Having his swords back after a while also feels very nice. Now, he is ready to let loose after being restrained for a while. Buggy unsheathed his swords and his hair is fluttering because of the wind. But his swords look different and it surprises the man who holds the title of the strongest swordsman. Those are black blades. That's right, Buggy's swords have turned black just like Yoru and Shusui. Buggy's twin Kopis swords, Castor and Pollux, have turned into black blades. They are now the third and fourth known black blades in the world, so it surely shocks those who know how difficult it is to turn blades into black blades. This is the first time Buggy reveals this to people other than his crew members. He has just turned them into black blades a while before he started his journey as Kuriko. So they haven't been used for battles since they turned black. Buggy smiles widely while looking at his black blades. It was very difficult to turn them into black blades because haki is needed to do that. But his swords have eaten devil fruits and they need haki to activate their abilities. He needed times the effort Mihawk did to make the blades black because his haki kept being absorbed by the devil fruit abilities instead of his swords. All that effort has been paid off and this is the best stage to reveal his new black swords. So far, he is the known third swordsman in the world to ever turn their blades black, after all. This is a feat befitting the strongest man in the world who is also a swordsman. Be honored that you'll be the first sacrifice to my upgraded swords, Marines. Come. I won't use my devil fruit abilities so that my swords can fully enjoy the war. Buggy has a crazy smiling face that will scare even Satan himself. He doesn't really want to commit a massacre, but doing this will make the situation funnier. Though the Marines don't have the same opinion as him because they can only sense danger from him. Sengoku, it seems we can't avoid it. That man doesn't want to just save Ace and stop this war, he wants to participate in it, probably makes it even bigger instead. I know. Kuzan, Borsellino, Isho, you know what to do. The three admirals come forward to face Buggy who is alone. They are towering over him with their tall and big builds. Those who don't know will think that this is an unfair battle for Buggy, but the three who will face him know that even the three of them might not be enough. They don't know whether Buggy really won't use his devil fruit ability, but they sure know that even without that, Buggy is still a tough opponent. Kizaru, who looked calm even when fighting Whitebeard, Aokiji, who looked like he doesn't care much about the war, and Fujitora, who seemed to have some doubts about the war, are getting very serious right now. The smaller man in front of them looks way bigger than any opponents they've ever faced. Kizaru and Aokiji, who have fought against Buggy, are extremely wary right now. Even they don't know how strong the current Buggy is because it's been a long time since they fought him. Buggy looks at Whitebeard, who is looking at the Blackbeard pirates that got their bodies separated from their legs. Oi, old man! I've helped you this much, so finish them yourself or I will finish them before finishing you too. You can do that, right? If not, then just go home and I will take care of everything here. Buggy is looking down at Whitebeard with a wide grin. But instead of getting angry, Whitebeard is getting amused. Guerrera, I never asked for your help. Me and my men are enough to win this war. You can scram if you don't want to be here, brat. That's not something I want to hear from a badly injured geezer. Remember this, old man. The only one alive right now to ever defeated you is me. Whitebeard grins and slams his bicento strongly. Guerrera, I shouldn't change that then. After saying that, Whitebeard starts to beat the shit out of Blackbeard pirates. He now knows that touching Teach will nullify his devil fruit ability. That means he just needs to not touch Teach. He just needs to coat his fists with his ability before punching Teach. Buggy sees that Teach is holding on well even though his crewmates are already out cold now. Well, he knows that Teach isn't average and has a strange body. But even if he can hold on now, he will eventually reach his limit. Although the old man will reach his limit too. Ooh, he's fired up. Then, I shouldn't lose to him, right, admirals? Buggy taunts the admirals and they don't waste any more time to attack him. Fujitora increases the gravity on Buggy's body to the max while Aokiji freezes Buggy's body to restrain his movements. Kizaru attacks Buggy using a very powerful light beam at a close distance. A powerful impact is created by the combo and a shockwave spreads everywhere. The admirals have landed a clean hit on Buggy, or so people thought. But Buggy comes out of the impact without any scratches even though Kizaru was using advanced haki too. Buggy grins excitedly like a maniac while raising his swords. It's my turn now. He slashes his swords in an X shape and creates a powerful slash attack. The admirals try to stop it, but they get pushed quite far even though they are together. They somehow managed to break it, but it already make the others speechless. All three admirals are being pushed by just one man. Now everyone finally realizes why this man is titled as the world's strongest. After all, no one can match his individual power in this whole world. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 445, Clowns in Marine Ford. The power that Buggy has just shown surprised the Marines because he could push 3 admirals with just one attack. But his crewmates aren't impressed and they are booing him instead. That's because they know he was using Pollux's pressure power even though he said he won't use his devil fruit ability. I didn't use my ability, it's Pollux's, I don't lie, you bastards. Boo, but it is still your devil fruit ability too in a sense. You should be ashamed. That's right, you are shaming Clown Pirate's name. They keep mocking him because they are happy to do it after being unable of doing so for months. Buggy also knows they really want to mess with him after he left them for a while. So he just sighs and looks at his opponents again while his crewmates are still booing him. Buggy looks distracted and Kizaru takes this chance to attack him. The lightman shoots a light beam that hits Buggy directly. A massive explosion is created, but Buggy comes out while being coated with armament haki, so he doesn't get any injuries. Garp, who was silent since the beginning, suddenly moves too. He uses Sora to approach Buggy and sends a powerful fist. But suddenly his fist meets with another fist of similar size that stops him completely. He looks at the one who stops it and his face doesn't look good. The one who stops Garp is none other than Clown Pirate's vice captain, Mont Blanc Red Fist Cricket, who also used his version of Sora to interrupt Garp's attack. Cricket's and Garp's fists collide, creating a powerful impact with lightning-like effects spreading everywhere. Sorry about this, Lord Captain. My hands are itchy. It's not just you who missed this level of battle. Do as you please. I didn't call you just to spectate anyway. Besides, it's about time you show the world what my vice captain is capable of, Cricket. You make it sounds like I hid my power all this time. I never tried to hide it, you know. It's you who kept taking the limelight every time we did something big. You're right. While Buggy and Cricket are conversing without any care about their surrounding, Sengoku suddenly attacks them in his golden Buddha form. He sends a strong shockwave from above to crush both of them. But then a powerful impact counters his shockwave and stops it. Sengoku looks at the one who stopped his shockwave. Palu has joined in the war too using his warhammer. He was hammering Sengoku's shockwave from below and the impact caused by his attack was enough to break Sengoku's shockwave. Buggy's right and left hand men have joined the war, so the other executives are also joining. They enter the battlefield one after another before gathering around Buggy. It's just 13 people, but their presence has overwhelmed the whole battlefield already. Brook, no need to join us. You just need to play the BGM. Sorry, but my hands are itchy too, even though I don't have skin, yo ho ho ho. My band can play the BGM without me, so let me play with you guys. Brook's music team plays a tense one-piece BGM to increase the tension. The other clown pirates are posing as cool as they can while one of their members broadcast it using the Denden Mushi he just took from the escapees. It's a sight that makes everyone watching speechless because of how great it is, that's what the clowns believe. Contrary to that, the Marines and Whitebeard pirates are speechless at how ridiculous it is. They can't believe that such a crew is the strongest in the world. It makes them question themselves because strange and idiotic people like the clowns managed to be the strongest crew while they can't. Come, Marines. Let's continue. Buggy taunts the Marines and the war continues after a brief break. Fujitora, who hasn't made a move for a while, finally starts attacking by increasing the gravity on the clown executives. They feel the strong gravity pressure, but they are still standing firmly. Someone needs to stop Fujitora, and Enel takes this job by striking Fujitora with a bolt of powerful lightning from the sky. The gravity is gone, so Garp tries to attack Buggy, but Cricket stops him again. Palu attacks Sengoku, who is ready to shoot another shockwave. The Whitebeard pirates and escapees, on the other hand, are facing the other Marines and warlords who still want to fight. Doflamingo, Moria, and Kuma are still fighting. They can't just retreat because, unlike Mihawk and Hancock, they are always the enemies of Clown and Whitebeard pirates, so they'll be chased even if they retreat. There are also pacifistas and many other Marines that need to be taken care of. The clowns leave those guys to Whitebeard pirates and just focus on the stronger guys. It's just the executives who fight right now, but the other members are ready to fight anytime they receive orders. It doesn't seem like their help will be needed though, because the executives are enjoying their battles. They fight against more people, and even if they look a little troubled, they seem happy instead. It's been a long time since the executives fought good battles, after all. The members were always the ones who handle the problems that happened. There haven't been problems too great that needed the executives' involvement. So they haven't gotten in action for a rather long time, that's why the clown members don't join in. They look at their executives fighting powerful opponents. Buggy vs Kizaru and Aokiji, Cricket vs Garp, Palu vs Sengoku, Enel vs Fujitora, Magnus vs 5 of Marines Giant Squad including their 3 Vice Admirals, Mantis vs Tsuru, Jude vs Jun, Manba vs Strawberry, Dion vs Dalmatian, Brook vs Momanga, Ruff vs Stainless, Maverick vs Shaitan, and Della vs Cancer. The other high-ranking officers are left to Whitebeard pirates. They have fought most of the powerful ones, so the Whitebeard pirates should be able to handle the rest. The clowns don't want to trample Whitebeard pirates' pride immediately by taking over this war completely. But they sure want to trample the Marines' pride by playing around in their fight. The clown executives are fighting while joking around and playing games. They are playing their old game that was used against Shiki, which is naming their attacks with ridiculous names. Fist of the North Star falling to the south, scattering on the east and west. Villain hammer punishing justice to spread evil to the whole world. Lightning thunder cross split attack breaking bones burning flesh. Holy evil demonic angel spear great explosive stomach stab. Divine axe flying through the sky cutting the heaven. Buggy sees his friends are having fun while he is attacked by two admirals. He hears them shouting random attack names as if their battles aren't difficult at all. But well, taking their battles happily is the key for them to let out more power. It's the same for Buggy, but his way of having fun while fighting is not using funny attack names. He chooses to make a challenge for himself on top of not using devil fruit abilities. The challenge is to only attack and defend using his swords. He can't use his body parts to attack or defend, which will reduce his options a lot. The tornado of blades forces Kizaru and Aokiji to retreat and defend themselves. It also pushes back the other people nearby and gives him more space to fight. His attack also creates a lot of destruction as the stray slash attacks are destroying things in the surrounding and hit people too. Kizaru knows they can't leave Buggy free for too long, so Kizaru attacks him as soon as he lands. A strong light sword attack comes from above, so Buggy needs to use both of his swords to block it. Aokiji uses this chance to slip behind Buggy, so Buggy pushes Kizaru's sword back. He turns around to attack Aokiji, but the Iceman has turned into ice, so his sword doesn't cut Aokiji's body. Then suddenly, Buggy's body freezes as Aokiji's body reforms behind him. Buggy's body froze and encased in a thick layer of ice that forms into a big ball. Both Aokiji and Kizaru are still vigilant though because they know Buggy won't get defeated just by this. They're right because the ice ball starts moving. But instead of being broken apart, the ice ball actually rolls and it starts getting faster. The ice ball rolls toward the Marines and starts hitting them like a bowling ball hitting the pins. Aokiji and Kizaru click their tongues because they know that Buggy is using the ice ball as a weapon now. The clown pirates are cheering on him as he hits more Marines. Both admirals finally have enough, so Kizaru destroys the ice ball by shooting a powerful laser beam at it. It creates a huge explosion that obviously destroys the ice ball and even the ground around it. However, it's not enough to defeat Buggy who comes out finally, but he looks disappointed. Welp, it seems I failed my challenge because I didn't use my swords to defeat those Marines just now. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 446, Group of Emperors. Buggy attacks again, but now he becomes more serious than before. He swings his sword calmly to send a vertical slash attack at Kizaru. The admiral can't dodge it because it will hit the Marines behind him, so he blocks it. But Buggy's attack is serious, so the power behind that calm swing is much more powerful than Mihawk's attack which got stopped by Yozu. Swordsmen at Buggy's and Mihawk's levels don't need any flashy movements to create powerful attacks. They just need to swing calmly and they can already create an attack that can cut an island in half. Buggy's attack doesn't push Kizaru, but the admiral is exerting all his power to send that attack to the sky like Yozu. When the slash attack reaches the sky, it explodes and the impact sends all the clouds far away. Even the clouds on Sabayati are getting pushed too, that's just how much power is hidden in Buggy's attack. While Kizaru was stopping his attack, Buggy was attacking Aokiji. The Iceman used his ice saber to fight against Buggy. His ice saber was completely black because he used his armament haki at full power. This also means that he used his advanced armament haki on his ice saber. Aokiji knows that he can't win against Buggy without his advanced armament haki. His reason to learn this level of haki was also because of Buggy. When Buggy defeated Whitebeard, the Marines realized that their power at that time won't be enough anymore. So everyone including Aokiji needed to be stronger and they trained harder since then. Both he and Kizaru who were very lazy about training started training harder. They actually have started training harder since Sakazuki's death because he is their equal, and if he could die in Buggy's hands, that means they too can meet the same fate, so they need to train harder to avoid it. Right now, both Kizaru and Aokiji are very strong that each one of them could win against Garp in his prime. Garp himself said this, but even he isn't sure that would be enough to defeat Buggy. He himself has faced Buggy and lost years ago, and Buggy is still far from his prime age, so Buggy could still grow stronger. That being said, Kizaru and Aokiji, who have surpassed Garp's power, are the only ones among Marines who have the chance to win against Buggy now. However, it doesn't mean the battle is easy, because even now they are struggling while fighting him together. Aokiji tries to freeze Buggy, but it doesn't work, and Kizaru isn't fast enough to land any attack on Buggy. Buggy's observation haki is one of the strongest now. His advanced observation haki that lets him see a few seconds into the future is helping him see what Kizaru will do, so he can handle Kizaru's speed easily. Their battle is intense because none of them can slack off in their attacks and defense. Buggy can't let his guard down even a little bit, even though he seems to take it easy. If he stops using his advanced observation haki, then the Admiral's attacks will hit him, and without advanced armament, he can't injure them nicely. To make things harder for him, Aokiji and Kizaru have very good teamwork. Their attacks are calculated and they don't hinder each other, even though they rarely work together. It's like they specially trained to fight together to defeat Buggy or something. The three of them start to land more hits on each other as the battle goes on. By each other, it means that Aokiji and Kizaru also hit each other. Buggy redirects their attacks many times, making their attacks hit their ally. Still, they don't stop attacking, so their battle is very fierce and intense. Another fierce battle also happens near Buggy's battle. Cricket's battle against Garp is just as destructive as the three's battle. It's because the two of them have the most raw physical power among everyone here. In other words, they are brutes who have too many muscles. Well, they have good battle skills though, so they don't just have muscles. Cricket is a genius martial artist who can copy any technique he sees even once. There is nothing to say about Garp though, because he could be the strongest Marine alive without eating devil fruit, which shows how great he is. Both of them start their battle with a direct clash where they counter punches with punches too. They try to check each other's power because both of them are famous for their fists. Garp the Fist and Red Fist Cricket are nicknames they got because of their powerful fists, after all. Their first collision is a normal punch against a normal punch. By normal punch, it means they don't use haki, just physical power. Even so, the clash has enough impact to create a shockwave that sends nearby people flying. That first clash makes Garp realizes that he can't hold back against Cricket. They are quite equal in strength, so this will be a very difficult battle for them. Although Garp is really surprised by this because even if he is not in his prime anymore, he is still powerful enough to defeat an admiral. This means that Cricket has enough power to defeat an admiral too, which also means he is at the level of an emperor. Well, that's to be expected from the strongest pirate crew. But that's not all, because Palu who fights Sengoku and Enel who fights Fujitora also show that they are at the emperor level. It really scares Garp because Palu and Enel also seem to have the chance of winning against Sengoku and Fujitora. Just a crew already has 4 people at an equal level to the emperors of the sea. Even Whitebeard pirates don't have this level of power. Heck, even Roger pirates weren't this powerful back then. Besides, it's not just these 4 who have exceptional power. The other executives who are fighting the high-ranking officers are showing great power too. It makes Garp understand why the clown pirates' normal members stay on the ship. They don't need to join to win this war. Oi, old man, don't get distracted. Cricket lands a clean hit at Garp's chest and sends the old man flying until he crashes onto the fallen execution platform. Garp was distracted by the other battles, which is a very fatal mistake in a high-level battle where every millisecond can decide life and death. But Garp isn't a legend for nothing. He gets up after a while without showing any sign of injuries. Garp protected his chest with armament haki the moment Cricket's punch was about to land. Luckily for him, Cricket didn't use his advanced haki, so normal armament could block it. That was really careless of me. I can't fight too long against youngsters like you, so I will make it fast. No, 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 you shouldn't approach your defeat too fast. I will feel bad if the marine hero gets defeated too quickly by a pirate, you know. So try your best to hold on, old man. Cricket smirks before they continue their battle with more serious attacks now. Both of them start using their powerful haki and battle skills that they've kept hidden for a while. It's a completely different battle than before because they are going all out now. Each of their clashes shakes the ground around them. They aren't holding back any power in each of their attacks. Even Buggy and the two admirals are still holding themselves, but these two are really going all out without any care about their surroundings. Palu and Sengoku, who fights nearby, even need to move aside because of that. Their battle isn't less destructive though because Sengoku's shockwaves are affecting large areas. Palu can use Hashoken to block the shockwaves, but it can only protect him, not the area around him. He has tried taking Sengoku's shockwave head-on in this battle and it's not something he can take without using haki. Even with haki protection, he still receives damage. The shockwave's power can pass through haki and damage his internal organs, after all. Getting closer to Sengoku is difficult because of those annoying shockwaves. Furthermore, when he succeeds to get closer, Sengoku's Golden Buddha skin proves to be very tough even without haki. It's like the skin is made out of metal, a very hard and thick metal. As one would thought of the fleet admiral who rivals the hero's power. It's a very bad matchup for me, isn't it? Sengoku doesn't care about Palu's rambling and attacks him again. For Sengoku, Palu is a very tough opponent who can destroy all his attacks. He also needs to win quickly so he can start commanding the Marines again. But after a while, Sengoku can't help but stop his attack and so is everyone else. They are looking at Whitebeard who is holding the unconscious Teach's bloody head. Teach's crewmates have been beaten up by Whitebeard's commanders before him, so the commanders helped Whitebeard destroy Teach. Buggy is grinning widely when he sees that. He has always been annoyed by Teach's presence in the past, but he couldn't do anything because Teach was still Whitebeard's beloved son. So even though Buggy's hands were itching to kill the guy, he held back. I didn't even touch him and impel down, so be grateful for it, Whitebeard. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 447, Red Hair's Arrival. Teach hasn't died yet, but he surely can't fight anymore. Even with his darkness fruit that can nullify other devil fruit abilities, facing Whitebeard who hasn't gotten injured that much and the division commanders is still too much. His crewmates aren't at the level of the commanders yet, after all, so they can't help him. With Teach's defeat, Whitebeard now can join the war again. The Marines are worried about it now, but the old man himself doesn't intend to join. Teach was strong enough to inflict serious damage on Whitebeard that make the old man unable to fight an admiral again even if he joins the war. Well, Whitebeard's sick body has started to reach its limit too. Mamba's treatment has made it better, but he has forced himself too much in this war. Even with Buggy's help, the old man's body can't handle the strain of his own power and the damage inflicted by his opponents. Teach, who has kept his real power a secret for years, surely has many trump cards to use. He also has lived with the old man for years and has seen a lot of the old man's battles. So it will be strange if a smart and cunning guy like him doesn't know how to face the old man. The only miscalculation he made in their battle was the old man's condition, which was better than he thought. He also didn't get new comrades in level 6, so his crew's overall power isn't that high. It made his crew an easy targets for the commanders who then helped the old man defeat him. Marco, don't disturb them. Just take care of the other Marines who aren't fighting those clowns. I know, Pops. Those party-loving clowns are the type of people who'll kill you for disturbing their fun time. But, are you all right? Marco looks at Whitebeard, who's very exhausted right now. But the old man just waves his hand to tell Marco to just go and fight. Marco nods and leaves with the other commanders to fight the remaining Marines while Whitebeard is looking at Buggy with a frown. What are you plotting now, red-nosed brat? Clown pirates' involvement in this war will surely causes a big impact on the world. They can easily flatten Marineford if they want, which will make this world even more chaotic than it already is. But Whitebeard knows Buggy isn't someone who wishes it to happen, that's why he is wondering about Buggy's motive right now. Right when he thinks about that, his attention is drawn by the ruckus on the side. Everyone is now looking at a ship coming from afar. It's a red ship that powerful people know very well. Red Force, the ship of the infamous Red Hair Pirates is coming. Good timing, Shanks. Buggy doesn't look happy when saying that though. He hasn't had a lot of fun yet, but the Red Hair Pirates have appeared already. 3 Emperor crews are involved in this war now. Although Buggy knows Shanks doesn't have any intention to let this war goes on for whatever reason he has. That's something that Buggy can't allow to happen though, because he needs to make this war continues. He can't let Shanks stop this war no matter what. If needed, then he will even fight Shanks and the whole Red Hair Pirates. Wait. Maybe I can use him. Buggy has an evil smirk that makes his crewmates shiver in fear even though they haven't seen it. They've always fallen into his evil plots for years, so they have developed a unique sense of danger toward his evil plots. Although now they can feel that it is not directed to them, which makes them feel sorry for the targets. Shanks, my brother. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Buggy? What are you? As I thought of my fellow Roger Pirate's apprentice and sworn brother. You really can't stand the Marine sullying the bloodline of our great captain. Come. Let us show the greatness of Pirate King's apprentices. Hey? But Look, Marines, world government. With US brother united, your chance of winning has disappeared completely. Shanks's red hair was a proof of his feat. It was dyed in his enemy's blood, and today it will get redder because of your blood. Red Hair Pirates will destroy you. Buggy shouts his nonsense speech dramatically as if he is introducing heroes. But in fact, he is just blocking Shanks's way to escape from this war by telling the world that they came here to join the war and destroy the Marines too, even though it wasn't their intention. The geezers on Marigoase must have watching this war now, so this will surely make them flustered. With 3 emperors getting involved in this war, the Marines' destruction is almost guaranteed, after all. So they need to do something about this. Buggy looks at his crewmates who stay on the ship and gives them some hand signals only they understand. They sigh and nod before all their fishermen members dive into the sea. A moment later, the Red Force, Red Hair Pirates ship is moving faster toward Marineford. Clown Pirates fishermen are pushing the ship to make it move faster. Buggy can't let the Red Hairs turn back or even stop to make them join the war. The still flustered Red Hair Pirates can't do nothing now because the fishermen have pushed their ship too close to Marineford before they can do anything. Leader, what should we do? Shanks can't answer that question because the members of Clown Pirates have jumped onto his ship and cheer happily about their participation. Forcing these clowns to get out of Red Force is also out of the question because they are more slippery than snakes. Then suddenly, one of their cannons is shooting a cannonball into the bay. Obviously, it's the doing of Clown Pirates who fired the cannon on the deck when the others distracted the Red Hairs. The Red Hairs' faces are getting stiff because now they really can't say they aren't participating in this war. Leader, your brother got us good. Right, I don't even know if I should be impressed or pissed. This must be the biggest trouble he ever made for me that it makes me speechless. The clowns return to their ship immediately after creating that ruckus. It makes the Red Hairs' faces darken because they really can't believe what has just happened. So, what should we do now? Sigh, there's no choice, we'll. Shanks can't continue his talk because suddenly the water near them is getting violent. The water level increases in that area and the Marines who look at this are stunned. This is the same thing that happened when Moby Dick appeared, after all. The Marines have a very bad feeling about it and they have the right to feel so. After all, a ship really comes out of the sea, and it's not just any ship. It's a very infamous ship in the New World, the ship of the only female emperor, Big Mom's Queen Mama Chanter. Buggy grins gleefully when he sees Big Mom pirates appear here. He and his crew aren't surprised by this because they already knew that Big Mom pirates would come. After all, it's them who made Big Mom pirates come here. Clown! Big Mom suddenly shouts angrily. Her voice is amplified with her conqueror haki, making it very powerful that the ground is shaking. Those with weak will are passing out almost instantly. Her range of conqueror haki isn't as wide as Buggy and Shanks, but everyone is gathered here, so it hits all of them. Well, Linlin, it's good to see you here. You must have missed me very much, hey. Shut your crappy mouth, clown. Hurry up and return it. I know it's your men who took it. Oh dear, I don't know what you're talking about. I really want to listen to you, but as you can see, I am quite busy right now. Don't play with me, clown. I know you know what I meant. Mother's picture, hurry up and return it to me before I crush your head. Ah, picture, is it? I think I remember it now. It's the picture of an old woman, right? Must be the one I gave to Shanks. Hey? Me? When did? Buggy shifts the blame to Shanks and the red hair wants to protest. But he doesn't have a chance to finish his protest because Big Mom attacks his ship with a powerful slash attack. He sends his own attack to stop it because only he can stop it now. Big Mom's anger is shifted to Shanks now, forcing the red hair to fight her. He looks at Buggy who laughs evilly. Shanks knows very well that it was all Buggy's schemes. But he can't do anything about it now because he has fallen right into it. What should we do, leader? Sigh, we can only fight. Let's stay on the sea and just take on Big Mom pirates. Joining that war there is much more troublesome and dangerous. Also, I don't want to fall into Buggy's games again by getting too close to him. That last reason really convinces the red hairs to just fight Big Mom pirates now even though it wasn't their purpose to come here. They know just how mischievous Buggy is anytime he's with them. He has made them suffer many things that gave them deep trauma sometimes. The Marines are in big trouble now with all 4 emperors of the sea here. They never thought this war would escalate to this. Even the 5 elders on Marigiosa are starting to panic now because they can't let the Marine get destroyed, so they need to do something. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by Fatmc_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 448, 4 Sea Emperors. No one expected that all 4 emperors of the sea would gather at Marineford like this. Yes, no one except the man who instigated this. Buggy is grinning from ear to ear while looking at the situation that unfolds in this place. His crewmates knew that Big Mom would appear because they are in possession of Mother Carmel's picture. But they never thought that red hair pirates would come too. They didn't do anything to make the red hairs come here, after all, so they are quite surprised. Well, Buggy didn't need to do anything because he knew Shanks would come just like in the series. Although it was actually a gamble because Shanks might not do that. Still, Buggy has known Shanks for a long time, so he believed that Shanks would come because the red hair doesn't want the war to escalate too much. Too bad though, Buggy wanted the war to be as big as possible and Shanks won't be able to prevent it. Buggy was steps ahead of Shanks, so Shanks is playing on his hands now. Knowing how others will behave is giving a massive advantage. Buggy looks in the direction of Marigoase because he knows those geezers must be very frustrated right now. It's not only those geezers though, but also the Marines here. He can see the despair in the Marine soldiers' eyes who can't see any glimmer of hope. Having all 4 emperors of the sea here as enemies is surely enough to make them piss their pants. The Marines' morale drops along with their weapons. Only those with enough willpower to continue fighting are still standing and ready to fight again. Big Mom pirates and Red Hair pirates suddenly start to fight. The clown pirates who are on the ship help the Red Hairs attack Big Mom pirates. They shoot Queen Mama Chanter with their powerful cannons while the Red Hairs approach the ship. Are you giving up just because of this, Marines? It seems that your justice is only worth that much to you. Buggy mocks the Marines to anger them so that they'll fight better. But it's not effective and the already despaired ones are getting more scared instead. Still, not everyone is like that. Surely the admirals are not afraid. Kizaru suddenly attacks him with a super fast light kick and Aokiji freezes his feet to stop him from moving. Buggy can't move because of his frozen feet, so he can only block Kizaru's kick. But the kick is too fast, so he can't put up his arms in time. Buggy covers his face with armament haki right before the super fast kick hits his face. Bam! Kizaru's light speed kick hits his face and sends him flying to the destroyed giant base, creating a massive impact because of how powerful that kick is. The Marines who see it have their eyes brightened a little. They are seeing hope again, the hope to survive because they still have their admirals. Ha ha ha. That's more like it, Kizaru, Aokiji. You should have used that level of power since the beginning of our battle. Now keep doing it and entertain me. Buggy comes out of the rubble with blood trickling out of his red nose. That kick was so powerful it almost broke his red round nose even though he covered it with armament. Kizaru was using advanced armament haki, after all, so he could break through Buggy's armament defense. Buggy is about to attack, but Kizaru has flashed in front of him. Kizaru has gotten much faster than before, fast enough to make Buggy's future sight useless. But Buggy's reaction time is no joke. He can block Kizaru's light speed punch with his blades. Kizaru sends a barrage of light speed punches at Buggy who obviously can't match attacks at such speed at such close distance. So Buggy can only get into a defensive position while covering his whole body with armament haki. He stands his ground while taking all Kizaru's attacks with a big smile. His feet are planted into the ground because of Kizaru's high attack power. It looks like Kizaru is the one dominating the fight, but he is actually the frustrated one here. His attacks only damage Buggy a little because Buggy's armament is very hard. Furthermore, Buggy is coating his armament with Conqueror haki. So Kizaru's advanced haki can't penetrate it, just like how his attacks don't actually land on Buggy's body. It only looks like he hits Buggy because of how bright his attacks are, which makes others unable to see them. But it's not a problem for Kizaru because his job is distracting Buggy. Aokiji suddenly appears behind Buggy, surprising even the pirate because he is too focused on Kizaru. The next thing he knows, Aokiji's body has turned into ice and his whole body freezes. This ice is very different from the one Aokiji used to freeze Whitebeard or Buggy before. It's much colder, sturdier, and it has a tint of black color in it. Aokiji infused his armament haki into his ice to make it very hard because his normal ice can be broken easily by Buggy. Hurry up, Borsellino. It won't hold him for too long if he uses his ability. Sai, you should make it sturdier, Kuzan. Kizaru creates a big ball of light in front of him that gets brighter and brighter. Aokiji makes a very thick wall of ice behind the frozen Buggy and on the sides. Then Kizaru throws the big light ball toward Buggy and it explodes. The explosion hits and engulfs the frozen Buggy before spreading. Aokiji creates another ice wall in the front to create a topless giant icebox. He keeps maintaining it to block the impact of the explosion from spreading around the battlefield. The topless icebox makes the explosion only spread to the sky. But because of how powerful the explosion is, Aokiji needs to focus on maintaining the icebox to prevent it from breaking. The explosion shoots to the sky and parts the clouds that have just gathered again. Poor clouds can't even cover the sky in peace. Anyway, the explosion creates massive damage on the ground, but it only affected the inside of the icebox. It doesn't spread because of Aokiji's sturdy icebox. No one can see the damage inside because the ice walls are still there, but they can imagine the great destruction inside it just from the cracks spreading out of the icebox. The Marines' morale rises because such a powerful attack would surely damage Buggy a lot. But the two men who worked together for that attack are not looking happy. Just as they are preparing to attack again, some sharp slash attacks cut the ice wall into some pieces. Buggy comes out of it with tattered clothes, but his body looks fine. He is a man hailed as the strongest in the world. He was unscathed even after falling from Sky Island, so his body is very sturdy. By using haki, he can increase that sturdiness to another level that won't be damaged easily even by attacks of that caliber. He gets some bruises, those are the only injuries Kizaru managed to inflict with that attack. That attack could level a mountain, but Buggy wasn't damaged badly at all. He is showing them all why he could get his title as the strongest in the whole world. Buggy grins and taunts the admirals to attack him again. They don't have another choice but to attack him again. Kizaru moves to the opposite side so they can attack Buggy from two sides. The two admirals are using a pincer attack to split Buggy's focus. The others also start fighting again, including the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard himself is looking at the war while stepping on Teach's corpse. His Bicento's blade is planted between Teach's head and body after he beheaded the toothless traitor when everyone's attention was on the explosion. Whitebeard couldn't waste any more time after the appearance of Red Hairs and Big Mom pirates. This war has escalated too much, so he needs to finish his business immediately before it becomes even more troublesome. After all, he knows Buggy is someone who loves problems, and he doesn't think this is enough problem for Buggy. The war continues on the sea and land. Red Hair and Clown Pirates members are working together against Big Mom Pirates. They fight on Queen Mama Chanter and Red Force now after Red Force got very close to Queen Mama Chanter while Black Pearl stays away to attack the ship with cannons. On the land, Clown executives are the central figures by fighting the most powerful fighters in the Marines. The Whitebeard Pirates are fighting the other Marines that aren't fighting the Clown Pirates. Although the Marines still have more people, their power is significantly lower than the pirates. Just when the war gets heated up, one of the escapees who just watches from the side suddenly shouts. He tells everyone that some ships are approaching from afar. It makes the way stops for a moment because everyone wants to know just who is coming again. Maverick, who has a very good sight, frown when he sees the ship. Captain, those are world government ships. There are 20 of them. All of them are packed with Cypher Paul agents. There are CP0 agents too. The Marines who hear it are happy because the agents are their reinforcements. But it's not just the Marines who look happy. Buggy is very happy too because a wide grin is plastered on his face. They should be the ones on Marigoase, which means that place is empty now. Don't ruin the chance I give you, dragon. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 449, Enel's Might. Thousands of Cypher Paul agents are coming to assist the Marines. The 5 elders don't have any choice but to send these agents who were stationed close to Marine Ford. That includes the ones who were on Marigoase. They can't let the Marines lose and get destroyed in this war. The Marine is world government's face and people will lose faith in them if the Marine fall. Worse, everything they've built will crumble along with the Marines' fall. That's why they don't have any choice but to send these agents. Buggy knew they would do this and hoped they really do this because of his grand plan. That's why he isn't surprised because he has been preparing for this. The Marines who have gotten demoralized look rather spirited now. They have reinforcements, after all. But their happiness doesn't last that long. The world government's ships that approach Marineford suddenly get pierced by multiple sharp water pillars. Clown Pirates fishmen are using their fishman karate to create those sharp water pillars. They are hiding underwater to avoid detection and attack the ships from below. This is the reason why the clown's members were staying on their ship even when they helped the red hairs. It's so that they can move freely when new enemies come. As the ships sink, the fishmen move together to create a big whirlpool. The whirlpool sucks the ships, making them sink quicker. Many agents are drowning along with their ships and only a handful of them escape by using Jeppo. Not all of them can use Jeppo, after all. There are still a lot who can, but it's not a problem because their number has reduced a lot. Besides, their main targets were the ships. World government ships are as powerful as marine ships, so they can't let them attack using the ships. Enel. Buggy calls Enel, who smirks and nods before transforming into a lightning bolt to fly. Fujitora tries to stop him, but Maverick shoots the blind admiral using a pistol rapidly while also pointing his sniper rifle at Shaitan A.K.A. a Toki cake with another hand. Other than Maverick, Buggy also attacks Fujitora using a flying slash attack. Their attacks force Fujitora to defend, which makes him unable to chase Enel. So Enel can get away easily, and now he has arrived in front of the Cypher Paul agents. The agents are using Jeppo to stay midair above the sea. But Enel just floats there because he is lightning. His appearance there makes the agents very nervous because he is surely better than them in an aerial battle. Ya ha ha ha, finally, it's time to show you the full extent of my ability. I couldn't do it there because it would hit our allies, but now I can let loose. Let me show you the power of awakening. Enel is very excited right now because he can freely rampage here. There's no one but enemies around him right now, so he can do anything he wants. He can finally show the whole world his devil fruit ability that has been awakened. The sky suddenly darkens as the clouds that have disappeared suddenly form in the sky. They aren't normal clouds though, but pitch black thunder clouds. Not just dark clouds, but literally black clouds, as if they are infused with haki. This is an ability that Enel got after awakening his devil fruit. He can form these pitch black thunder clouds even when there's no cloud at all. After all, these clouds aren't made of water vapor, they are made of thunder. Do you know what it means by clouds made of thunder? That means they are just thunder or lightning that waits to get released. Now, why don't you try them for yourself? Bask yourself in the rain of lightning. Enel spreads his arms and numerous high-voltage lightning strikes are generated by the clouds. They are raining on the agents who try to escape using their Jeppo. But lightning bolts are fast, and with Enel's control, they can chase the agents who can predict the lightning's trajectories. As one of the best observation haki users in the world, and without a doubt the one with the widest range in the whole world, it's easy for Enel to mark every agent here. His attacks won't miss even if they can predict his lightning bolts, so in the end, he hits everyone with his lightning rain that lasts for 5 minutes. All the agents fall into the sea, and most of them have been defeated because each lightning bolt was very powerful. The lightning rain was also too long for them, who already have a hard time evading those fast lightning bolts. However, there are still some agents who survive the attacks. They fell into the sea, but they don't die or lose consciousness at all. These agents are from CP0, so they surely are very strong. They are also smart, as they try to hide by diving and swimming underwater toward Marine Ford. Too bad though, their opponent is one of the best observation haki users who can hear everything around him. Oh ho! I thought the devil fruit users are done for, but the non-devil fruit users are helping them. Though it's not out of camaraderie, but because they can't lose these devil fruit users who are their strongest forces. That means if these non-devil fruit users are gone, then it's game over. Enel grins as he creates a lot of lightning spears around him. The spears are pointing at the sea below before they shoot down. They move to different spots at a very high speed before piercing the sea. The lightning spears then hit the CP0 agents who hide underwater. He only targets those who don't have devil fruit abilities. The devil fruit users can't swim, after all, so he just needs to defeat those who support the devil fruit users. This strategy is very effective because even if the lightning spears can't defeat the agents, the high voltage is enough to make their body tense, and the shocks are enough to make them release the air in their lungs. I usually used this to get fish when we were short on food. I never thought I would do this on Cypher Paul agents. So amusing, ya ha ha ha. The Marines are shocked to see the agents who came to help them get trashed very easily. Enel didn't even give the agents a chance to fight back and just keep attacking them with powerful attacks. Well, using the right power and strategy in the right situation is the best key to victory. Now you should realize that everything is going as we have planned, right, Marines? Buggy grins while looking at Kizaru and Aokiji, who have a lot of cut wounds already. They tried to attack Buggy from two sides, but it didn't go as well as they thought. Buggy, who was fully concentrated, didn't give them any chance to land a fatal attack on him. On another hand, Buggy's counterattacks have inflicted a lot of damage on their bodies. They aren't losing yet, but something really bothers them in the fight against Buggy. The monster they face is getting stronger and stronger in this battle. I really hope it was my imagination. Damn, what a ridiculous situation. How can we win against this monster? Stop complaining, Borsellino. He doesn't get stronger physically, it's his battle skills that keep getting better, especially his haki. That means he will run out of energy sooner or later. We need to defeat him today, because if he leaves this place alive, then even his body will get stronger after getting some rest and nutrients. Ooh, you're so smart, Kuzan. Breaking one's limit to get stronger is common knowledge. Oi, 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 shouldn't you worry if you'll be able to leave this place alive rather than me getting stronger? Buggy suddenly butts in the Admiral's conversation while walking closer to them. They don't have time to chat anymore, so they get ready to fight again. Both of them need to win or at least dominate the battle against Buggy to raise their men's morale. Luckily for them, someone is able to help them, because it will be difficult to overpower Buggy with just the two of them. With Enel leaving to defeat the agents, Fujitora is now free. The blind admiral then chooses to help his fellow admirals fighting the most troublesome opponent here. Buggy suddenly feels his body getting heavier, so he looks back. Fujitora is walking towards him with his sword unsheathed. Kizaru and Aokiji don't miss this chance and attack Buggy by shooting their light and ice. A massive explosion happens and cold fog is covering the area around Buggy. Enel, who has finished his task, clicks his tongue and returns to the battlefield. But he suddenly hears Buggy's voice. Enel, help the red hairs. I will take care of these three myself. What? But the good opponents have been taken by them. If you fight well, then we'll take over Big Mom Pirates. That way you can get Smoothie or any of her sisters for yourself. Enel's eyes brighten up hearing that, because he likes Smoothie. But they are enemies and the girl doesn't like him at all. It will be different if Big Mom Pirates are destroyed and Clown Pirates take over the crew though. At the very least, he will have more chances to get closer to her. That's a promise, all right. Buggy's order makes Enel very happy because he always wanted to do it, but Buggy never agreed. They couldn't just attack and destroy Big Mom Pirates even if they were strong enough to do it anytime. It's because Buggy still needed Big Mom Pirates for his grand plan, but now he doesn't need them anymore. Enel knows that, so he will make sure that Big Mom Pirates are destroyed. His best option is to kill Big Mom herself along with some of her children. Buggy has listed the names of Big Mom's children that need to be killed and all the executives know it. Now, they will destroy Big Mom Pirates with the Red Hair's help. Buggy can leave them to Enel and his crew members who are still on the ship. He just needs to take care of the three admirals who are determined to end his life here. Underscore 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 un. 3 pictures of both stories, X, Bounty poster and magazine cover, by fatmcn_/Capt Mermain. Chapter 450, 2 Wars. After Enel destroyed the Cypher Paul agents, the Marines fall into despair once again. But now they put up more fights than before. They are more desperate now, after all. The only ones who can save them now are themselves. So they need to fight with everything they have if they want to survive. Buggy grins, seeing the Marines getting much more serious now. It will be too boring if they don't fight seriously and just give up before this war is over. After all, Buggy actually respects the Marine while he despises the Cypher Paul. Marine is needed in this world because without them, this world will fall into chaos. As for Cypher Paul, they are nothing but Celestial Dragon's dogs that will do everything for Celestial Dragon, even if it means killing innocents. Well, the Marine also has people who will act like that, but there are more people who truly work for justice. Meanwhile, Cypher Paul agents are trained to be heartless and only obey orders from world government. That's why Buggy doesn't hesitate to kill Cypher Paul agents while he prefers to not kill Marines. So far in this war, clown pirates haven't killed any Marine soldiers, and at most, they only hurt the Marines badly. Clown pirates have a true objective in this war, which is to stall time and gather the world's attention on them. They even made Big Mom pirates come here. Everything is just their plan to make this war the center of attention. Buggy fights against the three admirals without showing his full power, also because he wants to stall time. He endures the three admirals' joint attacks and doesn't fight using his Devil Fruit ability. He fights against three monsters and gathers attention on himself. Fujitora's gravity is suppressing him, but he can still move rather freely even under strong gravity. Rather than him, it's the ground of Marineford that has a hard time enduring Fujitora's gravity. Furthermore, Kizaru's and Aokiji's attacks are damaging the ground that was sturdy enough to endure Whitebeard's power. Buggy blocks Aokiji's black ice saber that is coated with advanced armament. Kizaru tries to attack from behind, but Buggy swings his sword horizontally. A very powerful blackened slash attack flies toward Kizaru, who can't evade it because it will hit his men if he dodges. Kizaru blocks it using his light sword and gets pushed quite far. Buggy's flying slash attack is on the same level as Mihawk's attack that Yozua took. Yozua could block it because he used his diamond power and Mihawk attacked from afar. But Kizaru takes it from a very close distance, so he takes the attack's full power, which is enough to push him quite far. While Kizaru is occupied with that attack, Buggy sends the same attack at Aokiji, whose only option is also blocking it like Kizaru. Then Buggy also sends the same attack at Fujitora. He just spams powerful attacks like nothing, showing how powerful he is. Just one man is powerful enough to push the three admirals. Then, just like Yozu, the three admirals throw the flying slash attacks to the sky because they can't break those attacks. Their weapons almost break too, that's why they threw the attack quickly. Buggy's attack is more destructive than Mihawk's attack, after all. It's because he coated it with advanced armament and Conqueror Haki, making it more destructive even with similar power. Also, all three types of Buggy's Haki are one of the best in the world that even scared someone of Odin's caliber. Buggy's Haki power surprised not just the admirals, but also all three emperors and other powerful people present. Only his crewmates are not surprised by it because they've seen Buggy's growth since he was just a rookie. Even so, they are still speechless by his monstrous growth even though they've witnessed it themselves. But they also know that all of it is the result of Buggy's discipline. He worked harder and smarter than anyone else. It inspired his crewmates, which resulted in their current level of power. He is the one who made this crew become this powerful, and that's why everyone in his crew is very loyal to him. Now, they are following his order to wreak havoc on Marineford. Other crews might hesitate to do the same thing as them, knowing they will go against three emperors and Marine, or maybe the whole world. But the clowns do what Buggy ordered without questioning his motive. Buggy told them his reason though, because they deserve to know his grand plan. Their purpose in interrupting this war is to give Revolutionary Army time. Right now, Dragon and CO are attacking Marigiosa to free the slaves there after the Cypher Paul agents left. At first, Dragon was reluctant when Buggy asked him to attack Marigiosa because his group already has their plan. But Buggy managed to convince him because Buggy contacted Dragon after the news of Ace's execution spread. Buggy told Dragon that the war between Whitebeard pirates and Marines was unavoidable. The world's attention would shift there and Buggy would make it even more eye-catching. He would force the world government to send all available troops out of Marigoase, and he succeeds to make thousands of Cypher Paul agents left Marigoase to assist the Marines. Although there are still guards and agents left on Marigoase, their number has been lowered, so it would make infiltration easier. With Morley's power, it would be very easy to kidnap the slaves. Also, they have Fisher Tiger, someone who has experience freeing slaves in Marigoase. Furthermore, Buggy sent Heart Pirates to assist them. Law's power will be very helpful to release the slaves. He can take out their explosive collar without hurting them using his shambles. The current Law is stronger than himself in the series, even after the time skip. But he hid his power as Buggy asked to not gain too much attention on his crew that hasn't grown powerful enough. Other than Law, Lami's power will also help them a lot. Buggy gave her a devil fruit that she asked herself. Her devil fruit is sleep fruit, which grants her the ability to make her targets sleep. It is very useful to make surgery patients sleep without the use of anesthetics, that's why she asked for this fruit, because she wanted to help her brother. Of course, people with powerful will won't succumb to her sleep attack easily. But doing it for the slaves and the undisciplined celestial dragons. She can put most people in Marigoase to sleep, making their infiltration much easier. Buggy doesn't just send Heart Pirates, he also sent Wano country's ninjas to help. Without Kaido ruling Wano, the country now has a lot of strong people. That includes ninjas that were raised to specialize more in infiltration rather than battle, because their main task is gathering information. The plan to free the slaves goes fairly well because the war in Marineford has gathered the 5 elders' attention. Also, they have scouted the unholy city previously. Buggy wanted to send the ninjas, but Revolutionary Army actually has planted some spies there, which made Buggy impressed. With such information and upgraded Marineford war level of distraction, it would be very shameful if the plan doesn't go well. Buggy will beat up Dragon himself if this plan doesn't work. But luckily, the groups that infiltrate Marigoase do their work nicely. They move fast while hiding themselves to free every slave they can find. It will be difficult to save every slave in Marigoase, but they will save as many as they can. The defense in Marigoase has dropped since a lot of Cypher Paul agents were sent to Marineford, so they can move more freely now. Using Morley's power, they move underground and pop out under their targets. Lami will put anyone they find to sleep, be they enemies or slaves. They don't want to create any commotion even if it's just a little, so they put everyone to sleep. Law will use his power to take out the explosive collars from the slaves' necks. But he doesn't just take the collars out, he puts them on the celestial dragons and the guards' necks and limbs till full. They were worried that the collars would explode right after Law took them out, but they didn't. Probably it's because the collars are attached to new targets immediately. If the collars explode, then they will be found, which isn't a good thing. They were prepared to move under such conditions, but it's always better to have more lenience. Their plan proceeds smoothly, at least until they get closer to the palace. The defense gets tighter as they get closer to the palace and the risk of being found gets higher. Even so, they can't back off now, so they send the already freed slaves down the red line onto their ships below first. What made the groups very wary is that even the ninjas and Revolutionary Army's spies don't dare to enter the palace. Some spies have tried to infiltrate it in the past, but they never returned. It shows just how tight the security in the castle is. Luckily for them, they don't really need to infiltrate the palace. Based on the information they have, there is no slave in the palace. It is claimed as a sacred place, so filths like slaves are not allowed to step foot there. Well, surely the main reason is because the leaders here don't want to risk anything. So only trustworthy personnel are allowed to enter the palace. This place has a lot of secrets and valuable things, so it needs to be very safe. Let's check every building other than the palace quickly and return. They will realize our attack soon, so we don't have much time. Sorry, Lami, you must be exhausted, but we don't have much time. Don't worry, we can handle this much. Dragon nods and they resume their plan. Then just like what Dragon predicted, they are discovered by the enemies after a while.